The NFL, the highlights yesterday. Oh, where to start? How about the Jets? Yeah, they will not go winless. They get off the schneid. Good for the Jets and finally win a game. They beat the Bengals by 1 point. They had gone for 2 early on. The prior score that led to them being able to get the touchdown and extra point to get that extra point that they needed, the one more point, and they win. The Packers, Jordan Love, Utah State's Jordan Love looked awesome, did he not? 360 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, 20 consecutive completions. And he beats the old codger, Aaron Rodgers, if it was a one-on-one battle, more about a team battle. I thought Pittsburgh had a shot there, but, man, blinked, and there it was, the Pack running away with it. They put it on them pretty good as far as I'm concerned. The Colts, 7-1. Oh, man. The surprise story of the year? I think so. I think you can say that. Tyler Huntley back in Baltimore. I don't understand why they keep releasing him, because doesn't it seem like he keeps finding his way back to Baltimore? And still in the NFL all these years, and the Ravens beat the Bears. The Bears had been looking good, but Tyler Huntley getting the job done, 30-16. And you heard the Eagles and the Giants. I guess the big story there, Cam Scatterbo, who'd been able to look really good in his limited action here. Now he's done because he dislocated his ankle. They had to cart him off. You always get sad when you see that, don't you? See somebody getting carted off. Fortunately, it was lower body and not upper body, that's for sure. So it looks like his season is over, and they'll have to go on without him. I don't think they were going to make the playoff anyway, but maybe they showed some promise for the Giants as a developing team now. Unfortunate, that's just part of the game, and that's part of the game that stinks. That is for sure. Let's see. Any other games that got you going on there? Buccaneers continue to roll, pound the Saints. How about the Broncos, man? You just heard that Bo Nix highlight. Putting up 44 on the Cowboys. That's a lot of points in the NFL. Beating them by 20. You got to give it up to them, right? They were pretty good last year. Look like they might even be better this year. We'll see what they can do. The dramatic win last week, and now they have no problem beating the Cowboys. We got Monday Night Football tonight, of course, and it is the Washington Commanders at the Kansas City Chiefs. That game will start at 6:15, right up against the World Series Game 3 in Los Angeles, and we'll get to that here in a bit. All right, let's move on to college football.
Hashtag college football.
Well, the big story in college football, what is that? I think it has nothing to do with, well, I take that back. I was going to say it has nothing to do with that out on the field. Actually, it has everything to do with that on the field, with what's gone on in the field. That'd be Brian Kelly getting canned at LSU. My gosh, what are they doing there? They were working on a separation agreement. What is this, a marriage here? It's supposed to be owed $54 million, and that's being negotiated to a lower amount. And the AD who hired him was at Texas A&M when they did Jimbo Fisher. What did he get, $90 million? This is outrageous. Somebody's put a list on of all the amounts of money that college teams are owing the coaches. They've been fired. There's been several of them been fired this year. That's just absolute irresponsibility. And I don't care who's paying it. It's still irresponsibility. Let's make everybody work a one-year deal then. And this is getting ridiculous. Or no long-term contracts, no beyond 2 years. Something's got to be done. College football and the money that is being spent is just absolutely out of control when you think about it. All right, notable results out on the field. Well, UCLA, you had your good run, but Indiana says, beat you 56-6. And the game that essentially got Kelly fired in his last game was Texas A&M putting it on LSU. Really hammered them. What was it, like 49-25? That's not going to work. Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin goes into Norman and beats Oklahoma on a dreary, rainy day. Now, what does that mean? Lane Kiffin seems like he's got about 14 job opportunities if he should choose them. He was a young stud, then he fell out of grace a couple of times with the Raiders, USC, blah, blah, blah. Now he's back in control. Looking like if he wants to leave, he can leave. We'll see what happens there. in the coming weeks with all these premier jobs that you can argue are open. Vandy continues to roll, beating Missouri, I should say. Cincinnati, no problem with Baylor. I was a little surprised by that. And that sets it up for next week. Cincinnati coming into Rice-Eccles and College game day coming. Woohoo! Illinois went down to Houston, the upstart. They beat ASU. It's 24-16. Now, man, they're 7-1. Are they this year's ASU? ASU's back to where they normally are to get in November, and bowl eligibility is in question. I saw a stat that just really amazed me for some reason. Jay didn't play without Jordan Tyson. It's clear the Devils can't win without a healthy Levitt, who is not healthy. I'm not sure he's going to play this week. They go to Iowa State. And Jordan Tyson, they need them both. Jordan Tyson had 57 catches through 7 games. The next best receiver in terms of total catches for the Devils was tied, or they had a couple guys each with 7. So that means he had 50 more catches through 7 games. That is just amazing. Man, that kid is good, but he couldn't play, and Levitt had to go out, and Devils get beat. So they're now, just as DJ would say, playing for the Sun Bowl, I guess. We'll see what they can do, if they can find a way to get bowl eligible. Memphis loses, goes, No, Memphis stayed, right? No, why did I say they lost? USF was the one that got beat in there. So USF, which had the nice start. And this is a little bit of a blow here. Texas Tech quarterback Will Hammond, who came into Rice-Eccles and looked good, he tore his ACL, so he's going to be out. They beat Oklahoma State. Now, Morton has been hurt for a couple of games, and the reason why that could be pertinent is in 2 weeks, the Cougars go to Lubbock to play Texas Tech. So they're down their backup quarterback. Now they will need Morton to be healthy if they want to win. All right, speaking of the Cougars, let's roll over to them.
Hashtag Utah State.
This obviously is a cathartic win for UNM fans and all that. I mean, how important was it to just get them that win, get them that sense of catharsis?
We kind of got dumped, you could say. Again, you want to make sure that the next time you see that person who dumped you, you don't look like all disheveled and look like a mess and stuff. And so they're thinking, yeah, geez, that was the best thing I ever did, was getting out of there. So I think we did a good job of showing that wasn't the case today. We're looking pretty good. We're doing pretty good. We're not missing you. So.
Utah State, man, you said Cougar. I said Cougars, but we obviously went to Utah State. They just get hammered. That was not a good game. They got smoked 33-13. Miles Davis did run for 110 yards. Bryson Barnes, 1 TD, 1 pick. Now the USU Aggies will be on a bye before hosting Nevada. Good thing is Nevada stinks, so they should be able to get back on track there as they seek for bowl eligibility. But a pretty good win, and you heard from Jason Eck, the coach there who replaced Bronco. We're not missing you. Ouch!
He got to the end of that. I don't know if he knew how to wrap that thing up, and he wrapped it up with that, which, is the truth. But as you say, PK, ouch.
All right,
I do think bowl eligibility hangs in the balance here now, because they haven't won a road game. They've got to go to UNLV and to Fresno, and they got Boise at home. I mean, assuming they beat Nevada, they got to win one of those 3 games. None of them look easy. Doesn't mean you can't get it done, but I think what looked like the easiest path on paper is gone now. Win at Hawaii or New Mexico, and they didn't get either one of those. So,
all right, I thought that bowl eligibility would be a heck of a lot easier. I thought that whoever won that game between the Lobos and Aggies was going to get bowl eligible, and the other one was going to have a difficult time, and that's the situation that they put in for themselves.
Bronco Mendenhall coming up at 8:30 this morning. DJ and PK.
Hashtag BYU.
First down, it's a Bachmeier run. Straight ahead, Bear, Bachmeier, touchdown! Again, BYU takes the lead. Bachmeier had to rush it to the end zone. Caught! Kingston is there! Parker Kingston, touchdown out of nowhere!
We're not at that point quite yet, but he knows what it takes to be effective in the fourth quarter.
Intercepted, taken away from Burkle. It's Satuwala to the end zone for a touchdown.
Slow start for BYU, down 17-7 after a quarter, 24-10. But PK, what is the most important stat after the final score?
NIL.
And turnovers. 4 of them. Count 4 takeaways for the BYU defense, 0 giveaways for the offense. You win the turnover battle 4-zip. You have a chance at getting off the deck and wiping out a 2-score lead on the road, and that's what they did. They just completely owned the second half, 24-3. So, and it was actually 31-3 to end the game because they got a score there at the end of the half to kind of get back in it. Those turnovers were huge. That first interception, it was such a bad throw that I just wonder if it's the throw if a receiver ran the wrong way or something because there's nobody there except the BYU guy just hanging out like, I got it. You got a fair caught that thing.
Oh, I thought the ball got tipped at the line.
Oh, okay. Well, then that would explain it because that was weird.
Yeah.
That was a
and
gift.
that's why
Take
it led to it being underthrown.
And it wasn't. It wasn't just
Tui who got it.
Yeah, it wasn't just one. I mean, they just kept taking the ball away over and over, and just all the momentum, the dejection. Iowa State shoulders dropping, and by the end of the game, they were just thumping them.
Yeah, I thought the 2 biggest situations, not necessarily individual plays. One was an individual play, but the drive at the end of the first half that got them the touchdown because it seemed like that game might have had an opportunity to get away, and the Cougars with a big-time drive right before the halftime came about. And then obviously Satawala, man, he's looking like a star. He's already a star. He's not a star in the making. He's already a star, and he gets that, reverses it, takes it all the way. At that point, you felt like, okay, this game is over. They've got it. It's a big road win. Any road win is great. But Iowa State, maybe they're not as good as we think. I guess the record says what it says. But still going in there with a full house and all that stuff, and Iowa State playing for its conference title hopes basically on the line, and to come away with that win, that's just tremendous. And to move to 8-0, it's amazing with a freshman quarterback and all that stuff. And I don't really know football. I never put my hand in the dirt. But if I'm Texas Tech, I might want to watch out for the QB draw. Not that I know a lot about football.
You think there's a chance Bachmeier's going to take the ball and just head straight upfield, huh?
Yeah, like 10 times.
Yeah. Well, as you pointed out, the Red Raiders have used 3 quarterbacks this year, and with Hammond out, can Morton go? And if not, Mitch Griffiths, can he get it done? But BYU's got 2 weeks now because they got the bye week to get ready for that game.
Yep.
DJ and PK.
#Utah.
Sit him in motion. Ficklin keeps it. Has some real estate in the plus territory. On to the races. And the true freshman quarterback on play number 2 reaches the end zone. Bird takes flight right away from 63 yards out. Parker, the running back, he motions out quickly. Ficklin towards the end zone. And there it is again. Another touchdown. Larry Simmons from 20 yards out. And the route is on in Salt Lake City. The Utes a statement half tonight against Colorado.
Utah 53-7 over Colorado, and it wasn't that close. PK, all week I was talking about Utah is really good at the run and Colorado's really bad stopping the run, and I undersold it. 422 yards rushing. Second highest total. They didn't need their quarterback. They had the backup Bird Ficklin. No Devin Dampier, no problem. That was 40-0 in the second quarter.
Now, and I would argue they have their quarterback.
Bird Ficklin.
Yeah, what are they going to do? I mean, he can downplay it, and he probably will today, speaking of Kyle. But the kid looked electric. What
Devin Dampier did that Bird Ficklin have not did. Say it, PK. We want to hear it from you, not from me.
No, you handled it, but is he better? Remains to be seen. Now, maybe the competition sucked, but obviously it did. I had thought Colorado was better, but they rolled over. Deion yelling at his assistants, as he should. That was an embarrassing performance, probably their most embarrassing that they've had in the 2.5 years that Coach Deion Sanders has been there, and then non-competitive right from the start, literally the first play and then the second play, and then, gosh, turn off the TV. You didn't really need to see anything more. So what's the story here? Remains to be seen what they come up with. But Ficklin, only 10 of 22 on passing. But there was no emphasis on the passing and run the ball. And he's electric, so we'll see what happens there. And obviously they got the huge game Saturday against Cincinnati. And for all the Ute fans who thought their season was over, and no, it's not. It was never over, man. They still have a chance to have an outstanding season, even if they don't get in the conference final. But it's possible that they can get in.
I thought we can get into this later, but I thought Ficklen's ability, some of the throws he made, I mean, obviously some of them were errant, 10 of 22, right? So, but his ability to throw the ball down the sideline with some heat on it and put it on target sometimes. You want to be more accurate than that, but there is the threat of a big play that isn't there with Dampier. He can throw it that far. Now, he may overthrow it. He may miss it. But he can throw it that far. I mean, the ball was coming out of his hand with some real zip.
Yeah.
And Cincinnati Saturday night. So another 8:15 home game. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Sabonis gets knocked out by Nurkic all the way up top. Runs a handoff game on the left wing with Monk. Finds a rolling Sabonis, but Clayton anticipates and steals. Outlet to Markkanen. Big steps to the rack. Lowry finishes. Jazz closing a close game for the first time this year. Markkanen, deep three, straight away. Pow! Lowry, Markkanen, how do you do? Keontae meets Schroeder with 20 seconds on the shot clock. Left side to Levine. He goes one-on-one on Keontae. Drives right, into lane, caught underneath, throws it away. Loose ball into the backcourt. It's been tipped. The Kings have it. The game's still active. 8 on the shot clock. Monk driving, cut off by Kessler. Floater, no. Rebound, bounces around. Sabonis, back up and in. 6 seconds left. Sabonis scores it, and he's fouled.
And that was the perfect loss, was it not, PK? At 2-0, there would have been hand-wringing over losing the draft pick to Oklahoma City, but play a close game on the road, lose right at the end on that Sabonis bucket there, 105-104. Isn't that what most people wanted?
I'm sure. I guess if you're looking for the losses to pile up, but I wonder how many are going to pile up. These teams look like they got something. At least compared to last year, the team looks a lot better. And I think a lot of it is Markkanen, if he's going to play and play well, which more often than not, if he does play, he's probably going to play well. And he was barely in there last year, 47 games. And George looks a lot better. He looks more under control. He looks like he's still a youngster, but it looked like it's just 2 games. I get it, and they got the Suns tonight, and they should win that one. But to me, it looks like George went from year 2 to year 5, if that makes sense.
The big jump to year 3. I mean, that's what we're always looking for. We talked about that with Walker Kessler last year, and he made that jump. And it's early to say anything definitive, but you're right. Keontae looks better. And 18 points, 10 assists. Move the ball. Help your teammates score.
Yeah.
Yes.
He just
excellent.
looks like he understands more, and he's not trying to just jack up a bunch of shots. It's like he just looks like he's a seasoned player now who understands his skill level and where he fits in.
And this may well be a 30-win team, not the 20-win team everybody's talking about. But if they start piling up road wins, look out. You know, they're going to win home games. They're going to play hard, and teams are going to come in here at elevation, and they're going to rest guys, and they're going to not even bring guys. They're going to win some home games, and you're right.
Yeah,
they ought to get another
one
one against the Suns tonight. They should.
All right.
6 o'clock for the pregame, tip-off at 7. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Austin Reeves, 51 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists. The Lakers win without LeBron James and Luka Doncic. They're both out. Sacramento goes and gets beat by the Lakers. Austin Reeves had it going, PK.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. He was undrafted, available for everybody. We saw him a couple years back. The kid's just gotten better and better. It's a success story. It's not always just the top guys that we figure out who they are and they do what they do. And I mean, obviously he had more FGAs and opportunities and everything with the top guys out, and he's not going to be be afforded that opportunity when they come back. But obviously for a game, he just went out of control and had just a massive game. But maybe he's a great third option who's ready to step up in the manner like a Jeff Hornacek was back in the glory days.
22 free throws for Austin Reeves, and he made 21 of them. Yes. There are teams that don't come anywhere near that in a game, and he got it all by himself. Cooper Flagg, if you haven't seen the dunk, he's Cooper Flagg. You ought to be able to dunk. But that was a nice poster dunk. And the Mavs beat the Raptors 139-129. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Barger sends a towering drive. Right center field. Kiss it goodbye. The 1-2 pitch. Popped up. Left side. Yamamoto goes the distance again.
Yamamoto, 1 run, 4 hits, 8 strikeouts, no walks. Another complete game for him. And the Dodgers are now tied 1-1 with the Jays after the Jays smoked them in Game 1, 11-4. The Dodger bullpen, finally a problem. But Game 2, no bullpen, no need. So now with the day off, everybody, whole Dodger bullpen ought to be rested and available and ready to go tonight. Game 3, 6 o'clock, Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, I saw a headline that said Dodger bullpen at its best when it's watching.
Nice.
And Yamamoto, they paid him over $300 million, and we're seeing why.
Yeah.
He's right now, you got he's the best pitcher in the game, but they only got 2 teams. You can argue that he's elevated himself in the top 2 or 3 pitcher in the entire MLB. Skeen's over there in Pittsburgh, and the Detroit kid. Other than that, Screwball, but other than that, man, he's right there.
Who else is allowed to pitch? Forget the complete game, even allowed to pitch into the 7th or 8th inning. And this guy's going 9.
Yeah, well, he's
total
not throwing a
outlier.
lot of pitches. He's getting outs, and he's just got it going on.
Yeah. DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Sponsor exemption to a PGA Tour card. That's a nice little story right there. Bank of Utah Championship. Michael Brennan, first career PGA Tour title. 22 under par at Black Desert Resort to win comfortably, PK.
Absolutely. I was following him. I was at the game. I was at the course. He bogeyed 10, and competitor Rico Hoey got a birdie. You think, oh, man, is it going to be a slide? But no, he goes and recaptures it and does win 18, which is his total stress-free path to victory. Yeah, talking to Patrick Manning, who's the managing partner there. They were back in one of their properties, Reef Capital, back in the D.C. area, close to where Brennan's from. His parents were there at the time. They get hooked up and said, hey, we'll give him a sponsor exemption. He comes out, and he had just gotten his Corn Ferry Tour card. Well, now he didn't even need to go on the Corn Ferry Tour. He can go straight to the PGA Tour for the next couple of years. 23 years old. I got there on Thursday. They were talking about, hey, keep an eye on this kid. He might be an up-and-comer. You never know. It could be an outlier, or it could be the start of something, because everybody's got to start somewhere. And so there you go. And he gets that thing done. It's very impressive. I know they like the bigger names. Everybody wants to see the bigger names. But, if Jason Day would have won that, say, for example, would it have meant as much to him as it does to Brennan? And to see his parents there and getting choked up and all that stuff? It's like, in a sense, this is their major because they need to get going. He's 23 years old, time's on the side. So we'll see what happens. And then it was a great experience in the hospitality area where Nick Faldo got a chance to meet me.
Way to hold on to that. Did he send you that video, or did somebody else? The video you shared with me about the
T-Box people.
The T-Box, yeah.
They sent it to me.
Okay.
I got to meet them all during the week that I was there. Yeah, and so Faldo is going to be there today and tomorrow. They're having a seminar with the T-Box people. It's a company out of Centerville, and he is clearly an investor involved in it, so he's going to be over there today and then tomorrow.
PK.
And if you go on Twitter, I got my picture taken with him. Couldn't help it. Couldn't help it.
You've never been on a charter flight, but you hang out in the luxury suite with the gazillionaires.
I've been on a charter flight.
Just you and Nick.
Well, I got
big
in
deal. No big deal.
for a friend of mine let me in yesterday. It had nothing to do with anything. But although I knew he was coming because I've spoken to the Reef Capital people throughout the week, and they had told me, in fact, one of the Reef Capital guys, all of them are listeners. They all listen to the show. There's one guy who didn't know who I was, and that's because he's from New Mexico. Everybody else that I've met them all, and they all listen to DJ and PK. And they had told me when I was standing there on the 10th hole, I got that little tap on the shoulder from one of the Reef Capital owners, a guy named Parker Enlow, and he said, Faldo will be on site here within the hour. And he was, and it was fun to be there. Now, he was, I don't say he was bothered, but a few people went up to him, and then he was okay.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Face-off win by Schmaltz again on the power play. Wide open. Sergachev scores! Power play goal for Utah, and we're tied at 1. Sergachev unloads from the high slot. And he picks up goal number 2 on the year. Right off the face-off win by Nick Schmaltz. Sergachev walked in and lasered one past the blocker of Connor Hellebuck. Mammoth cannot clear. Gunther just took a hard hit from Cole Koepke. And now Peterka steals one in the offensive zone. And he gets blasted by Chibrikov. Gunther shoots and scores! The clutch kid comes through again and puts Utah ahead 3-2 late in the third.
Utah Mammoth win another game. That is 7 in a row. And they do it because they win another third period. They are really good in the clutch. It was 2-2 going to the third. And Peterka did the dirty work on that goal. He did get rocked. He was laying by the boards. But he was able to win the puck. Just gave up his body and got a beaten. And then Cooley with a super slick pass to Gunther just blasted it home. And they're making it look easy, PK. 7 in a row. Best record in the division. Best record in the Western Conference. Tied for the best record in the NHL on 16 points with the Devils, who've actually played one less game. So I guess you got to give them the top mark in the league.
Yeah, well, they can be good in the clutch, but some of the time there is no such thing as clutch with them.
Yeah.
I mean, where they have 7 and they came back and the next game got 6.
Yep.
That's very impressive. St. Louis was 7 and then Minnesota was 6.
7-4 and 6-2.
Wow.
Yeah. They crushed a couple of teams. They wrap up the road trip in Edmonton against the Oilers. That's tomorrow. Puck drops at 7:30 here on The Zone. What is trending? Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up next, question of the day, hot takes or toast. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new accident southbound I-15 at Beck Street, which is adding to the delays created by the accident currently at 600 North in Salt Lake City. Those delays are now all the way back into Woods Cross. Northbound I-15 also running a bit slower through the Draper and Sandy area, and also seeing some slowdowns northbound Bangerter and Mountain View due to the typical spots that you see this time of the morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi, with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Step into the warmth of the holidays at Western Nut Company. It's a season for connection, gratitude, and sharing. And we're here to make gift giving special and stress-free. Grandpa's favorite peanut brittle, a festive nut and treat basket for the neighbor who brings in your garbage cans. And your coworkers? We've got you covered with our pre-wrapped nut gift boxes. Homemade caramels, baking nuts, popcorn brittle, cashews galore, and more. Want a gift that keeps on giving? Our Nut of the Month subscription delivers a variety of nut boxes right to your door all year long. Western Nut's downtown location is a holiday wonderland filled with beautiful gifts for everyone on your list. Don't miss our holiday preview sale, November 6th, 7th, and 8th at 4th South and 3rd West, where you'll save on everything in store. Can't make it in? Visit westernut.com or call our friendly team. We'll pack and ship your gifts with care. For nearly 60 years, Western Nut has been a part of Utah's holiday traditions because here, it's more than nuts, it's memories.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Down 24-10, BYU rallies to beat Iowa State 41-27. Chase Roberts on the comeback.
That was such a fun game. Yeah, that was a blast. Just seeing the fight of the team and how we battle adversity. We never feel like we're out of it. You know, even if we're down a couple touchdowns, we got the faith. We got the boys in the locker room, you know, at halftime to rally them up and to get us going. And we knew we were going to pull out with the win. So never lose faith in these guys and in our coaches.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hans and Scotty tomorrow from noon to 3 at the Grill, 2264 South Main Street in Nephi. DJ and PK, it's time for Hot Takes or Toast, the question of the morning. BYU gets a huge second-half performance to beat Iowa State on the road. They improved to 8-0 overall, 5-0 in the Big 12. How can you not be impressed? Or, as they say in the movies, PK, are you not entertained? Little Russ Crowe gladiator for you. Josh, Utah fans will say BYU is lucky. Josh, can't you just talk about your team? Apparently not.
Come on, Josh.
Come on, Josh. Shay, and they're doing it with a freshman quarterback who is now already a BYU legend.
Already, huh?
Legendary status in October of the freshman year.
I'd halt the estimation on that just a little early to go in that direction, but obviously it's trending literally as well as it can. But, some tough games still remain to be played. You have to go on the road to Cincinnati and obviously Texas Tech. But this is, as far as what they needed out of Saturday, they got. Because, Chase Robertson say, I never doubt or lose faith, and that's true. But did they always believe to the level that they now believe? I would say they needed that. And there you got that proof that, man, you can go into a place and win that, and you can play the disrespect card. Portnoy going on the Fox pregame earlier and saying, come on, how are they not in the top 10? I still don't think they're getting the respect that they deserve. We had on Trammell on Thursday, and he was talking about how Georgia Tech should never be rated ahead of them, but they are. And the whole idea is to get two teams in the conference or in the tournament from the conference. Brett Yormark was on the Kansas State game, and he's making his pitch. I mean, he's constantly selling. You can see that's his job, is to sell, and that's how he makes his money, to sell the Big 12. I thought he should have stayed completely on football and not tell us that the second-best basketball league is in the Big 12. Just keep going with football, because that's what you need. Basketball will take care of itself. There's basketball, you never really have to worry about any of that stuff, I don't think, because they've already got the respect, as all the conferences do. You get multiple teams, and then it literally is put on the field, or on the court, I should say, as far as that goes, because we'll see if you got 4 teams, 5 teams, whatever amount of teams in the Sweet 16, Elite 8. It speaks for itself, so you don't really have to sell it the way you have to do in football, particularly from the Big 12 perspective. And is the Big 12 going to be accorded the respect it deserves? And BYU right now should be that team, because Texas Tech does have the loss, and they don't. And here we go. And now they got that opportunity to prove it. We can win on the road against a really good team. So their confidence right now should be at a season high, which is important.
Better team, best team they've beaten, and also they beat them more decisively, right? And Arizona and Colorado squeaking it out, overtime, 3 points. But this one by a couple scores, and it was over.
Yeah, you're talking about exclusively on the road.
Just exclusive road wins, yeah. And they had East Carolina in the non-conference.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and now, of course, the bar gets raised because Texas Tech and Cincinnati are the next 2 road teams. So, but we talked all year about the schedule. You build into it. The non-conference is easy, and then the first 3 conference games looked like the easiest part of the conference schedule. So, just keeps ramping up, and so far they've been able to clear the bar every time.
Yeah, and it's impressive that the adjustments they're making, because it looks like in a couple of the games, well, maybe 3 of them, like the possibility to get beat, if not get beat decisively, and they make the adjustments and shut them down. I mean, this was so impressive that they outscored Iowa State, 31-3? I mean, you couldn't ask for anything more, and it wasn't trending well. And then they're able to just reverse the storyline and just make it something completely different. It's amazing how they're doing it.
And I thought it was impressive that they did it with L.J. Martin looking sad over there on the sideline. He only got 5 carries, 15 yards, and then he got the report, okay, he's hurt, he's out for the game. Like, all right, well, how are they going to run the ball now? And a big dose of Bear Bachmeier is the answer. But they still had 100 yards rushing, and he was throwing it. I mean, that was a 300-yard passing performance. He was hitting open guys all over the place.
Yes, I mean, they needed to allow him to cut loose a little bit. It was clear the way they were going to have to win was by him throwing the ball and coming up with big completions, and that's what they got going. And that was super cool to see. They had to unleash him, and they've known that. They've known that there was going to come a time or times this season that they were going to be in that position where they're going to have to let it fly far more than they did earlier in the year, and that's super cool, and that's what they ended up doing. So at this point, you really can't ask for more. I don't see how you're not impressed. I mean, Ute fans got to be careful on this because you can't say, well, they've played and beaten nobody because you'd be indicting yourself. So, but I think they get that. They understand that that's not what they're going to say because of that would be incriminating your own team. And your own team is really good. There's no doubt about it. You lost a game, whoop-de-doo, by 3 points. It's not the end of the world. But for BYU now, can they keep it going? And if they beat Texas Tech on the road, there's no reason why they can't. Can they go undefeated? Well, at this point at 7-0 or 8-0, I should say, you have to think, yeah, there's a possibility. Will they do it? Probably wouldn't bet on it, but there you go. Got that opportunity. 4 more wins is right there for you, and you would have done it. It would have been, in my mind, the greatest accomplishment and the greatest regular season that this program has ever had, if they should get that. Still tons of work to do. I understand all that.
But 12-0 in the Big 12 would be awesome. However, they got a bye week, then massive back-to-back games. So let's see if they can get to 10-0, and then we can consider the rest.
Oh, they get to 10-0, then they're going to get to 12-0.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic's still kind of a mess southbound I-15 coming out of Davis County. New accident 500 south in Mammoth. It'll take you at least an extra 45 minutes to get from Ogden to Salt Lake City this morning at this moment. Also a new accident northbound I-15 at the point of the mountain, which is causing delays getting from Utah County into the Salt Lake Valley as you head towards downtown SLC. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, offering Graber window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite, and he knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it's not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham's thoughts on the 53-7 win over Colorado.
Great team effort tonight from start to finish. Hard to find negatives in that game. It was offense, defense, special teams, all hitting on all cylinders. Jumped on them early. The first half was about as good as football as we've played here. Our players played so efficiently and so dominantly tonight. We couldn't be more pleased with how our guys reacted, how our coaches reacted after what we went through last week.
This Utah Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today, Duran Duran. Happy birthday, Simon LeBon. Brought to you by Live Nation for all the concerts and events in 2025. Check out livenation.com.
So about 30 years ago, I had a friend. It was a female. Her name was Duran. I always called her Duran.
And did she think that was funny?
I didn't care.
I believe that. I never liked them. I have the reaction of them that Kyle Whitney has to you, too. Yuck. It's drove me nuts. Now we got them all morning. Thanks, Yuck. Thanks for that. Got a question up here, PK. Is bird the word for the Utes?
It was Saturday.
Yes, it was Saturday. I think that if we're talking about what's going to happen this week, I think it's all on Dampier's health. Kyle seems to be pretty loyal to quarterbacks coming off of injuries, and he's been all about Dampier's leadership and all of that. So I would think if he's healthy, he's going with Dampier. But Ficklin, man, he looked awesome.
I don't know outside of Rising if he's been that loyal. I mean, he's jerked around a lot of quarterbacks there, and they didn't know what was heads up. Travis Wilson and Kendall Thompson, and who was it going to be? Back and forth. Guys getting benched when they felt like you wouldn't even let me throw. Conversations that I had that I never exposed it because I didn't want to burn the kid. Didn't seem fair to be burning a college kid when they weren't getting paid like they are now and all that stuff. So he's gone up and down with quarterbacks. I don't think he'd have the stones to go with Ficklin if Dampier was fully healthy. But you gotta look at it and see what you got. And then do they make a change? That wouldn't surprise me if the offense was struggling. So if he does start Dampier, if it's not working, you got the bird is the word, who's electric. Looks like he might even be faster, if that matters to you. Yeah, to me, you got to be fast enough. And they both are. Who's the better passer? And because you can't just ignore the throw game, because the throw game then sets more free and looser in terms of setting up the defense to be able to run. So I'm not sure what they got going on there.
Nelly brings up the 800-pound elephant in the room there. I play him. He's a lot better thrower. I really liked him, but we won't play him, and, of course, he will transfer. The transfer portal looms for whoever isn't the starter. Are these guys too good? Will somebody come after one of them? Now, Kyle would probably say, hey, quarterbacks transfer. We got to do what's best for the team, and then whoever transfers. He's had enough quarterbacks transfer. We've seen him in other situations get asked about that and kind of roll his eyes like he's just over it. He's so frustrated by how quickly guys transfer.
Yeah, that's not even on my mindset. Transferring now, that doesn't even enter the concept of thinking. You've got
a month to go.
You've got games. You got 4 more games. You got 5 more games, minimum 5 games. That's nothing that's on anybody's mind. I don't think he's going to play anybody or not play anybody because he's worried about an off-season transfer. I don't know that teams would be beating down the door to get Devin Dampier for one season.
Don says everybody knows that the bird is the word. Does everybody know that?
Yeah, he sure looked electric, man. He looked electric as what he was doing. I mean, what a butt kicking on that. Right from the start, too. Literally, first drive, first run.
2 plays.
Wow.
Yep. 12 yards, 63 yards, touchdown, it's on.
I mean, that was a team that BYU needed to come back from and needed a last-second interception to win that game. And this game here, Colorado was thoroughly embarrassed. They look like the Colorado of old. Whatever energy Deion Sanders has brought seems to be that the Utes just sucked it out of the program.
That was the quote afterwards. I haven't had a beating like that since my mama when I was a kid, something like that. That was a thorough thrashing. And even his first year, I guess I have to go back and look, but I don't remember anything like that. just completely run off the field in the first half.
Yeah, they couldn't have been more embarrassed. That was a no-show effort. I mean, they just wasted time coming over here to play the game.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, more football. Bronco Mendenhall joins us at 8:30. We'll talk with the Aggie coach. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Well, here we are. It's Halloween week, and you got a scary costume in mind? Well, fine. That's what it's there for. Scare away. What you don't want is have your finances be scary. Absolutely not. And that's why you need some help from some folks who know what they're talking about. And I think when it comes to your finances and you get a financial advisor, it boils down to trust. And that's where my people from Trajan Wealth come in, because I can tell you, there's no reason why you can't trust them. I've met with them, and I trust them. Absolutely. You're going to get veteran people who've been doing this for many, many years, and they chose to work for Trajan Wealth because they like what Trajan Wealth stood for. That's important, too. They actually literally made the choice to go from Company A over to Company B, which would be Trajan Wealth, because they want to be your local trusted financial fiduciary. Put your needs first, and with you and them together, you will create a plan that you will like, and it'll give you that peace of mind. And you cannot buy peace of mind, really. That's something that you just have to have, and Trajan Wealth can help you get it. So give them a call. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. That phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. And they'll meet with you on your terms for sure. And they got offices in Draper and up in Farmington, north and south. They'll come to you if you live up north. Of that, I can promise you. And the website's got a lot of information available literally immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Tonight on The Voice, it's a season of unforgettable performances. And now, get ready for the knockouts.
My heart's racing fast. My blood pressure's up.
The coaches may be friends.
I'll just hang outside and just scream, I love you, Reba! Snoop, I miss you and I love you!
But they're not afraid of some fierce competition.
Oh, this is a good season.
Don't miss the battle rounds on The Voice. Tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10. Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
Wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Andrew Adams takes you inside if you dare.
Did you die here?
Spooky Saltaire, Thursday at 10 on KSL.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Shake up the picture. There's a mixture with the dance on the eventide. You got me coming
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK, a question you may not be able to answer, but I think one that is going to be really important here in the month of November. How many good quarterbacks does Texas Tech actually have? How deep can they go?
How deep can they go? How deep can they go?
That was my mistake, Yak. I did that all by myself.
Cougars will really know because they're living in a world in which they win a natty again.
Okay. Let's get to the national championship and give up on the tune. That was probably a wise choice by you. It was pretty good, but you were going to run out of a landing strip there if you weren't careful. Texas Tech is on the road at Kansas State. Road games are tricky. K-State, I don't know. You're 4-4. I don't know what your problem is, but they are 3-2 in the Big 12. Maybe they're playing a little better. Can they rise up, play their best game of the year? Ranked teams going on the road and having some upset Saturday, and you look back and like 8 or 9 ranked teams losing, you find out, most of them are playing conference games on the road. That's why. It doesn't happen early in the year. We all get hyped up because they stacked their schedules, but you can't stack the conference schedules. It's where the real test is. So if Tech is down to their third-string quarterback, can K-State get them? Because it changes the race if they do.
Well, I think Morton will play, so I don't think that's that big of a deal. I think Morton will be in there. But what happens? Kansas State, if you go into Kansas State and win the ball game, you can consider yourself as possessors of a good win. That's what matters the most. Did you win the ball game? At this point in the season, they're all huge, and you've already had, if you're in contention, you've already had good wins. You don't get to November just beating a bunch of cupcakes every week. It doesn't work that way. Not in the Big 12, right? So with that in mind, they will have an opportunity to get another good win. And if they get one in Kansas State, whatever Kansas State record would be coming in and out of that game really doesn't matter because November clearly is crunch time, right? The end is in sight. You can taste it, you can see it, you can smell it, and all that type of stuff. And for Texas Tech, it's the reason why guys like Franklin and Kelly got fired because they paid big money for these teams, and once you have that big money, you're expected to win big, right? And for Texas Tech, they paid big money for this team, so they're expected to win, and they all matter. And that's going to be a tough game, though. I don't care who the quarterback was or is. that's going to be a tough game. And that's the way it should be, man. You shouldn't just have a bunch of easy games all the time. So I think Morton will play. I don't know that they'll win. I probably would think they would win, but I'm not going to guarantee it by any stretch.
Morton's played, he's either missed or come out of 3 games this year. But Griffiths was really good when he was in there. Obviously, the competition was terrible. So, this is Oklahoma State. But maybe,
yeah, right.
Your I think it was the Doman line, or it was a line about Doman, false confidence. He's got confidence. It's false confidence, but he's got confidence.
Well, I mean, they brought in a whole new defense, brought in a bunch of one-year guys because they knew the rules were changing a little bit, and they can give them the money this year and not have to answer to any governing body for it. So what's the defense going to be now? They have a kid up front who's been lost with an injury, but everybody's been lost with an injury. Yep. The Devils, if they don't have Tyson and Levitt, they lose. It's as simple as that.
There it is.
They simply they lose when they don't have those guys. The facts speak for themselves. When those guys are together, speaking of Brandon Doman, when those two guys are together, it is a Brandon Doman-Luke Staley combination. And those guys literally never lost. But when they're not, when those two guys aren't there, they stink. So everybody's got it, right? L.J. Martin, is he going to be out for 2 weeks? I don't know. We'll see what happens at the following week. But name me a team that is completely healthy. You're hoping that you're generally healthy. No one's going to be completely healthy. Are you generally healthy? And the positions where you can least afford to have guys out, are they able to go? But who cares? The game is still played, and it'll count one way or other. It'll count as a win. It'll count as a loss as far as that goes. But the point being for BYU, they're in a great spot. And I think I could argue they're in a better spot than they were last year. And now having gone through it last year, Kalani talked about, coming off a win over Utah, losing the next week. Well, that was at home. This time they went out on the road and got the job done. So it's all about gaining that experience and learning from it, and clearly they proved that they could do that by winning at Iowa State. And Bachmeier has something special about him. I don't know what it is, man. It's when they talk about it factor. Well, he's taking the it factor and he's jumping it up tenfold in terms of being able to make these big plays. And he seems just so completely unfazed, right? He's winning you ball games, and then the next day he's playing the guitar at a senior citizen center. This isn't a normal kid here for whatever reason. And just it's like this is an old school reference here, but with the Dodgers, it's on my mind. With them playing tonight in the World Series, they used to say, Fernando, he didn't understand what the situation was. He was just some kid from another country playing baseball, not realizing even what he was doing. Now, that was an extreme, nor do I think it was true.
True.
I think he knew exactly
what he was doing, yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like that's what Bachmeier is. He's just playing football. Do you see him? If he throws a pick, is his body language?
No, it never changes.
Just drooping.
Nope,
and if he throws if he throws a touchdown pass, is he jumping up and down? Not really.
You can't look at his face and know what the score of the game is.
Yeah. So it's really impressive to watch him just go about his business, and it's gone better than expected for sure. But I don't think the BYU coaches, Aaron Roderick, is like, they're not blown away surprised, like, I can't believe this is happening. In fact, I can tell you that's a fact. They're not at that level that some people may be. They're thinking, this is a freshman. They've been around him. They were able to be with him and all that type of stuff. Plus, it was years before when they go to the camps, and even if they don't get him in their school the first time around, they can do it. Develop a relationship. So just the poise that he has and the ability just not to be rattled one way or the other is just super impressive here. So that's why I think they're in a better spot than they were last year.
9-0 last year when they lost the 2 games. 8-0 this year. And I guess that they've crossed this hurdle that got them last year is a big part of it. And now a bye week to see if they can get L.J. Martin healthy for the Texas Tech game. Although, isn't that game going to look a lot – we're getting way ahead of this. Isn't that game going to look a lot like the Iowa State game as far as the run-pass balance?
From the Cougars' perspective?
Yes. The Cougars are going to – I mean, you're going to have to run it a little bit, and you're certainly probably – you have to run in the red zone to get a touchdown. You have to convert a 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 or something. But they're not. Nobody's running for 150, 200 yards on Texas Tech. This is not going to happen.
Probably not. I would be more concerned about BYU's defense now. They've been giving up a boatload of yards the last couple of games. So they got some stuff that they need to get better at and not get in these positions because at times, now it hadn't been the whole game, fortunately, which is why they won. But I think from the defensive perspective, it has been that they haven't looked as good. They haven't played consistent football for all 4 quarters. And I think you could argue that the offense bailed them out, although obviously Satawala makes the big pick, and they did come up with interceptions and all and turnovers, so that sort of mutes that a little bit. But I like the fact that they're able to clamp down. I just wonder if you continue to give up a bunch of yards and allow teams to move and get confidence on you, will that come back to bite you in a couple of these big ball games that you have? And
ultimately the answer to that is probably yes.
And that's what we need to see.
Right.
What's it going to be?
Which game and how far down the road?
Yeah. And the important thing here is I do think they have a mulligan. I do think that they can have a 1 loss and still get into the conference title game, and that's what it's all about. Getting there. Doesn't matter how you get there. It doesn't really matter what your record is when you get there. You want to get there. And I felt confident last year to the point I haven't bought plane tickets to go, figuring that I would be covering that game. Now I ended up using them for other games that I covered, so it's no big deal. But here, it's the same thing. I have a high level of confidence. I think I actually have more confidence this year that they will get it done. And because we've had a little bit of separation, so I don't think we'll have a crazy 4-way tie and some obscure tiebreaker. Clearly, obviously, BYU controls its own fate, and what they do with that remains to be seen. But I think that they could – I would be surprised if they did not go minimum 3-1. But it's going to be hard. It's not going to be like Texas Tech. Right now, I'd put my money on Texas Tech at BYU, knowing that Texas Tech still, if BYU beats them, would get a second loss. But I just think Texas Tech's schedule is so easy that even if they lose the one game, they should win the others because it gets the worst teams in the conference. And there's a little bit of a difference between the middle and the bottom. The conference is not 16 teams deep. It has a level of quality teams that runs pretty deep, but not that far. So right now, if I were betting, I would go Texas Tech and BYU.
So BYU could lose to Tech, beat Cincinnati,
and
there you go.
Yeah, now if they get that second loss, well, then we might be back in the same situation again. And as soon as I say that I don't think that there'll be multiple teams with 2 losses, I start thinking to myself, well, hold on there, buddy.
Is Houston going to lose to TCU or Baylor?
They can. Yeah, they can.
So as long as they lose one of that games, that would get them to 2 losses.
Right. And the Utes already have 2 losses.
Utah and BYU could both beat Cincinnati, and in this scenario, Cincinnati beats BYU though. So, yeah, it is hard to get not everybody, but all but one team to 2 losses. I don't know that you're going to have a 4-way tie like you did, but if you had an 8-1 team, you could have a 4-way tie for 7-2, and it's still crazy tiebreaker time. But it seems like 2 of these teams ought to make it to 8-1, which is, I think, what frustrates the Ute fans. And it's easy to say, well, they lost the game by 3 points. It happens, but 10-2, and it doesn't look like the schedule is going to give you enough help to get into a tie where you might win a tiebreaker.
Yeah, okay. But still.
Unless.
Yeah, there's a level of frustration. If that came to that, there would be frustration. I understand that. But I think you can step back and feel good about a 10-2 football team that lost to one of the teams that got in. Maybe you end up losing to both of those teams. And one was down by 3 with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and the other you lost by 3. I mean, you've had breaks go your way, if you think about it, in the past. So I think you gotta go long range pitcher and say, yeah, that was a pretty good season with a lot of highs, a couple of lows, but a lot of highs. If I had a college football season and any team that I root for had a couple lows and had 10 highs, I think I wouldn't be completely satisfied, but I might feel like that was pretty good. I mean, come on here. I mean, the Utes are not world beaters where they just stomp everybody all the time. If they go 10-2, they're nationally ranked, and you should play a decent opponent in a bowl game. I really think you can feel good about that. Maybe that's just me, but that's the way I think.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. More college football coming up. Bronco Mendenhall is going to join us in the next segment. What do you think about Shahan today, Yak? I know he's got other stuff going on. You're juggling. Okay. All right. Hopefully we'll get Shahan J. Raja here for our weekly Big 12 look. We'll see. He's got other stuff going. I don't know if you noticed, but a bunch of coaches are getting fired, PK, and it's turned everybody's lives upside down. Everybody's having to write a bunch of stuff and work all their sources.
I know, it's crazy. It's obscene that
$53 million.
Yeah.
Good grief.
There needs to be a level of accountability here as far as giving these people this much money to go away. It's just absolutely nuts.
They're looking for a new president, I guess, at LSU. So, I mean, that's who needs to be held accountable, right? President and athletic directors, but they're turning over so fast. They just
then go to the Board of Regents. Go from the top all the way down.
Well, they had the governor involved in this one.
I would go to the governor. I'd go to the lieutenant governor. I would go the vice president of the United States. I don't know where I would stop.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 remains a major problem in Davis County. Heavy delays from Farmington into downtown Salt Lake City this moment. Legacy Highway and the West Belt are also very slow southbound, trying to use alternates to get into the Salt Lake Valley as people try to get in this direction. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule your professional snow service with GoPave Utah. They are your complete parking lot safety. They start with our good friends over at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi, with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU down 24-10, rallies past Iowa State, dominates the second half and wins 41-27. Kalani Sitake proud of his team's ability to flip the script.
Really happy about the second half, to be honest with you. Looking at the way we turned that around and just felt good. Felt like we were in control with a lot of the clocks and just the overall momentum and the tempo. So once I was done, I felt like, we can be in a really good spot, making other teams have to play catch up. I kind of like that, and so we were able to get our big playmakers in there and get another turnover.
This BYU Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK. Duran is the band of the day. Duran, huh? I don't think I'm going to be able to shake that.
It worked.
Did your wife approve, or did she tell you to knock it off?
I think she might have the one who thought of it.
Oh, really?
Now that I think, we both called her that, the gal.
Duran. Okay.
Yeah, her name was it was like Duron.
Well, happy birthday to Simon LeBon, Duran's lead singer. Celebrating his birthday. They're the band of the day. All right, time to talk a little Utah State football here. The Aggies continue their pattern of winning at home and losing on the road. It was understandable early on with the two SEC money games, which Bronco made a point of not liking those whatsoever at all. But the Hawaii game and now this New Mexico game, it's been a little harder to explain. We are joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, Utah State football coach. Bronco, good morning.
Good morning.
Bronco, you're all about mindset and accountability and having the right attitude and energy and executing and all that stuff. And I am intrigued because football shouldn't be this simple and where you play shouldn't matter. But I look at New Mexico and I look at Utah State. You combined for 16 games, I guess 15 since you played each other. And the home teams won every single game except when they went and played a completely dispirited, lost UCLA team. They went to the Rose Bowl and won. But they're winning at home and losing on the road. You're winning at home and losing on the road. It's not an accident when we're 15 games deep in the season. What do you attribute that to? And I guess more importantly, how can you change it going forward?
Yeah, really good question. Just finished my team meeting this morning, and my team was flat, tired, and really uninspired after very good weeks of practice with that very thing being addressed. And so as a coach, maybe even as a parent, sometimes you think you've cracked the code and this is the breakthrough. And yet we didn't execute well really in any phase. I thought it was the worst football game we played all year. And so got out executed in special teams and offense and in defense. And even then had a chance if we stop a fake punt late to make a run at it. And so there's a program development part currently in my new job here at Utah State, where besides being dominant at home, which you need to be to have a good football program, man, you need to go at least 50-50 on the road to start breaking through. And we're clearly not there yet. And so, man, hard lesson to learn and really blunt feedback to my team this morning as we watched clip after clip of pretty uninspired football. Even when the execution was sound, how we were doing it really wasn't reflective of what I wanted to see, nor what they wanted to see, which was good for them to note. So, man, it is where we are, and we just have a lot of work to do still, especially when we take our team elsewhere.
This is something that you've done for several years. You know, you've taken over teams that needed major rebuilds. Yeah. So I'm wondering, obviously it's old hat for you, when you get in these situations, how much do you draw on your experience of having done this at multiple places and then do what you do, which leads to success?
Yeah, a lot. And to be clear, this is my 19th year. 16 of the 18 have been postseason eligible teams twice, which was the first year of a new job. My first year at New Mexico last year, we won 5. And my first year at Virginia, we only won 2. And then from there on, we were, always playing in the postseason. We're ahead of schedule from that standpoint here, from the metrics I've used from the past. But yet there's some things that are still reminiscent of the past, which we're already talking about. And really the focus the entire week was execution and consistency regardless of context. That means where we're playing as well. And yet it didn't quite take root. It didn't hold, and it didn't go with us. And so slippage happened as soon as we appeared. And that I'd hate to say, or I'd like to say that's not normal. But clearly for us and in my past, it's part of what has to happen to break through. And I was hopeful and expected, and really based on the week of practice and experience, thought that we'd be farther along than where we were. And clearly we weren't. And that's a misassessment on my part.
I'd like to tell myself I'm still middle-aged, but that's probably a lie. But what I'm definitely not is young, and what you and PK definitely are not is young. And so I'm curious in this situation if there is some value in sitting down with your leadership group and saying, what's the problem? Because we're all of a certain generation, and maybe we're just missing some of the cues. And I'm wondering if there's a 21 or 22-year-old or 23-year-old or whatever who can tell you something that is in front of you. Because I know I talk to my kids, and I'm like, yeah, I missed that. I missed that signal. I didn't see it. Old guy missed it.
Interesting that you bring that up, and I'm so much more receptive and open to feedback. And maybe when I was younger, I viewed that possibly as a threat, or I was supposed to have all the answers. I think mastery comes when you actually realize how much you don't know and how capable these young guys really are. And in our team meetings, the transfer of leadership is really profound and apparent as they speak every day in front of the team. My leadership council meeting last week, they addressed it. They brought it to my attention and just saying, there is a difference and we notice it. And so to your point, really fun when they bring it up, even without having me to then say, what is it? And so they were aware, I was aware, the measures we put in place. Really, again, we thought it was on point, but it didn't end up holding. And so, work in progress with the process you just mentioned already going.
As I harken back to the times you were building BYU, because I was there, I wasn't there at the other places, so that's my frame of reference. You would talk about how, okay, this is the start, and we're not where we need to be personnel-wise, and you would mention this is what we need to do, and obviously you got there. Can you speak to what you think you need on this team personnel-wise to get where you want to go?
Oh, certainly. First of all, I would say, man, I love my team. I love the culture. I love the mindset. I love the work ethic. I love the belief. It's been an absolute just pleasure so far in working with these kids. And then as I now assess the league, see where it's going, also assessing the Pac-12 opponents, and then quite frankly, worked really hard to raise a lot of money at New Mexico to get the NIL and that going. And they basically replaced almost the entire roster and upgraded it with really good players. And so that is just simply a component now. And rather than talk specific positions, I don't think that's fair to my current team, and I don't feel great about that. But there's always position enhancements that as you get into it and you see you're clear about maybe where you're stronger than expected, where the deficits are, and that plays out through the course of time. And so with the upcoming portal window, right, our approach will always address the needs we have to have in the portal. And then I'm a developmental program coach. I love high school recruiting, having kids coming back from missions. And so the balance now is getting the immediate needs up to where they need to be, reinforcing the positions that are maybe at deficit, and then having the program being built and solidified at the same time. And that's we have a bye week this week, and so besides preparing for Nevada the following week, there's personnel is on our mind too this week.
My experience is college coaches don't get to follow the NFL very much, but I see a parallel story for you in the NFL. The Bills looked great. Buffalo won 4 straight games to start the season. They were flying. People were talking about them like a Super Bowl team. They lost a division game to New England. They looked really bad on the road at Atlanta. They didn't look right. Atlanta got them. And so they had a bye week. And I don't know how they reset. I don't know if it's time away. I don't know if it's more film focused on the details. I don't know if it's 2 weeks of just being irritated with each other. Maybe that did it. But they smoked Carolina 40-9. Now, Carolina's not great, but you just don't see 30-point wins in the NFL very often.
No.
And it's like, all I thought was, well, Buffalo's back. And so somehow they leveraged the bye week. Something happened in there. And I'm wondering, how do you plan to leverage your bye week and so that the energy looks completely different coming out on the other side of the bye?
Yeah, that's the intent, and the college season is long, just like the NFL is, and there's academic requirements, and our program is super demanding, and it simply could have just been fatigue over time. I'm not willing to say and declare for sure yet, but our first bye this year was much like, hey, we're playing this week, and continue to drive the program and improve it and gain as much steam as possible in fundamentals and execution. This is much different. The nature of our roster and where we are, we're not as healthy. We are a little worn down, a little fatigued. And so how we frame this week will be a completely different bye week than our first one, with the very intent that you're hopeful that you just mentioned: energetic, engaged, vibrant. And we have a 4-game stretch of all Mountain West Conference games, 2 home, 2 on the road. And so this is really the chance to renew and regenerate and refocus and reset prior to that. And hopefully it's the same outcome you just mentioned.
Are we to the point where this is just beyond crazy with these coaches getting fired during the season and getting these buyouts that could just set up generations? It just seems so out of control, Bronco.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it. The number of premier jobs, the dollar amounts being paid in restitution, and there's a government shutdown. People aren't getting paid. I just like, I don't know where to go with it. I really don't. So, and I'm not even sure what else to say.
We had this, and it's like you want to hold the AD who did it accountable, except it's so much money. The contracts are so big. We know it's going above the AD to presidents, but ADs and presidents are turning over so often, and Utah State's a prime example of that. I mean, you look around a meeting, and I guess your basketball coach, I was going to say you're the grizzled veteran, but I guess the basketball coach is. But everybody's been here 2 years or less. And so maybe it has to go all the way to the regents, or maybe it's just a sign of we're way too into sports. It's just this is a cultural thing bigger than any one person.
I think it's that. This is really becoming, and certainly in the profession, it feels like it. It's a win at all costs. And man, you really have to work hard to add additional substance values and other things to it. Otherwise, you can get sucked up in that because it's hard to even breathe when you don't win, and because you know what's at stake. But again, the president and athletic director that hired me here, neither are here. The athletic director that hired me in New Mexico a year ago was gone shortly thereafter. And so I would say ADs not being able to hold their jobs or burning out or trying to deal with all the different challenges they have as well, very similar. And I don't know, and I can't speak as much to the presidents, but it's a bottom line oriented business, becoming more so every year because of the name, image, and likeness, the dollar amounts, what it's costing to fund rosters, and the expected outcomes that come with that. And that's for the coaches now as well, regardless of the buyout. So all we're doing is just increasing, right, the transitory nature of this, and really it's becoming, I don't know what other way to say it. It's like blood sport. It's win at all costs as a cultural thing, and that enhances the entertainment component because of I don't know how many likes the coaching carousel is getting, but I'm sure people are fascinated, and this coach is gone, and that's a whole story, a news cycle, and et cetera, and who's going to get the next one, and how much are they going to? It's taking on its own life, which is really an interesting thing for someone that especially just loves to develop young people and build hopefully consistent and great programs. And so, yeah, really interesting time for all coaches, all ADs, all presidents, but also especially someone like me that's a little bit older and maybe has a different value set.
Bronco, we appreciate the time as always. Good luck with the bye week, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, bye.
Bronco Mendenhall, there's the head coach of the Utah State Aggies. Ask a question, get an answer. That hasn't changed over the years, has it, PK?
No, not at all. If you come prepared, he's prepared.
The noise he made when you asked him about the coaching things, like, yep, we're popping open a can of truth right now. That's what's happening right here.
Yeah. I mean, totally out of control. They need to get a handle on it. It's crazy, man. The adults in the room keep trying to screw up this game.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Heavy delays remain in place southbound I-15, Legacy Parkway, and I-215 in Davis County due to multiple accidents and wet roads in the area. Also still a little bit slow from northbound I-15 from the south interchange up to I-80 interchange, but it's clearing out over on the west side of the valley at this moment. This update is brought to you by Enbridge Gas, reminding you to prepare for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for both safety and efficiency. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham evaluating Bird Ficklen's performance after a 53-7 win over Colorado.
Really happy about the second half, to be honest with you.
I thought he did really well. He didn't throw as accurately as he will in the future. I can promise you that. He's a very accurate thrower in practice and has a good strong arm. But he ran the ball efficiently and made enough good throws. You know, he saw him put some right on the money and really move the offense.
This Utah Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Scotty Barnes misses. He's back in the game. Maverick spotting. Good ball. That's what I'm talking about.
Cooper Flagg's poster dunk. That's the Chevy Strong play of the game. Know it today after 3 o'clock. JJ and Alex will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes. Yak, you got the results on our NFL locks of the week?
I do.
We're not done yet, are we? Didn't PK end up taking the Monday night game? He was bouncing back and forth.
He did not.
He did not.
He's not going to like the results.
Oh, really? What happened?
Of it, and I went with him last time I ever do that. I don't ever listen to him again. Yeah, he talked me out of it.
I talked you out of it? I was benevolent and gave you the pick you wanted.
Yeah, but that's like right, and you knew what you were giving me was the guillotine.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry, here at the Atlanta Falcons, they're going to kneecap you.
Yes, you knew better than I did, so you're like, yeah, sure, yeah, you can have it, you can have it. In fact, why don't you take it? Here, let me give it to you. I'll hand deliver it to you.
And I'm going to take the New England Patriots. You're going to win 5 straight. All right.
Yeah. Patriots are a success story.
Mike Vrabel's been the big difference there.
Absolutely, man. There's just no question about it. And Drake May and they've gotten past it. You know, that's the great thing about. I picked Atlanta and they sucked, and that was like the worst pick. I ought to be disqualified from the league. But to me, what's cool about the Patriots? Obviously, they had the great time, and then they go through a few lean years. But if you do things right, you can get back to where you need to go. I'm not saying they're the Super Bowl favorite, but obviously they're way more competitive this year, and it is a great opportunity for them to build. And so that's what the NFL is all about, is make sure you make the right hires, get the right players, and then you're on your way.
I also think they have a soft schedule. They won the one big game that they've had to play, and, the schedule will change going forward. And that win over the Bills was impressive. There's no doubt about it. But it's been a steady diet of Browns and Titans and Saints and Raiders.
Well,
they did lose to the Raiders. They did lose that one. But
they playing any different schedule than Tom Brady played all those years?
Well, yeah, because when you finish first, you've got to play the other division winners in your conference. So that's 3 big games right there. Meanwhile, the Patriots are playing three games. Now, you do catch a break based on which divisions you rotate through. And to your point, how good is the AFC East?
Right.
The Jets, you're going to get 4. There's 4 bad games there, and they had the big one, and they got it. They got it done. They beat the Bills, and they went to Buffalo and did it. They've still got to play them at home, and we'll see how that works out. But see if that game gets flexed. I expect it will, and it should. I don't know what they'd be flexing out. I haven't looked into it, but that looks like a huge game.
But that's irrelevant because they were playing the same schedules.
Oh, they've been bottoming out against 3rd and 4th place schedules, to your
point.
That's
what I'm talking about.
They've been
so
down
you
for a while.
hire the right coach, get the right people in there, draft the right players, and you too can have success. It's hard to do, but it's not a mystery what the formula is. The Jazz are trying to do it literally as we speak. The formula is there. It's up to the owner to hire the right management and the right management to get the right people in place, and then you can have success. It's much different than college in a sense, to where money talks to the level who has it, who doesn't. There, essentially, you're all equal at the pro level. Not completely. I understand that. That's why there's no true definition of fairness.
Right,
but
the hard salary cap, it's pretty close.
Right, but I mean, some places guys want to be versus others, blah, blah, blah.
But a lot of that,
nevertheless, if you do what you're supposed to do, you too can have success.
A lot of that does come down to people because, as Nick Saban used to say, high-achieving people want to work with high-achieving people. And so we've seen different places.
That's why I chose you.
Different. That's why I chose you. See? There have been different places in the NFL that have been a cool place to be, right? I mean, the Giants have been up. The Giants have won 4 Super Bowls, right? With 3 different quarterbacks and a couple of different coaches. But right now, it's not seen as a cool place to be. It's New York, but it's messed up. Now, maybe, and you know, Scadaboo's out for a long time, possibly the entire season. I really wouldn't see the point of bringing him back. The record's not very good. I assume it won't be very good. They'll probably be working on a draft pick if he's cleared to play anyway, if he's cleared to play. But maybe with Dart and with Scadaboo, maybe that'll, you know, the energy changes and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, let's go play in New York. Those guys are good. Let's go. And you can pick all kinds of different places, and they've been up and down. Green Bay's been seen as a great place to play, but there was a time it wasn't. It wasn't viewed that way. Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes have made the Kansas City the place to be, and they went years without any playoff success.
Well, that's a classic example that has had success at the highest level. Hire someone who knows what he's doing, draft these people, develop them the way they're supposed to be developed, and away you go. They've got basically this current climate's version of a dynasty. You know, I don't know where we're going to have teams winning 4 or 5 in a row, whatever it might be, but every franchise in every single professional sport and college, with the exception of a couple of wackos at the SEC, would take the level of success that the Chiefs have had in their college program, their high school program, their professional program, and be ecstatic about it. And that's where we're at.
Before we go, do we mention the fact that you picked Indiana?
Indianapolis. And the Colts roll.
You want to talk about a story that's kind of what you're going with. Daniel Jones.
Yeah, it's in New York.
And it was a trash heap
yeah, I know.
Quarterback, and now we got him 7-1.
That's awesome. Yeah.
7-1 and flying.
That's really, really good. 7-1. It's still a lot of work to do because they play so many more games at the NFL level. But in order to have a good season, you got to get to that point to where they are, and then you hope that it can continue and do what you do. But that's I just don't want to hear at the pro level about excuses.
Because it can't be done. It can be done.
There's a million examples.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when it gets out of control, there's a reason. Did you guys see either live or the clip of Alex Smith going after Woody Johnson?
No, I missed that. Eviscerated him.
You rarely see an ex-player try to take anyone down like that. But it was super personal to him, and he got into it. He said, as a player, you can't overcome a bad organization. And he went through multiple flaws, and he pointed out his own career, you know, that he was in good places and he was in bad places. And, you know, you get in a good place and you soar, and you get in a bad place and you're going through coaches and coordinators every year. And people are, well, why can't you make any progress? And then he went to the Jets. He's like, how can you dump that all on a 26-year-old? He's like, last year it was all Aaron Rodgers' fault, and now Aaron's in Pittsburgh, and look how that's going. Now, he said it when they were 4-2. Obviously, they lost, and they dropped to 4-3. But nonetheless, look how that's going.
New York would take 4-3.
Yeah. And he said, how's Sam Darnold doing? And he says, there's only one constant. You've gone through so many quarterbacks and so many coaches. At this point, why would you turn around and point at the quarterback? And he even said, obviously, Justin Fields is struggling. But there are reasons for it. And, you know, I think it's 13 years.
He's going to stick up for quarterbacks, though.
He is.
I don't think it's that big of a surprise.
He is. But 13 years.
Every player is going to stick up for a player over an owner.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Yak, did you get him?
We got him.
All right. Sean Jayaraja talking Big 12 race. It's getting pretty interesting. We will talk with him next. Stay with us.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see comedian Brian Regan live at the Delta Center on Valentine's Day 2026. Get tickets to CT or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. So if you need cash for up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hans and Scotty tomorrow from noon to 3 at the Grill, 2264 South Main Street in Nephi. DJ, PK, we're joined once again by Shahan Jayaraja, CBS Sports National College football writer and analyst. Shahan, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. Are you more fascinated by a weekend full of games or the fact that $49 million record buyout that Penn State is paying? Man, that record didn't last very long.
I mean, I'm still glancing at that first half Utah versus Colorado box score. I don't understand how something like that is possible.
That was
away like that.
Yeah, that was unreal. Have you handicapped the top of the Big 12 race now that you see how things stand with about a month to go here as we get ready to roll into November games?
Yeah, I did it last week for CBS Sports. Obviously, Arizona State losing Jeff Sims, I think, losing Sam Levitt and putting in Jeff Sims, I think shook things up even just a little bit more. But I think the heavy favorites heading into the home stretch are Texas Tech and BYU. Now, of course, Texas Tech has a loss. I think that they're still, though, the best team overall in the Big 12. They play each other, of course, on November 8th in a game that I'm very excited for. But, again, I think that we're starting to get to the point where you really have to start taking Cincinnati and Houston seriously as contenders. They're undefeated. Houston has one loss in conference play. Cincinnati is undefeated in conference play. Both are playing at an incredibly high level. I think that Cincinnati, the past couple of weeks, has really started to turn on the Jets. They've played really well in the trenches, of course, but I think that Brendan Sorsby is elevating this team in a way that, frankly, I was excited about his potential, but that I didn't necessarily realize he was capable of. So I think that that's the top group right now. Of course, there are other teams that still have a chance to get in. Utah, I still think, is alive with 2 losses. I think that, Iowa State has some upside, though obviously their loss to BYU might put them in a tough position. There are other quality teams in this league, but I think that the 4 that I mentioned off the top are the favorites right now.
I think injuries play a factor. It's just the nature of the game, right? It's the nature of the game literally at every level, no matter where you play. And I think we're seeing that with the Sun Devils, with Tyson out and Levitt out. But it's just tough. That's the way it goes. And so nobody really cares, as every coach will tell you, about your injuries. Well, now we got a situation with the quarterbacks at Texas Tech. What do you think about that impacting the race, given that their quarterback injuries that they're having?
It's definitely significant. I think that we saw whenever Baron Morton wasn't healthy, and Will Hammond did a good job, of course, of coming in and playing well. But, this team is different without great quarterback play. It's still very good, but it's different. And they did bring Mitch Griffiths over, a veteran from Wake Forest, but he wasn't somebody who was necessarily expected to play, even in a backup role. The comparison that I kind of heard to him is he wanted to come to Texas Tech more to improve his future coaching options than necessarily to be a player for this program. But, again, you've obviously seen Morton have issues. Now Hammond's going to be out for the rest of the season. This is a team that I think still does, in a lot of ways, go as its quarterback goes. And, again, when Morton's healthy, I think that this team is nearly unbeatable in Big 12 play. But this is definitely a damper. And it's obviously this team is very deep. This team is very talented. Defensively, they're the best team in the league. But we saw in the preseason, they lost running back Quinton Joyner, who was supposed to be their number 1 guy at the position. Now they're losing a key quarterback. Even for the best teams, you need to have a certain amount of injury luck, and it's starting to slowly pile up.
The goal in the league is to get 2 teams into the playoff. It doesn't look good. It is possible. But of the 5 undefeated Power 5 teams, BYU is the lowest ranked. They're 5th. Of the 1-loss teams, there's 11 of them, and it looks like they are 7, 10, and 11 with the 1-loss teams. And of the 2-loss teams, Utah's the lowest. Whenever there's a chance to give the Big 12 the benefit of the doubt, it's not happening. Now, this is AP voters. Maybe it's not going to be the committee, but the committee doesn't seem to stray too far from the AP voters. Do you think this is still possible to get 2 teams in, or the Big 12 is just the fourth league kicked to the curb and they'll take their one and they'll like it?
Yeah, it's really interesting to me the way that it's been handled, because I think about the comparison directly would be BYU versus Georgia Tech. And Georgia Tech wins a nominal game against Clemson, and they're treated like they won a big game. I mean, their schedule is pretty unimpressive. Whereas, again, with BYU, you have a win against Iowa State. You have a win against Utah. I think those are 2 very impressive wins, to be frank, even though their first half of the schedule was pretty lackluster. So I do think that, again, I mean, I've said for the past 2 years, I feel like BYU is the singular most undervalued team and underrated team in America. I think that's continuing to this point. For them to be undefeated this late into the year with the quality of wins they have is, to me, pretty silly. But, and so it will be interesting, I think, to see how the committee views them. Of course, we're going to get the first rankings, I believe it's next week. And so, again, we'll see if the committee values some of the wins that they have, the schedule that they have a little bit differently. But look, I think that if the Big 12 has 2 11-1 teams going into the Big 12 title game, I think they're still in good shape. And I say that for a couple of reasons. One, we saw that with the ACC last year. SMU didn't have an especially impressive schedule, but even though they lost at the end of the game, they managed to make it in over Alabama. But the second thing, and probably more important thing, is that I don't think that there are that many great contenders from other leagues. I think the Big Ten is capped at 3. I don't think that anybody other than Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State has a chance to make it into the field from the Big Ten. There are a lot of teams that have a chance in the SEC, but a lot of them, frankly, are, one, have not been all that impressive to me, and 2, I think are going to beat themselves up a little bit to close out the year. We'll kind of see how those things happen. I mean, I'm curious, for example, for a team like Texas, they go on the road to Georgia, and, could they actually impact Georgia's case to make the college football playoff if they pick up a win there? So I think the Big 12 is still in decent position to have a second team in the league, but you really need some things to go right in the month of November.
Well, we have your voice chiming in as far as the Big 12 and BYU. Now we have, I think, the country's foremost known pizza critic who is chiming in about the lack of respect for BYU and the Big 12. And I'm speaking of Dave Portnoy. He went on Saturday and went a self-titled, I think is what I'm trying to say, rant on BYU and the Big 12. And he says he's tired of the hypothetical. It's about the points on the scoreboard that matter. And that was before, obviously, the Cougars went out and won in Ames. So I think that I largely agree with you, but I think there might be some momentum. We used to talk about that Utah, every national guy would say they were under-respected and they didn't get their due. Well, it became a situation where they said it so much that they actually got their due by everybody saying that they didn't get their due. And I'm wondering maybe if that's a little bit of momentum building for the Big 12 that could help it.
And by the way, this is not a small deal that, when you have, I guess, let's say influencers, right? People who are involved in the college football world, people who are on major broadcasts on big networks, like that does matter, like you said. And Utah, kind of had that disrespect campaign for a long time. TCU, of course, as a non-power team, Boise State. And I will say this, right, for BYU, it does take time for any program to kind of move away from the perception of being a non-power team. I think that it's something that will happen, is going to happen. I would like it to happen faster, but I think that it will happen over the years as they continue to have success. One thing, by the way, and they have a chance to do it this year, is if they win the conference, it'll change everything about how people view them. I think even making the conference championship game and putting up a good effort would change everything. I mean, look at Arizona State. This was a team that a year ago was considered a little bit of, a bottom feeder, and they go and win the league, and all of a sudden Kenny Dillingham's the hottest name in coaching. Their quarterbacks, all this stuff happens. So I think that BYU will make it through. I think they will end up being more respected in coming years. But I'm glad that some people other than me are kind of paying attention now and saying, hey, you know what, this is a team that continues to win and continues to win big games and beat ranked opponents, and they're going to have a chance again to really, I think, have a strong season, win 11 games again. And so I think that as they keep doing it over the course of years, it becomes harder and harder to deny. So I think they should keep on at it, but I'm glad that more people are coming to their cause.
Here comes a question you probably can't answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. James Franklin's $49 million buyout, that record buyout, the record's been broken. LSU, $53 million to get rid of Brian Kelly. It's outrageous. It's actually kind of gross. There's people working who aren't getting paid for their work. The contrast couldn't be more stark right now given what's in the news. And yet schools, public institutions, just pull the trigger, even if it's with private money, and write these massive checks. Can you change it? Can you stop it? You got any ideas?
Well, I'll tell you what, one piece of this is, man, if you're going to go to Washington and cry poor and beg Congress to do something about the state of college athletics, this is probably the worst thing you could do to build any sympathy, is fire these guys and give them $50 million not to coach. I mean, it's interesting, right? So I was actually at Mike Elko's introductory press conference at Texas A&M. Of course, they paid the biggest buyout in the history of college football, more than $70 million to Jimbo Fisher. And their then athletic director, Ross Bjork, said at the time, essentially, one, we can never do that again. And two, they created a contract for Mike Elko that was built on him, quote unquote, earning it. He was only getting paid, only obviously, but he was only getting paid $7 million, which is on the lower end of SEC coaches, but it was an incredibly incentive-laden contract. If they made the college football playoff, which it looks like they're going to do this year, he immediately gets a $1 million bonus. If they win a national championship, he makes $3.5 million extra dollars. So again, just crazy amounts of incentive money available. But unlike Jimbo Fisher, right, this contract isn't fully guaranteed. This contract isn't, all this sort of stuff. I think that there will be some programs, not all. I expect LSU to hand out another 10-year, $100 million contract. But I think that there are going to be some programs that sit back and think, hey, how can we adjust the way we're doing this to protect our program and create incentives to succeed? And secondly, I think that there will be a number of programs that say maybe the coach isn't the primary thing that we should be spending the vast majority of our money on. We're heading into an age where roster management and player compensation and just frankly cap management is becoming the top priority for an athletic department. Maybe we should approach this in a different kind of way. Again, it's not going to be every program. There are going to be some that feel like they have to take swings and make splashes, but I think the really smart ones that have a lot of success are going to be the ones who sit back and think, let's try to do things a little differently.
Is Lane Kiffin the hottest guy right now, or he got somebody else?
Oh, it's definitely Lane. I think Marcus Freeman is going to get attention too, but I think he's going to shut that down pretty quick, to be quite honest. I think the interesting thing, I mentioned the idea of swings. There are so few swing coaches available, right? Like, look at the top coaches in college football right now. I mean, it's one of the more unproven groups we've had in a while. Like, I think that outside of Kirby Smart and Ryan Day, everybody has some pretty significant questions about them. There isn't peak Urban Meyer. There isn't peak Nick Saban. There isn't peak Dabo Swinney right now. So I think that that's one piece of it, is that there are just really not that many candidates to swing for. And two, Lane is one of the only ones that's quote unquote gettable because he's at Ole Miss, a program that hasn't won a championship since integration. And so I think that that's why there's so much noise around Lane specifically, is that LSU and Florida fans are like, well, we can get that guy. Like I don't think that LSU and Florida fans are confident that they can get Marcus Freeman or that they could go get Ryan Day or Steve Sarkisian or Kalen, any one of these coaches. But I think that that's why everything has converged on him, because there's this obsession with trying to create a splash moment, and he's one of the only guys who seems poised to do it.
Do we have to admire the Alabama hire with Kalen DeBoer then? all the more. I know after the loss, everyone's wringing their hands, but man, they're 7-1. Their schedule doesn't look that tough. It looks like they're going to be right in the thick of it.
Yeah, I think that that's a great example of an athletic department and an athletic director not kind of giving in to their worst impulses. And look, Kalen DeBoer might not work out. We obviously, we'll kind of have to wait and see. The first season was inconsistent. The second has looked really good. But I think that their process, regardless of what happens, was very good. Obviously, they had the former Saban assistants, the Steve Sarkisians, there's also the Mike Norvell who gets into the mix. And, again, do your due diligence, ask these people if they want to come. But when they say no, like there's no need to panic. There's no need to just take these wild swings. And look, Kalen DeBoer coached in a national title game that same year. Like obviously he wasn't picking up off the bargain bin, but I think that it was a really intriguing and shrewd decision to say, in this era of recruiting being driven by player compensation, maybe what we need more than anything is a coach who can maximize the moments, a coach who can build a strong staff, a coach who can be an incredible in-game coach, who can make big plays at the last moment. And Kalen DeBoer, in both of his first two seasons, has been that. Now, of course, there's been the question of, can you stay focused in some of these smaller moments? I think they've handled that a lot better in 2025 than 24. But, I mean, again, regardless of whether Kalen DeBoer ends up winning a title at Alabama, I think he's done a really good job. And I think that Greg Byrne, their athletic director, deserves credit for not just trying to say, let's go make a swing. Let's go get Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly like USC and LSU tried to do. Let's just try to find the best coach for this moment.
What do you think the going rate's going to be for these premier jobs?
I don't want to think about it. No, but it's funny, right? Because one, regardless of where Lane Kiffin goes next, and I tend to lean that he's going to stay at Ole Miss, I think that he will probably be the highest paid non-Kirby Smart coach in the SEC. And he will do that despite having never won a major conference or a national championship. So you're talking about the $11.5, $12 million range potentially if he ends up staying. I think for some of these other jobs, you're going to be pushing towards 10. I mean, the sort of median rate right now in the SEC especially is like $9 million. Lane makes that right now. Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri makes that. That's just how much these coaches cost now. So I think that for Florida and LSU especially, you're going to see numbers in the $9 to $10 million range. And if LSU takes another swing, we could be pushing into the $11 to $12 million range.
The logic with Lane Kiffin, and maybe with lots of coaches, does it change if you take one of these mega offers from LSU, or Penn State or whoever, you got to know what you're walking into, even if Wisconsin comes open. Whereas you've built up a ton of goodwill. To your point, he's not being paid at Ole Miss for national championships and conference championships. He's being paid for how much he's raised them above their historical spot in the conference, which has not been in the top 5 teams in the conference. Alabama, Auburn, LSU, Georgia, Florida have all had higher profiles than Ole Miss. And now he's got them in the top 10 in the country. On paper, they ought to finish 11-1. They certainly shouldn't do worse than 10-2. So isn't that what he's getting paid for? And if you got all that goodwill and the fact that now it seems like you can win almost anywhere, unless the Ohio State job comes open, why not stay at Indiana? Why not use that as your example? What Cignetti did, why not? And I think you think he's going to do that at Ole Miss. Isn't that the logic?
Yeah, I think that it's 100% the thought process that you have to have if you're one of these coaches. Because like you said, I mean, there are certain jobs that are a little different, like Ohio State's a little bit different. I think LSU is potentially a little bit different. That's one that I think gets interesting. But, I don't know that Florida is that kind of different anymore. We'll kind of see whether Penn State is that kind of different anymore. The gap between power conference jobs, let's say at the top half of the power conference, is smaller than it's been in a while. And so, of course, Lane being at Ole Miss, that's a big part of it. And these coaches are competitive. They obviously want to put themselves in a position to win titles. But Ole Miss has also been particularly aggressive when it comes to rev share and NIL and building resource and all this sort of stuff. Like they are kind of revolutionary in that space. And by the way, a way that LSU and Florida were slow to adjust. And so I think that, again, if you're at one of these really good jobs, I mean, the gap between really good and great is relatively small. Like, obviously, this is not a situation that would happen, but you know, I was asked by somebody, like, why has nobody tried to make a monster run at Ryan Day? And it's like, well, the reality is this, right? Like, even if you get paid more money, you can't necessarily replicate some of this stuff that you've already built up at a different school. I mean, Kurt Cignetti already came in and made a giant pitch at Indiana and managed to get everybody on board. Does he want to do that again at Penn State? I don't think he does. I think Matt Rule, even, for example, obviously tons of connections to Penn State, but like he's already had to kind of do his whole tour of winning people over at Nebraska. Does he want to do it again if he goes to State College? Like, I don't know that he wants to. So I think that these are more complicated, interesting, and difficult decisions than they've ever been. And the other piece of this, too, is that more programs than ever before at least have the ability to invest at that top level when it comes at least to player compensation. And for that reason, I mean, we've seen it with players as well. Coaches have the ability to be at a place that they want to be at longer than ever before.
We'll leave it right there. Shahan Jayaraja joining us, CBS Sports National College Football writer analyst. I don't know what's going to happen next. You may not know either, but it's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fascinating time. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thank you. Shahan joins us every week right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, everything you missed in this show. The red-hot hockey team. Apparently that's kind of an oxymoron. But nonetheless, how else do you describe it? A clutch loss by the Jazz. How many more of those do they have, though? We'll get to that coming up, plus more football. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
They have moved the disabled vehicle off to the side of the road on southbound I-15 in Centerville, but the heavy delays still remain from Farmington down to Centerville. There's also a jackknife semi on the ramp from westbound I-80 to southbound 215 at this moment. Northbound I-15 sluggish from the south interchange up to 1300 south on your way into downtown Salt Lake City as well. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA's Road Therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today. RideUTA.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite, and he knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it's not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company. who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at Mint Mobile.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU coming from 14 down to beat Iowa State by 14, a 28-point swing, and Chase Roberts says BYU's never out of a game.
We battle back and we win games. That's what we do. That's what we've done the past 2 years. We just win football games, and that's what we're going to do going forward. We're just resilient. We're never out of it, and teams know that. So you can't blink an eye when you're playing BYU because we're going to be right there on your butt.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. The Utah Jazz lose Friday. Now, if you were thinking they can shock the world and be a playoff team, that's the kind of loss that really ought to bother you. Sacramento is gettable, and they were right there for the getting. And they had a chance, and they had the lead, and they couldn't get a rebound, and they gave up a bucket, and they couldn't win the game. And Sacramento then went and played a Laker team that was missing their 2-star players and gave up 51 to Reeves and lost that game. So if that was your goal, then that's a bitter loss. If you're one of the many Jazz fans who don't want to give up a draft pick, I don't think they're going to win home games. I think you play hard, and other teams come in here and they don't, and they're worn out on the road, and their stars sit, and the Jazz have enough to go out and win some games. So I don't think it's going to be some debacle of a season where they struggle to win. They're going to lose a lot. But PK, if they start winning road games, I get why that would bug people who are worried about the draft pick.
I don't know what percentage are worried about a draft pick. I don't think it's devastating if you lose a draft pick. You can find ways to overcome it, especially if it's at the expense of wins. Not some stupid lottery thing that screws you up.
May go against you anyway, and you may not get one of the top 3 players that everyone seems to agree are all franchise changers.
Yeah, so with that in mind, what do you have there? If it comes with a much better season, 10 games more than anticipated, 15 games more, 20 games more, 25 games more.
Okay, stop.
30 games more.
I was with you at 10. 15 seemed like a stretch, but hey, my prediction's been bad before, so sure.
I wanted to see how long I could go before you interjected.
To see how long before DJ tries to rein me in.
That's enough.
Sprinkle a little reality on the conversation.
Yeah.
Now, if they're going to win 55 games, are you going to accept losing the draft pick? Yes, I am. As a matter of fact.
I slipped in 10. I didn't get a reaction.
No,
I went 15.
10, because I think there are a lot of people who think 20, and I think 30 could be done. Now, does everything have to break your way, and you got to stay healthy, and you need young guys to develop? But it's super early. But first impression, Keontae George looks like he's making that third-year step. Okay, now he's got to do it again and again and again and again, because that's the magic of pro sports, is being able to do it over and over. But 30, while a bit of a reach, I don't think is ridiculous. You going to 40? Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but I've been stunned.
You got a dream?
I've been stunned by one 40-win team in Jazz history. There was absolutely no chance that first year after Stockton Malone. I thought Jerry Sloan was going to coax 40 wins out of him, and yet he did. So I don't think I'll see it again, but who the heck knows?
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen. What's crazy is Keontae George is all of 22. He'll turn 22 next week, so we'll give him 22, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is still pretty doggone young when you think about it. And he comes out as a freshman, so what? He'd be a senior this year, but nobody says that anymore. But the fact is he's still turning 22 November 8th, I think it is. And to me, he is looking like he's – and it's so dang early, I get it. But he's looking like he's 26, 27, and he's got more experience behind him. And maybe that's the fact that they were able to expedite his experience and his journey because he got a bunch of minutes when if he was on a good team, he probably wouldn't have gotten those minutes. And so he's been able to do some coaching, some introspective of like, what do I do? Where do I fit? And obviously they've worked with him mentally and physically. I mean, the skill set is there. I mean, we can all see it, but it was more than that. And it looks like just a couple of games, he just looks to me like a different player. Like, hey, I'm one of the older guys. Even though he's not, he's still, to me, looks like he's taken on a mantle of, I'm a man now. I was a kid before, but I'm not a kid anymore. I'm in my third season. I've got Will Hardy, and we go back and forth now. I know him. He knows me, blah, blah, blah. And so it just seems like it's been expedited, which is cool to see. That's what you need, right? And we'll see how it plays out and go from there. And Kessler can do what he can do, and Marketing can I mean, he can play. That's the bottom line, is Marketing has the ability to do well when he's out on the floor. When he's not out on the floor, he can't do well. And so I have a level of optimism, but at the same time, I got to admit, I'm watching that game against Sacramento, and I'm rooting for them to lose.
You know who doesn't lose is the Utah Mammoth. That's 7 in a row, winning different ways. It was defense at the start of the year. They were one of the last two teams that held everybody to 3 goals or less. And then finally they had the 7-4 game with St. Louis. But after a couple of high-scoring games where they jumped on them early, PK, it was right back to grind it out in the third period, which is what they'd been doing in the first few games of the season. And 2-2 going to the third, and they get the big goal from Gunther although a great pass from Cooley. And, man, Paterka's a new guy, and you got to earn your stripes to the new team and all that. And, I mean, he does come in with quite the reps, so I'm sure they're excited to have him and all that stuff. It's not like he has to prove himself in the NHL. But nonetheless, to do the dirty work and to get blasted, but to win the puck, after a sprint to the puck, which he was a little behind, and then he pulled ahead, I thought that was pretty impressive. It reminded me of that quote from the general manager, Bill Armstrong, that cracks you up. We bleed on the ice. It's what we do.
Yeah, we're hockey players.
Yeah. I mean, he sprinted. He won a race in which he was behind, and he got clobbered, but he won the puck, and it led to the winning goal in a second and a half later.
Well, his rep was being very fast on skates and being on the ice, and so we've seen that. He had a play. I can't even remember which game it is now, and they haven't played that many, but he just bolted out of there like he'd been shot out of the proverbial cannon, and just boom, he's right on top of the net there. And so what we've heard about him has proven to be true to this point. And I think the most important thing for this team is, you're going to have some games in which things go your way, but good teams grind out ways and find ways. We talked about that with BYU football. The odds were against them at that point, but they found a way to win a ball game, and that's what it is. In this case, hockey, they don't call it ball game, but you get the point. Find ways to win, because over the course of a season, and more importantly, in a course of a 7-game series, you're going to have to find ways to win. Everything's not going to come so easy for you, and that's what they're doing right now. And the thing that I like, and I'm going to keep saying this until it actually has been clinched, is don't worry about getting in the playoffs. Have the focus be on your seeding. For years and years, literally 2 decades, that's what the Jazz had. It wasn't a question of whether they're going to make the playoffs. It's a question of where were they going to slide on the seedings. Were they going to go up? Were they going to go down? What were they going to get, right? And if this hockey team can have that, when we get into February, at that point, it's apparent that they're going to go into the playoffs, but what's going to be their seed? I think then that raises the expectation and takes it up another level of simply the preseason and over the summer talk was get in the playoffs. That's our goal. Well, then if you are solidly in by the time you get to February, the goal changes, and let's find a way to win that first round and go from there.
Mammoth now sit in first place in the division. They've moved past Colorado. The Avs have lost 4 in a row, a couple of them in OT and another one in a shootout, all of them the one-goal variety. But nonetheless, they got the top spot there, best record in the West, and tied for the best record in the NHL. So it's Jazz tonight, Mammoth tomorrow. Jazz and Suns tonight, and the Mammoth are play the Oilers in Edmonton tomorrow to wrap up the road trip. The football, you mentioned BYU, the comeback win, up a spot to number 10. Still the 5th of the 5 unbeaten teams in the polls, but respect for BYU in the Big 12 comes slowly, begrudgingly. Got to keep winning. But that was impressive watching that Iowa State game. It had the feel of, you go on the road and everything goes wrong and you dig a hole and they're desperate. But they got 1 turnover and they got a touchdown before the half. And then they got another turnover and then it was on. It's like the dam broke and whatever other cliche. They were off to the races. Give me another one, because that was.
Oh, that's exactly what I said. And that Satawala interception, I did say damn. You're precisely right. You just said it. The dam broke. Yeah. And that was the game clincher. And, wow, thinking they got this game. And, you got a Utah win against a hapless Colorado team. That's great. But there's something to be said for being down on the road, the delirious, going crazy there, and then you come back and you win comfortably. You put a 31-3 run. I think that's what it was. Double check me. But you put a 31-3 run.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That just says something. And then we have Shehan Jiraja on, and I agree with what he says. With Portnoy, the well-known pizza critic, going on a rant on his Fox. I didn't see this show, but I saw the rant because you can get all that stuff. He's got 3.7 million followers on X, and he put it on there. And I think that's what changes lines of thinking. I think that's a fact.
And now they have a bye week. Regroup, get ready for Texas Tech. And BYU's got their injuries. L.J. Martin was in street clothes standing over on the sideline at the end of the game. Texas Tech has had their injuries. Tech has to play this week at Kansas State. K-State's got a chance to they got most of the league rooting for them. Kansas State can do everybody a favor here. And then in 2 weeks, it's BYU at Texas Tech.
Yeah, they got a bye week. I wouldn't be surprised if Bachmeier solved cancer in this bye week. He's doing it all these days.
And then there's the Utes. Big plays right out of the gate. Dion humiliated afterwards, said it was the worst whooping he got since he was a little kid, and his mama came after him. 422 yards rushing. So do you think Ficklin, the question's up, we can get into your reaction from the listeners coming up. If Dampier is struggling with the ankle, I expect he gets the start because Kyle's really talked him up. You're right. Early in his career, there were quarterbacks who never got the love and were never fully entrenched. But lately they have. I mean, Cam Rising and Tyler Huntley, he's been all about those guys. And he seems to be all about Dampier in the same way. But if the team struggling needs to throw the ball, or if Dampier is limping around out there, isn't it a lot easier to go to Ficklin now?
I don't think there's any question. Yeah, right. Absolutely. Home game, crowd getting antsy. They saw what Ficklin can do, and he's the new shiny toy. That's the way the world works. What have you done right now? And see him running around like that and just destroying Colorado. I mean, they were barely even within 5 yards of him. And Kyle's talking about, the kid's a good passer. Mm-hmm. And we see Dampier that just isn't his strength. I have a hard time criticizing Dampier for the throw game.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, you knew full well what you were getting.
His offensive coordinator came with him. You 100% knew. He literally cannot throw the ball that far down the field. Ficklin can. Maybe he'll hit the guy. Maybe he'll miss. Obviously, below 50% isn't good enough. Obviously, that's way low. But, the ball coming out of his hand, he can throw it. And a couple of the throws were on the money and pretty far down the field and really zipped in there. Now, Kyle tells us we're not allowed to go to practice, but Kyle says he's much more accurate in practice. It's easy to believe he's getting his first start and there's a little adrenaline out there. That's in a combination of adrenaline and inexperience will do that. So if they are behind, they have to throw the ball. He's the guy.
Yeah, I could see that, but I'm not ready to cast Dampier aside because I think he's given you what he's capable of giving you, and you gave him the starting job for a reason. But at the same time, it's always the coach's jobs to play the players who give you the best chance to win. Yeah. And there's no allegiance other than, are you the best player at this point in time at your position to help us win? And obviously it's magnified with quarterback because they play X amount of players at different positions throughout the course of the game. And quarterback, quarterback is it's the one position where if they make a change, it's announced over the public address system. No other position during the course of the game does the public address announcer announce, the new left tackle is. They just don't do that. But at quarterback, they do that. And you could literally hear a buzz go through the crowd when it's figured out that they've changed quarterbacks. Not in a blowout situation, but I'm talking about when a game is on the line.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bronco Mendenhall was on talking about his team. Aggie fans, get it wherever you get your podcasts. He was really open and honest about the road struggles and how poor the team played. And the challengers, they got a bye week before they play the last third of the season, the last 4 regular season games coming up. 4-4 with bowl eligibility hanging in the balance. When we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what are you doing? Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
She bangs.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Tonight on The Voice, it's a season of unforgettable performances. And now, get ready for the knockouts.
My heart's racing fast. My blood pressure's up.
The coaches may be friends.
I'll just hang outside and just scream, I love you, Reba! Snoop, I miss you and I love you!
But they're not afraid of some fierce competition.
Oh, this is a good season.
Don't miss the battle rounds on The Voice, tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10. Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
Want to talk to me? Yeah. What do you want to know?
Andrew Adams takes you inside, if you dare.
Did you die here?
Spooky Saltaire, Thursday at 10 on KSL.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah runs for over 400 yards as they smash Colorado 53-7. Kyle Whittingham explains what powered the run game.
It starts up front. It definitely starts up front, and we've been singing the praises of our offensive line all year long, and the running backs are doing their part. Daniel Bray has been a big factor for us now going on 3 weeks or so, and so a lot of things go into that, but if you want the starting point, the origin is the offensive line.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it is time for your feedback. What do you have to say about today's show? Chewbacca, free bird. And then it looks like he's got some kind of eagle emoji in here. See free bird?
Is it captured?
See free bird, get that? No, it's not.
Yeah.
It seems to be, it's like an eagle looking at you like he's on a dollar bill or something. In profile, one eye.
Well, yeah, we can't go too crazy over one game against a hapless opponent that was already sucky against running defense anyway. But you got to like what he did. Oh, hey.
Ute fan Chewbacca jumping in with, I hate to be the voice of reason to defend BYU here. But while Indiana has been in the Big Ten all along, they did jump from sub-mediocrity to number 2 in the country overnight. So, respectfully, I don't buy the it takes time excuse. That was by the old rules. The portal and the NIL age demolished that idea. That being said, let's see how BYU does in the next 3 games. All of this disrespect talk means nothing if you get beaten those games. Texas Tech game is looking more favorable with their quarterback injuries.
Well, what doesn't take time? For a team to get good, it doesn't necessarily take time. Right. But for a team to get national respect from the Big 12, you're getting Indiana's getting national respect from the Big 10. That's a different story.
It is. You get to hop on the back of and piggyback Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, and Oregon. And in the Big 10, you get that, and in the Big 12, you don't. And because all of them, like of all the unbeaten teams, BYU is the most disrespected. Of the one-loss teams, Houston's the most disrespected. Right behind him, Cincinnati, and Texas Tech isn't that far away. They're all getting – of the 2-loss teams, Utah's down there at the bottom of the 2-loss teams in the rankings. They're just not buying anybody in this conference.
And I think that's an injustice.
Yeah. And Indiana did get to 11-1 and get into the playoff last year. So it was
but they didn't beat a ranked team.
I get
You're
it.
big on the ranked teams. You always tell us who are the ranked teams playing this week. I don't decide big games because somebody attaches a number to them. That the ranked teams doesn't really matter that much to me. If I think it's a good game, I'll watch it, not just because somebody in Oshkosh gave a number and therefore I have to adhere to it. No, I adhere to what I think I want, not what somebody else tells me that they want and I should want, unless I want it myself. So with that in mind, if you go with the ranking as if it matters, they didn't beat a ranked team and then they beat Oregon, and so that's how they jumped way up, beating Oregon. And they get the benefit of the doubt because they're in the conference. But I think it takes time for perception from BYU because they went 5-7 their first year, and they had some 7-6 teams before that. If they put together, now they've won 19 of 21. Mm-hmm. If we're sitting here at 30 games and they've won 28 of 30 or 27 of 30, yeah. The windows of respect are open, and it's flowing unto them. They'll get it at that point.
I don't know where I saw it, but I did see somebody nationally use the 18-2 number in the run-up to that game. And I saw it like Saturday morning or something, or Friday night. It was after the show. But I remember thinking, I wish I'd seen that before the Friday show. It's like, okay, so that's someone nationally starting to catch on to that number, which matters. I think that's something you can use to pump it up.
Yeah, 18-2 in a power conference catches your eye. And the Big 12, we're just the line of thing, the Big 12 doesn't have the super team. How do we know the Big 12 doesn't have the super team? Somebody's telling us they don't have the super team. Maybe they do, and maybe it is BYU. But even accepting that for argument's sake, there's a lot of quality teams in the Big 12, and right now BYU is they were 8-2 against those teams last year, so now they are 13-2 against those teams. Not every one of them is a big-time quality win, but still 13-2. So of their last 15 conference games, counting Colorado as a bowl game, which is a conference member, they are 13-2. Come on, man. It's time to slap some respect with their name.
DJ PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are about to start right here on The Zone.
Show's over. And we're done. We've already run out of time again.
And this is where we say goodbye.
Goodbye. Don't say goodbye. Who'd like to hang around and help clean up?
That ended well.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have two locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
For 70 years, Les Olson IT has helped businesses succeed, and for the past decade, we've been your trusted managed service provider, delivering stability and innovation to protect what matters most. This October, during National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, remember, your business needs protection on every front, physical and digital. From advanced cybersecurity to secure office technology, Les Olson IT has the tools to keep you safe. Call this month for a free network assessment, including a full cybersecurity risk evaluation.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Monday to everybody out there, no matter how you're listening, streaming, watching, YouTubing, podcasting.
Listening from the future.
Yeah, I like that joke.
Say it every day.
Tell
we say it every time.
Telekinesis.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
What do they call the one where you, like, if we were to have a conversation without speaking, like brain to brain? What's that one called?
What is that called?
Telepathy?
Is that telepathy? Is that it?
ESP, you're right, is like the natural understanding of the other person.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, our listeners in the future, we love them. What, are you making fun of my joke?
No, I like the joke.
Is that how we're going to start?
I stole it. I like it.
Is that how we're going to start on a Monday? Christian's already rubbing his Broncos in our face. He's wearing the Donks hoodie over there. The old school Donks hoodie, just like they were uniformed yesterday. I was saying, can you think of a less appetizing NFL matchup? Denver and Dallas.
It's a tough one.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a toughie.
Yikes. And it was the only game on in the afternoon. Ugh. Gross. You know what? We ended up, kind of a dreary Sunday. We ended up watching a movie. And my daughter learned a lesson she will carry with her for the rest of her movie watching days.
What did she watch, and what was the lesson?
And then, of course, we've got a lot of football. We can dive into that. But, so I told you she's been into Greek mythology.
Uh-huh.
We're dressing up like gods for Halloween. She's super into Greek mythology. We had not shown her the movie Hercules yet.
Oh, okay.
From like 1997.
The Disney one.
The Disney one. The one with James Woods as...
James Woods is so good in it.
He's absolutely...
He was really good in everything.
Absolutely steals the movie as Hades. So we watched it, right? She sat there through the whole thing like, that didn't happen. That's not how that works. That's not it.
She sounds just like her father. That's why you hate the new Jungle Book movie.
That person's not in... that person's not in this.
That's why you hate Moneyball. Every movie I've ever heard you complain about is this exact complaint your 9-year-old daughter has, 8-year-old daughter has.
And
Apple does not fall far, does it?
It was like, honey, it's never as good as the book. It's never as good as the book, and Hollywood ruins everything. They have to like make it more appetizing to more people, so they always screw it up.
And it's 90 minutes.
And yeah, exactly. And they have to sandwich it into 90 minutes. But she did. She sat there and was like, like the mom is Hera in the movie, and she's like, that's not his mom. Like, yeah, I know, honey. You just gotta enjoy it. Like, Hades isn't a villain in Greek mythology.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, why'd they make Hades a bad guy? Like, I don't know. The movie has to have a bad guy, honey.
Yeah.
It's like,
gotta have something to hinge on.
yeah, that's just how it's got to work.
Okay.
Anyway, Rip Torn also good in that movie.
Yeah.
He was,
Also good at everything.
Zeus.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say everything, but yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Beer?
No.
It's really bad.
Okay.
And he's in it.
Okay.
All right. Let's get to the football, shall we? We could start with the Jazz, although I think that's less interesting.
No.
Then, I don't know, Coug and Ute fans got to be riding high today, right?
I think we got to start with BYU because I'm going to start calling him now. Barron Rogers has taken.
That's funny.
He's taken the next step.
Did you think of that, or are you stealing that?
Bears. I thought of that. He is not playing at all like a freshman anymore.
No, certainly not on Saturday.
Now, look, the funniest thing in college football is that Matt Campbell's teams every weekend score 24 points and turn the engines off. They do it. They did exactly the same thing. That is not why Iowa State lost. BYU absolutely punished them in the second half. But amazing to lose L.J. Martin and to come out in the second half with basically no running threat at all, and Bear Bachmeier say, fine, we're going to play even better than we have. And he is no longer playing like the true freshman I think you and I both expected to see this season, because his throwing game, without making any mistakes, especially in the second half, I mean, the number of awesome throws he made was really, really incredible. He took a huge step forward, I thought, in this game.
I thought, Ben, and I will admit it, I thought BYU was going to lose.
Okay.
Because L.J. Martin got hurt, as you point out, but the defense gave way.
They were down 24-10, yeah.
The defense was non-existent for the first part of the game, and then they stepped up and made a play. I can't remember where I was driving in the first quarter, but I tuned into Hans and old Greg, and Hans had he was like, the defensive line just needs to make a play. You know, you could hear him watching it, and the inner defensive line in him, right, was noticing it. And so I thought, you know what, the defense is giving way. The run game isn't going to be there. This is an L for the Cougs. And the freshmen threw them back in it.
Yep.
I mean, the defense, to their credit, capitalized on some turnovers. Pick six is pretty nice.
Getting a turnover on basically every game on special teams is a huge plus.
But Barron Rogers, hilarious. Yeah. Out there slinging it all over the field. You were calling him Taysom Hill last week, which is funny that that's an insult.
No, he looks like the perfect realized version of Taysom Hill, which is, yeah, he will still put his head down and just absolutely truck you. But yeah, the throws he was making, again, is not something we had really seen completely. We had seen moments where he had made some throws, but also he was missing guys pretty regularly, and you just didn't see that at all against Iowa State.
Now, as always, this is a team game, and it does help that Parker Kingston is a dude.
Yeah.
And
so is Chase Roberts.
Well, we already knew Chase Roberts was a dude. I mean, his resume spoke for itself. But to have Parker, you look at Parker Kingston, it's like, wow, that guy is a guy.
And he's open every single time.
And to have him on both sides, I mean, that's nice for a freshman. We talked about having L.J. Martin is nice for a freshman, but having those two dudes is nice. But he's making the right decision, and then he makes the throw. I mean, you can see it. You can, and to be doing it as a freshman is really something. And yeah, I didn't think he'd be winning games for him with his arm. I thought they'd win with the defense, and the offense would have to do just enough to win a ball game. I thought that they would have trouble coming from behind because they have a freshman. Well, he's cut from behind how many times now? Utah had a lead in the fourth quarter.
Uh-huh.
So what, 3 times? 4 times? 4 times.
Because they were down against Colorado by 2 touchdowns early in that game.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Utah, and now Iowa State.
Yeah. And
they were down in the first half, but they were still down.
Yeah, absolutely. He's playing from behind where you have to be much better. You can't make those freshman mistakes, and he hasn't made those freshman mistakes. No, he's been
crazy.
He's been impressive. I think we have to tip our cap to A-Rod, Aaron Roderick, who has done an incredible job with him, developing him. I thought bringing him along as slowly as they did was really smart, and now he's at the point where he's ready to go and win these games, and you've got a bye week before you go and you play Texas Tech.
They should encourage Ride or Die Lions to take that 2 years.
Stay longer.
Stay longer.
Stay as long as you want.
Stay out there.
Yeah.
Do some good in the world.
Yeah. So, no, extremely impressive. That was a great performance from BYU, especially in the second half. And Bear going on the road in a tough environment and, battling back from playing behind. But, man, his ability to answer adversity quickly is such a huge plus. He's done this a couple of times. He had, really at Colorado, and he throws the interception, and then I think his very next throw was a touchdown pass. And, they get down early. They give up the big score on the second play of the game to Iowa State, and then they bounce back. Was it the first play? Whatever it was, the first play, the 75-yard throw. Bear Bachmeier leads them down for a touchdown in 5 plays. It's just like an absolutely no concern that you're going to be in the game. He's so good at doing that I think it keeps your momentum alive. You don't have these back-to-back drives where it's 3 and out, and then you put your head down and you're like, oh, man, our defense is exhausted. He never puts his team in that spot.
Now, the Bear is no doubt the story of the game from a positive standpoint. The story of the game from the negative standpoint is partly what I mentioned before. The defense is leaky.
Yeah, it is.
It is a little leaky.
It has been leaky this year.
No, they gave up a ton of yards to Utah. Yeah. They gave up 495 yards to Iowa State. Like, the defense was supposed to be the calling card of this Coug team. I thought it was going to be. You did. I'm guessing Christian did.
Yeah.
And it's not that. So it's good you've got a quarterback capable of scoring some points. But the defense being leaky is not going to serve them well against other teams. I mean, my Bearcats are going to take it to them.
They've just answered every question. So, yes, while the defense is going to have to play better, if they want to keep winning and stay undefeated, because I think you still have, 2 of your toughest games left on the schedule and maybe your toughest 2 weeks from now against Texas Tech. 8-0, and they're getting better. They're not getting worse. It's really impressive.
Why are we still pretending like Texas Tech is this monster? One, they just had their quarterback, which you think is the better quarterback, go out for the season. 2, they lost to an Arizona State team that just lost to... Who did Arizona State lose to? Houston!
Arizona State lost to Utah.
No, Houston. This week, Arizona State lost.
Okay. Well, Houston's good.
On Saturday.
We had talked about how Houston winning that game was a big deal because Houston has is
not going to lose
schedule
again
the rest of the way.
Yeah. But they lost to Arizona State, who just beat Texas Tech, lost to Houston at home.
Yeah.
I'm moving Texas Tech down in the...
Okay.
They were at 8 last week. They're going to like 11.
Didn't they just beat Oklahoma State like 42-0?
Yeah.
Move them down.
The last place team in the league. You're giving them credit for beating the
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Who's on your schedule.
Giving them credit for beating the Pokes.
Can only play who's on your schedule.
They lost to Arizona State. They can't score against Houston.
No, I'm certainly not saying that this is a game that BYU is going to be walking into 2 weeks from now unable to win. Clearly, that's not the case. They've got a good defense. They have a potentially great quarterback, even though he's a true freshman. He's not playing that way at all. I think, I don't think BYU is going to be favored in this game, but they weren't favored against Iowa State, and they beat them by 2 touchdowns. So, this is going to be a big-time game for BYU, but if they win that game, look out. I mean, it's just not going to stop.
I bet the Raiders could beat the Las Vegas Raiders. They're that good.
They lost to the bye week this week.
I don't know how BYU is even going to get off the bus. The Raiders are that good. I've been told by so many people. Moving them down.
Okay.
Can't even beat the Sun Devils. Even Utah beat the Sun Devils.
Yes, they did. Well, Utah's playing well, too.
Yeah, Utah is playing well. And we will get to the Utes coming up in the top 3 stories. But honestly, this road for BYU is so difficult. It is. They do. They have to play the Raiders. I mean, I make jokes about the Raiders. I don't think they're the worst team in the league. I actually don't think they're the best team in the league necessarily.
No, I think BYU is the best team in the league.
Right now, and they certainly are.
Yeah.
I can't go away from my Bearcats.
Why not?
I mean, they're still going to get my number 1 vote.
Okay.
But the great thing is that those 2 teams play.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're not going to see the thing with Houston is they basically don't play any of the other contenders outside of the Raiders, which they lost to already. So they're not going to lose again. What they have Ballore, who is terrible. They had a bad loss.
Houston's road the rest of the way. It's not a cakewalk, but their next 2 weeks are West Virginia and Central Florida, and then they close with TCU at home. Then they're at Baylor. At Baylor is the big one, probably the rest of the way. But yes, Baylor's not playing well right now either. So Houston has a chance for everything to click. They're going to go probably 4-0, and they're going to finish with just one loss in conference.
My Bearcats ragdolled Ballore this weekend, 41-20.
Yeah,
unstoppable force, Ben. The
yeah,
Cincinnati Bearcats.
They really are. They're playing well.
I bet you Travis Kelce has got Taylor Swift NILing.
That would help.
I bet they've got that Swift money.
Yeah, that's different than what the Swifts have, or different than what the Kelceys have. I should call them the Swifts.
The amount of money that is going through college football, Ben, like your average Hall of Fame athlete and the money they make isn't moving the needle. And I mean that entirely. I mean that 100% seriously. You like,
right?
Swift money is what's moving the needle.
Yeah, the guy at Texas Tech. He's a super billionaire. I don't know if he's a super billionaire, but he has several $1 billion. And
our guy Ryan Smith and others.
Yeah.
At BYU.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. They need to. Utah needs to get the Pixar guy into football. Hey, we need some of that Toy Story money.
Yeah.
But yeah, Travis Kelce money isn't getting Cincinnati a Big 12 title. No, they need that good Swift money.
We have not heard any updates on LJ Martin, right?
No.
The nice thing is, yes, going into the bye week, and he wasn't like in a cast or anything. He wasn't in a sling. It looked like a shoulder. He said it was a shoulder.
Yep.
So he wasn't in a sling after the game.
Yeah, the problem with shoulders, though, is they don't really go away.
Yeah.
They're kind of like an ankle.
But if it's just a somewhat minor thing, even being healthy will be, or having a week off to get healthy will be good. BYU's just, this is just getting announced. BYU's going to be facing Texas Tech 10 a.m. on ESPN or ABC. So early game on the road, which can be tricky.
Have we drafted Bears?
I think so. Yeah, we've drafted Bears.
Like Baloo the bear?
Yes, we have.
Have we?
Mm-hmm.
What's the most lovable bear? Winnie the Pooh?
People like Winnie the Pooh. People like Smokey.
Okay, because he prevents forest fires. All right.
Good guy. People like Yogi.
I like Yogi.
And Boo Boo? Is that his name?
I'd say Yogi's probably more popular than Boo Boo.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of a whiner.
Mm-hmm.
Yogi's kind of a doer. Boo Boo's kind of the breaks. You know what I mean? Nobody likes that guy.
Correct.
Maybe we shouldn't, Yogi. Shut up, Boo Boo.
Yeah.
I'm taking this picnic basket. Yeah.
It's mine.
Christian, who's the most lovable bear?
I'm a big fan of Old Ephraim.
Okay.
What's the English one? Paddington.
Yeah, people like Paddington. You're right.
Yeah, you look at me like I'm a crazy person. No, the English bear, Paddington.
Sure. What does he eat on his toast? What's the thing? Marmalade? Is that what it is?
Isn't that just a fancy word for jam?
Yeah.
Or jelly? Marmalade. Shove it, Paddington. Actually, you know what? Take Paddington off the list. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Top 3 stories of the day. We'll get into the Utes and maybe the Jazz. We'll see. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch College Football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching.
This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. So if you need cash for up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your BYU at 30 update. Here's Chase Roberts, knowing when BYU's never out of it, no matter the score.
That was such a fun game. Yeah, that was a blast. Just seeing the fight of the team and how we battle adversity. We never feel like we're out of it. You know, even if we're down a couple touchdowns, we got the faith. We got the boys in the locker room, at halftime to rally them up and to get us going. And we knew we were going to pull out with the win. So never lose faith in these guys and in our coaches.
Cougars at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, you can win tickets to see comedian Brian Regan live at Delta Center on Valentine's Day 2026. Get tickets at SeatGeek or listen all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. By the way, I could jump on with Colin Bird, the free bird.
Okay.
I saw that circulating on the Snap
Not
Talk
just
over the weekend.
The bird?
The bird, but throw free in there. I like that. It's
The
like
free bird.
the free bird. It's like
Okay.
it's like multiple,
Like that?
multi-layered references. I really can get on board with that.
And it's right up Witt's alley.
Yeah, and
Classic
it
rock
is.
guy.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
And it's right up Witt's alley for sure. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, sponsored by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, after weeks of relentless bullying by Big 12 fans, Online Game Day is choosing a Big 12 school. They are coming to Salt Lake City.
They are coming to Salt Lake City because Utah is playing Cincinnati in a top 25 matchup, and Utah's ranked top 25 because they did just hammer Colorado. Now, that's not the only reason, but that game was not close. It was a blowout early. I did feel a little bit for Dion in Colorado. They felt the wrath of a Kyle Whittingham team that has just lost to the team he hates losing to more than anything on the planet.
Yeah, there is that. It's going to be tough when they get steamrolled by the Bearcats, but we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. Is it a 20-point loss? Is it a 30-point loss? I don't know.
Clearly, Utah is really hard to play in Salt Lake. It's a really hard team to beat at Rice Eccles.
Even though it took them a year and a half to get their first home victory in the Big 12.
Once the dam broke,
they
figured it out because Arizona State, I mean, what have they done in their last 2 games? Arizona State, now Colorado. I mean, those looked like Little League teams.
Yeah.
They got steamrolled.
I've referenced this in the past, but I tell you one of my favorite parts of the movie, Patton, and this is a true thing that happened in that first battle in North Africa where he's going up against Rommel, and he said, "I read your book," and that was true. He had read a book about Rommel's tactics and knew what was coming. Anyway, if Kyle Whittingham were to sit down and write a book about how to win a game in dominant fashion, how he would choose to win a game in dominant fashion, it would be that. It would be what we saw over the weekend, where dominant defense. I mean, you looked at the numbers at halftime and you're like, negative?
Utah was 400 yards almost, which is a game in itself for a lot of Whittingham teams. And yeah, Colorado, I think, was negative 18 yards.
To ball out on defense, like suffocating defense.
That was really tough.
And then just run it right up the other team's backside, get a lead, and then strangle out the other team. I mean, that's how Kyle Whittingham wants to win. If he were to draw up winning in dominant fashion. And you could say something similar about Arizona State too, honestly.
Yeah,
but against Colorado, I mean, that's how he wants to do it. What's the quote at halftime of the Sugar Bowl in 2008, where he said to his team, he goes, "Make them quit."
Yeah,
that's his thing. Like, make them quit.
Yep.
Make them not even want to finish the game because you're making life difficult. And good for Bird, good for the free bird for getting out there and performing. I mean, right from jump. Now, I don't know if Utah were behind and he's got to throw him back in the game. That might be.
So that was interesting.
That might be rough.
That was the big talking point last week on our show. Was I thought there's a real chance that Bird's a better passer than
Dampier.
Mm-hmm. I'm still not sure that isn't the case. That still could be possible, and I do think you saw 4 throws, I would say, that were very legitimate throws. He also started the game 0 of 5 and was thrown behind guys. One of them was a drop, but it was not super promising.
No. But like saying he's better than Dampier, I mean, I never thought Dampier could throw. That's like saying he's a better passer than the running back. I mean, I don't know and Utah, by the way, if you look at their schedule, they may not be behind in many games going forward. That might not be a problem. I mean, the Bearcats are going to be tough. They could be behind against Cincinnati, but they don't have a schedule like BYU does going forward. So maybe they won't need that. I don't know. But I'm not sure if that's there. But Witt loves a dual threat quarterback for that reason.
Yeah.
Because he'd rather win running over the other team than he would throwing it all over the yard. I think in Witt's mind, if he's throwing it all over the yard, it's because something went wrong.
Totally agree. Witt, you put the ball in the air and it's dangerous, and that's what Witt hates. You know,
Well,
it
and
becomes vulnerable at
and
that
it
spot.
stops the clock, and it does all this
Right.
stuff that he doesn't like because it's all about protecting the defense. So,
But I will say this, and I think this remains. I mean, this is completely unchanged, is that Utah's offense is going to punish teams that Utah is better than. But against decent teams, it's just not going to look very good. And against BYU, it didn't look good. And against Texas Tech, it did not look good. And I just think that's going to be the case. And it's why probably Utah has a great chance to finish the season with only 2 losses. Just like, yeah, this one-dimensional offense, if you're bigger and you can use your offensive line or your speed to punish those teams, it's going to look unstoppable like it did against Arizona State and like it did against Colorado. But when you're playing against teams that have good defenses, a la BYU and Texas Tech, it's just going to look average at best, and in a lot of cases worse, below average, and that I think is true as well.
yeah, because let me put it this way. If Utah gets 422 yards on the ground, they aren't losing.
Right.
I mean, and I know they got a lot of yards against BYU and still lost. It wasn't 422 yards on the ground.
Right.
I mean, that's wild. But if they hold them under 200 yards on the ground, yeah, then Utah's offense isn't going to look good. I'll give you an example. Christian, in the mid-'90s, believe it or not, Nebraska was really good at football. They had a coach named Tom Osborne, and they were very good, borderline dominant. They had a quarterback whose name was Thomas Frazier. You might know him by Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe his given name is Thomas. He won the Heisman, I believe. You could double check. Ask me if Thomas could throw.
Can Tommy Frazier throw?
I have no clue. You know why? Because they just ran over every team every game.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to make a throw in his entire career at Nebraska. Everyone knew what was coming. It did not matter. And Nebraska was going to run for 400 yards. I mean, Utah runs a different kind of option, but they run the option. And if Bird can run the ball for 150 yards, man, they're going to do it. I don't know if they can run for 150 yards against the Bearcats. Have to look into the rush defense. It's obvious that Neon Deion has no rush defense whatsoever.
Utah really does have a dangerous run game. And because it's not just Dampier or Bird Ficklin, it's because Wayshawn Parker can get out there. You even saw Nate get out there and run around a little bit for Utah as well. So everybody was dangerous. Wayshawn Parker had the big 60-yard touchdown. Nate Johnson had a 50-yard touchdown. It's just Utah has a really talented rushing attack, and we didn't even see anything from Daniel Bray, who was Utah's best offensive player against BYU. So that is a weapon that they will have and be able to utilize against these lesser teams, and it's going to look good. But yeah, if you're in a game where you have to throw the ball, Utah's going to be in trouble. And if they can avoid that, which I don't know if you can avoid that against Cincinnati, now on College Game Day, you could find yourself in trouble again.
After that game, now granted, this is after, how many total rush yards did Colorado give up? Let me see here. They gave up, 422. I was just saying. Yeah, 422. So this is post that game. But you want to take a guess where Colorado is in rush defense nationally? 136 teams?
122.
134
Wow.
behind Charlotte. The mighty 49ers of UNC Charlotte.
Who are the two teams that are worse?
Georgia Southern.
Okay.
And Eastern Michigan.
Okay. Well.
A couple of directional schools there.
Not great, Colorado.
Colorado State's even better at 109.
Colorado.
Cincinnati, by the way, you want to take a stab where they are? Rush defense, just for the sake of this discussion.
This is a pure guess.
Yep.
35th.
66.
Oh, wow.
So Utah should have the opportunity to run it against the Bearcats.
Yeah. And then, as you mentioned, dominant defense. Basically a shutout till the very end of the game. And Ryan Staub came in.
You know what?
Had the touchdown.
You know what I never understood about what Neon Deion's doing? Did everybody forget that Pat Shurmur might be the worst offensive coordinator in the history of the NFL? The guy is like a proven bozo. Was that maybe the worst offensive game plan against Utah you've seen? Maybe ever?
Yeah.
Negative yards at halftime. You're killing it, Pat.
Yeah.
Killing it.
It's also weird that Dion's a defensive back in his career and he's not a defensive coach at all.
Certainly not against, not on the lines.
No.
Where it matters against a team like Utah.
Yep. Anyways,
all right.
38 carries, 38 yards for Colorado. You're right. A perfect Witt game.
Perfect. If he was writing a book about how to win, he'd write about that.
Yep.
Winning just like that. Next.
Number 2. Sorry. Make that a 7-game win streak for the Utah Mammoth.
Mammoth cannot clear. Gunther just took a hard hit from Cole Koepke, and now Peterka steals one in the offensive zone, and he gets blasted by Chibrikov. Gunther shoots and scores! Like that?
Play the bit. I can't believe that Christian just called his own number outside of playing. I just set up a bit for the show. Christian ran right over it because how dare you?
No one heard it.
How dare you interrupt Christian time?
Like that?
Thank you.
Thank you. It's Christian's time to shine. Don't have time for any of your shenanigans and bits. I got a highlight to play.
It was an amazing highlight. The Utah Mammoth have now won 7 games in a row. They were beating most teams because the offense was really clicking. That was not the case yesterday against the Jets. Jets, one of the best teams in the NHL. They also found themselves down after taking huge leads in their first 2 games of this road trip. They were down in this game early and just battled right back and took a 2-1 lead, tied it going in, or the Jets tied it going to the third period. And then it was just a fight for, as they've been saying, a term they've been using a lot, greasy goals, trying to really get up there and manufacture a goal. Nothing easy. And that play, you saw the value of J.J. Peterka's speed because he had no business getting to that puck. You saw Logan Cooley's creativity because he gets it and he just flips it behind him, knowing that Dylan Gunther's going to be skating up the ice. And then the most clutch player in the NHL, and 22-year-old or whatever, 23-year-old Dylan Gunther with his 11th, 12th game winner in his Utah career in whatever it is now, 80 games. It's just he continues to deliver at the biggest moments. It was awesome.
That's great, but what does that have to do with Christian?
We're not talking about the game yet.
I mean, how are we going to tie that back into Christian?
Well, Dylan is timely and Christian is not.
Let me ask you this: as we kind of get to know hockey a little bit better, would I be wrong in saying it's harder to win 7 games in a row in hockey than in
harder.
the NBA?
Way harder.
I would think so,
because
right?
there is so much more luck in hockey.
Yeah, it's so much more random.
So much puck luck. Not entirely, because as the Mammoth are showing right now, like, you play with that will, it's going to work out. But yes, when you have back-to-back games where they take 3-0 leads in the first 5 minutes, which is what had happened prior to yesterday's game, some of that's just, hey, man, I was right in front of the goalie, and the puck came to me, and I knocked it in.
I could see the 7-game win streak because of a hot goaltender.
Which Vejmelka and Vanacek have been awesome.
No, they have been good, but this doesn't feel that. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're playing fine. But the 7-game win streak doesn't feel to me because those guys are just stopping everything.
No,
you know what I mean?
And actually, I think what you're saying is absolutely correct because it can also work the other way around. You can be on a heater as a team and you run into a hot goalie or a goalie who's just playing out of his mind that night. And yeah, you snap it regardless of the quality of the opponent. It's just like, yeah, we just couldn't score because the goalie was playing awesome. It's really hard in the NBA for one player to actually dominate a game to that level the way a goalie can. Now, you know, Wemby can have a huge game. Luka can have a huge game. LeBron can have a huge game. Some of these great players can. But Austin Reeves, yeah, can go off for nearly 50-point triple-double. But, well, he did have 50. He didn't get the triple-double. But, yes, the hot goaltender will blow up a win streak. And that's why we have not seen the Mammoth previously have 7 wins in a row like they do now. So they're playing awesome, and they're fun to watch, and that top group is really performing well with Keller and Schmaltz and Hayton, our guy Barrett Hayton, coming back to the lineup. But now it's that young line with Peterka, Cooley, and Gunther that are playing out of their minds, and you've got to feel like if you're Bill Armstrong, like Tisha Ginla's still not with this team, and you just drafted another guy, Caleb Denoyer, with the 4th overall pick. It's like this could become an embarrassment of riches for this team. This could really come together and be special.
Next.
Number 3, just want to remind everybody, tune in to College Football Saturday, every Saturday, 10 to noon to hear me on the air. Also, the Jazz host the Suns tonight.
Great headline, Christian. Really great headline.
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with the Utah Jazz, who I thought undid a lot of their will with their win over the Clippers against the Kings, because the Kings are an atrocious team, and the Jazz lost to this Kings team.
I don't think the Kings are atrocious, actually, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
And you saw
they're not good either, but I don't think they're atrocious.
You saw, it's not the Wizards, it's not some of these absolute dog teams, but I don't think they're not going anywhere.
But they got after the Jazz where the Clippers did not. The Clippers played like
they just laid down.
Yeah. The Kings played hard.
And the Jazz had a chance to win that game, and some of the flaws that you have seen with the Jazz over the last couple of years, I thought reared their ugly head, and that's what it was kind of a reminder of. The good news for the Jazz, though, is they have yet to give up 110 points in either game. They only did that once in back-to-back games last year. They've already done it in their first 2 games here, so that's a good sign that maybe the defense is starting to perform better.
Well, and they're playing hard. Playing hard wasn't their problem on Friday, and that has been their problem in previous years. Their problem was, and this is going to be an issue, everybody sucked at once. Game 1, everybody played well at once. Game 2, everybody sucked in the same game. Even Lowry, who had 33, it wasn't particularly a good 33.
No, it was not.
It's not like he was lighting the world on fire, but nobody, and I should say offensively, to your point about the defense, offensively, nobody played well.
And
it was clunky, and like consistency is going to be a problem, which is my ultimate point, is that with young teams, consistency is going to be a problem because young players go like this. They go up and down and up and down and up and down. You don't get Karl Malone 30 and 10 every single night until they're fairly established.
The Jazz, and because we're not nitpicking like where are they going to get better and where they're going to get worse all that much with the team that's not expected to win a whole lot more than 25 games and, was trying to only win 17 games last year, I'm not sure we were really breaking down like, what does this loss for the team mean? And I don't mean game to game. I mean a player leaving the team. You lose Jordan Clarkson and Colin Sexton and John Collins, and I guess it's not a surprise that the defense is probably a little bit better. Those guys are not terrific defensive players. They're not awful, but they're not terrific defensive players. Maybe you get some guys to step into their roles and play harder, and you'll be a better defensive team. On the flip side, those were 3 of the 5 of the Jazz's best scorers last year. 3 of the top 5 scorers on the team who are veterans who really know how to score. That's how all of those guys have made their money in the NBA. You lose 3 of those guys, and all of a sudden the offense is bad. It's like, oh, well, duh. Yeah, the offense is bad right now, and it's probably going to be bad for long stretches. And it's still the flaw with Lauri Markkanen that he doesn't create his own shots. And Keontae George is still prone to shooting 5 of 15 like he did against the Kings. And until somebody else, a la Ace Bailey, steps up and can carry a bigger offensive load, the Jazz might have more troubles like that.
All right, we'll get to more coming up next. Okay, Christian, I'll do the read. Tune in to post-game coverage after every Utah and BYU game this season with Christian Esparza and Alex Napolis. They'll be taking your takes.
He missed another one.
And giving theirs.
Still not going to play mine. All right.
More next. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. So let's talk about this Utah Jazz. I was shocked how this thing went down. Watching them be up 43-19, I remember being like, all right, well, this won't last.
78 first half points against the Clippers.
This won't last. That's what I told myself. Well, this isn't going to last. Not only did it last, they maintained that the entire rest of the game, the entire rest of the way, even ballooning it up to 37 points.
You don't think Walker Kessler deserves a big fat contract? You're wrong. You saw a highly motivated, very energetic, very active Walker Kessler. 7 of 7 from the field.
Yep.
9 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 4 blocks. But here's a new wrinkle. 2 for 2 from 3? Walker, dude.
And was the first one the one that was the corner one?
Yeah.
I was like, okay, stop feeling yourself. Oh, whoa.
So I think Walker Kessler was obviously the star of the game.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utes at 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham's thoughts on their dominant win against Colorado.
Great team effort tonight from start to finish. Hard to find negatives in that game. It was offense, defense, special teams, all hitting on all cylinders. Jumped on them early. That first half was about as good as football as we've played here. Our players played so efficiently and so dominantly tonight. I couldn't be more pleased with how our guys reacted, how our coaches reacted after what we went through last week.
Utes at 50, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. Plus, new catering clients get 10% off their first order. It's Kenny J's Barbecue.
gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hans and Scotty coming up live tomorrow from noon to 3 at The Grill, 2264 South Main in Nephi. They're going to be hanging out with our friends at Bar W Beef. Ben, some news, NBA news breaking in the last hour. Shams Charania reporting that the NBA has sent out a memo to all of its teams because it's neck deep in this whole gambling thing. And it's really a real word salad, Ben. And it's basically saying that we're going to look at our policies in regards to gambling and we're going to be really careful and we're going to adjust how we do it. It's a new environment and on and on and on. It's exactly what you'd expect. They talked specifically about Terry Rozier's unders. And it was detected in real time because the bets were placed legally. But then they go on to say, like, we need to redouble our efforts. And they even go on to say, like, we need to use AI. And whatever. It makes me laugh because, Ben, what was the news over the weekend in regards to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver? He's been subpoenaed to testify before Congress.
Yep.
And if the good folks at Boeing have taught us anything, before you sit in front of Congress, you have to act like you're doing something so you can sit in front of Congress. And when they say, hey, why is your league having all these problems? You can say, we're doing something about it now.
Yeah.
Didn't you see my memo?
Right.
We're really going after this thing, so you guys should just leave me alone because I'm already handling it.
Yeah.
So it makes me laugh to see this stupid statement and this memo like, we got to really try hard, guys, because he's got to go in front of Congress and he needs some sort of dodge to get out of there. It's funny.
We'll see. We'll see where this continues to go. But yeah, he has to answer for why they said Terry Rozier didn't do anything wrong when clearly Terry Rozier was doing something wrong. And I know they're saying, well, we don't control who bets. He's right. They don't get to control who bets.
I wish this statement said brought to you by FanDuel. This memo brought to you by FanDuel. Do you think DraftKings was on the header of the memo that went out to the, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean any of this. This is all PR crap because he's got to go sit in front of Congress, which is really public. And so when they say, why did this go on under your watch? You're going to say, well, we're doing something about it now.
Yeah.
I don't know. This type of behavior screams to me that the NBA really has a problem on its hands and it's trying to tap dance its way through it.
I think it recognizes how it has gotten into bed with exactly what everyone said not to for exactly these reasons. And look, people have always been betting on sports. People are always betting on basketball, but it's a lot harder to have this big ring of people cashing in big on these unders when you're talking to your local bookie versus the ability to do it from your phone and have it spread and then have it become this nationwide investigation.
But he points out in here, and I don't think it's coincidentally, that they can pretend that it's legal, so that's why they were able to catch it. Again, this is something we talked about last week.
Right.
So you can. So is it happening more, or can you no longer get away with it?
Correct. I think you're right. It's always been happening. Now you can't get away with it, so it's going to look like a black eye because, yes, it's the players who are involved.
They're going to follow the betting patterns. Yeah. You know, if Christian's uncle Leo, who I'm assuming is a bookie, gets abnormal bets on Keontae George's unders, he's not going to tell anybody about it. He's probably going to notice it and then beat up the people who were trying to take his money.
Yeah.
Now you're going to know about it. So in a weird way, this memo is telling all the teams, like, They're going to know. They're going to know. Don't do it. You can't get away with it anymore.
It is funny, and this does bring up another talking point over the weekend, which is injury reports. This is going to be a big part of it, right? And I will tell you guys, I have heard times when I know a player is not going to play in the second half of a game. I've heard that before. I know exactly that it's going to happen. And I guess, yes, if I wanted to use that information and go hammer and under somewhere, it'd be like, I know that guy's not going to have 18 points because he's only playing the first 12 minutes of the game or the first 15 minutes of the game. But that's just how you talk when you're in this business. Yeah. You know what I mean? You have to understand when guys are going to play, who's going to get this opportunity, who's going to play there. Kyle Whittingham or the Utes had Devin Dampier as questionable all week long. Friday night, probable. The report comes out. He's probable. He's probably going to be out there. Utah can say he was in uniform. He was ready to go if we needed him. If we had to have him out there in an emergency, he could have played. They didn't need him, so he didn't play. But, that's totally within the rules of the injury report, right?
Yes. Let's say Chauncey, and there's some people suspect he's actually part of both wings of this investigation, right? But let's say that Chauncey 2 years ago was dishing out info to bet the other team, and he got busted for it. He could just say, I was tanking. They told me to lose games. What are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't rig anything. My organization said, do not play these players in the second half because we don't want to win.
Right.
I mean, doesn't that open the door to all this stuff? Okay, it's all right to rig games for the draft position, but it's not all right to rig games for Vegas or for gambling or whatever? That's kind of a blurred line, no?
100%. Yeah, that's why I have a hard time with it was a loss to the Chicago Bulls where they're like, yeah, he's going to tank this game. And he told whoever that somebody wasn't going to play or guys weren't going to play. It's like, yeah, they were losing games late in the season. Same with the Jazz.
Yeah. On purpose.
On purpose.
On purpose. So what's the difference?
Right. And you know what? The argument for the team is tanking works.
It's a strategy. Yes.
At this point, it doesn't help us to win games.
But ethically,
we're not going to make the playoffs.
Ethically, it's no different. Right. You're the idea of the sport is both teams play their best and may the best team win. That's the whole point. So if you compromise that for whatever reason, don't you lose legitimacy? If I'm Chauncey, my defense would be, man, these coaches are rigging every game. Why are you coming after me?
Yep. I'm sure you will hear that. I'm sure if he ends up going to court and has to argue for him not fixing games, he says, sure, I fixed the game. It's better for us to lose. That's not fixing a game.
My general manager told me to lose.
Yeah, the owner wants us to lose. He's my boss. What am I supposed to do?
Slippery slope.
It is. It's tricky.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, if you haven't spent much time considering kind of what lifestyle you want to live when you retire or what age you want to be when you retire, well, you should be considering these things because you should be properly planning because you can get there. I mean, what do you want to do? Do you want to travel around playing golf? Do you want to buy an RV? Are you looking for a cabin in the woods? How do you want to spend the years that you spend a lifetime earning? Well, Trajan wants to help you consider these questions and then show you exactly what you can do to get there. And it's all tailored to you. What is your risk tolerance? And like I said, what are those goals you want to reach? Sit down with somebody. I sat down with Trevor the other day. They'll help you plan it out and help you ask the right questions that you should be answering. So go to TrajanWealth.com. That's a great place to get started. You can also call them 801-210-6800. They'll sit down with you for free. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. 801-210-6800. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, there's a Ute fan on the YouTube comments who took my take about Cincinnati winning by 20 points seriously. Yeah. That I'm playing into a bit on the show because I hate the stupid Big 12 power poll, and as an excuse to rank Texas Tech low, I ranked Cincinnati high.
Yeah. You love your Bearcats.
And that turned into Christian and Ben accusing me of being a Cincinnati fan.
Mm-hmm. And now you are.
And so I'm leaning into that.
Can you say something nice about Utah to please Tracy?
Because he called me a BYU homer, right?
Yeah. I'm not hating. I'm understanding him being a fan, but Hans is a BYU announcer and is more impartial and fair. Jake is a total homer, rarely says anything positive about Utah.
I said their win was a textbook way to dominate a game. That's pretty nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their defense is really good. Held the other team to negative yards at halftime. That was something.
I will say something negative.
Okay.
I do think we've seen the last of Isaac Wilson. His series was rough. Even in that game where it didn't matter, he hadn't played all season, I get it. You can just, he's slow, ball doesn't come out well. There's just no reason to play him.
Do you think this is the Freebird's job for the next 4 years? I don't know if that's...
To be the starter?
Yeah.
No, I don't bet on that with anybody. I'm honestly
not
betting
No,
that
but take the transfer out of it. If, he's a freshman, they're playing a freshman. Even if he finishes the season, I don't think he's the solution at quarterback for the next 4 years.
I don't know.
I am shocked. If you want to talk about Isaac Wilson, I can't believe he went back to Utah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
He should never have done that. I don't know what other offers he had out there, but
that's the big question, yeah.
He should have gone somewhere else. Even if you've got to go play a JC for a year or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't understand why or how he stayed at Utah. Especially if Utah was closing the book on him.
I think Utah was probably happy to get him back just to have depth, and why not? You'd put a lot of time and probably money into recruiting him, so bring him back. It's not the worst case scenario as a third-string quarterback, but he didn't look like... he can't do it all what Jason Beck wants. That's the problem for him, is this particular offense is really poorly designed for him.
Yeah, another reason why it was crazy he came back. Why?
But, yeah, he's slow. He's
not he's not a option quarterback.
Yeah.
He's not.
So it's just not going to look good. And it didn't look good. And again, it was small, and I'm not trying to nitpick Isaac Wilson at this point. He has taken more heat in the state than I'm sure he deserves. But, certainly the backup job is Bird Ficklin's at the worst. Bird was really good. 55 points. And I know it wasn't all him, but it's hard to score 50 points in a college football game, regardless of who the quarterback is. And he put the team in situations to have that. Now, so did Colorado, thankfully. Colorado's atrocious. But they have not looked that bad in other games so far this season, and this was probably their worst outing of the year. So you do have to give Bird some credit there. So no, I don't know who Utah's quarterback is next year. I don't know if it's Dampier. I don't know if it's Bird Ficklin. I don't know if Utah's telling one of those guys to hit the road. I suspect if Dampier comes back, Ficklin goes somewhere else, because that's how college football works. He might have just made himself $1 million with the game on Saturday night because somebody was watching. The same way Devin Dampier made himself $1 million with somebody watching him play against Arizona last year in his first big time opportunity. So that's unfortunately how the game is played. The hard part for Utah might be, who are they picking between those two? Is one cheaper? Is one going to be here longer? Is one they have more belief in? I don't know.
34 minutes is how long Utah had in the ball in that game. That's a nice thing I'll say about Utah. That's a pretty dominant performance from that. But
that's amazing because of how many big plays they had. Generally, that's a team that is grinding a game out.
On your opinion about quarterbacks transferring, if I'm running a program, I'm steering clear of spending big money on transfers. Quarterback. I don't think I'm doing it. And my rationale is that if they were that good, the school that had them would have paid them. Honestly, if they were that good, the Bear ain't transferring because BYU is going to pay him to stay, So if you're looking at, okay, is Dampier or the Freebird going to stay at Utah and the other guy transfers, why would you spend big money on that guy? The school that had him didn't even want to keep him.
Okay, there are obvious examples of this not being the case. Penix at Washington, follows DeBoer and wins at a huge level. They go to the playoff.
But that's not a guy that had a big season at a smaller school then transferred or whatever. That was DeBoer knew he had a guy when he was at Indiana, and that guy followed him.
Ohio State paid Will Howard to leave Kansas State, and he goes and wins a national title. And Kansas State thinks, well, we've got that next guy. This is the Bird Ficklin situation.
But that was Kansas State picking the wrong guy.
Kansas State thinks they have the better young player in Avery Johnson, and clearly they do not. Certainly not better than Will Howe around.
Yeah.
And it's going to get spendy, but there's no salary cap, so who cares?
Cam Rising didn't transfer.
Right. Yeah, Utah kept paying him.
They paid him.
Yeah.
And, if you believe the rumors about Cam Rising and what he was making as opposed to the overall budget for the football team, Utah made sure to keep him. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So I think most schools can do that when they have a guy at quarterback.
Hey man, it gets really interesting for both Utah and BYU. This gets interesting this summer, and I hate to even talk about this. That's why I hate the transfer portal. I hate NIL. I do think it's ruined college football for a lot of reasons, including this very conversation we're going to be having, not just this summer, which is who does Utah pick? Because I don't think you're going to get to bring back both Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin. Maybe I'm overrating how I think other teams are going to view Bird.
Honestly, they should
view Bird.
Honestly, they should pick neither. I don't think either one of them is the
future. And that's the other option is maybe you have to go and find a third player who's even better.
And you know what? If Bird actually comes out and takes advantage of an opportunity to really make some passes when they're down, I certainly reserve the right to change that opinion based on new information. But I'm not sure either one of them is the guy for next year.
But quite literally, BYU could run into this situation with Ryder Lyons and Bear Bachmeier, where Ryder is coming back off a mission. This is not a guy who's going to want to sit 2 years before he gets his opportunity to play. He is actually having a shorter mission to come back and play sooner, just as Bear is going to be going into a junior and senior year.
Well, then you tell Ride or Die Lions, good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. If Bear is this good already and continues to progress at this trajectory, you do. You just tell Ryder to hit the road.
Bird in the hand versus ball on the carpet.
Bear in the hand.
Bear in the hand
versus a lion in the carpet.
No, I mean that would be an unfortunate situation for BYU to find itself in. No, I'm referencing an old drop, Christian, that you haven't heard. We should play that. Where's Salazar? We should find out if you search in there, bird
in the hand,
ball on the carpet.
Yeah, you'll find it. Yeah.
Have you heard it? Our guy Chad. I think that was like a judge playing somebody.
Regardless.
Redbird. Anyway.
Regardless.
No, that'd be unfortunate for BYU, but if you ever picked a freshman over an entrenched,
proven
2-year proven starter who's got you in the contention to win the league, and you're like, nah, we're going with the Frosh off a mission, you'd be crazy.
It's where, though I don't really have a lot of faith in Sark as a coach, he was right. Quinn Ewers was better than Arch Manning.
Still is.
And did not pick Arch over Quinn because Arch is, a 5-star quarterback. I'm sure Quinn was as well, but, has the name and had all this hype around him. No, he stuck with the older guy, and they convinced whoever at Texas to continue to pay Quinn Ewers to make sure he didn't leave. In fact, Quinn had transferred in from Ohio State, right? And then they kept paying him to keep him around. So, and that was clearly the right move. As would have been the case for Kansas State, they should have kept Will Howard around. I don't know if they could have afforded it with what the type of money Ohio State has to spend, but yes, that's the situation where Utah could find themselves in this summer. And it will be really interesting to watch. But I thought Bird was impressive in his first game. And if he has those types of tools and can improve on them, he could have a fun future.
It's easy to make those throws, though, when you're running over the other team because every pass is a wrong foot. I'll be interested to see what happens with the Freebird.
We may not see him again the rest of the year. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Devin Dampier could absolutely come back. If he was close or probable on Friday night, whatever you believe, then, he should. I would imagine he should be available against Cincinnati. Where Utah should feel comfortable is that if they have to go to Bird, he seems to have some weapons to be able to move the ball. You don't have to come in and just say, hand it off 3 straight times and punt, and that's your best case scenario. I do think that potentially if you were in an emergency where Dampier wasn't playing particularly well or did look like he was not at 100%, you could go to Bird Ficklin and have some success.
Cincinnati averages 437 yards per game. Good enough, Ben, for 29th in the country.
Okay. What is Utah?
Hold on. Hold that. They're 13th in total offense.
Utah is.
Yeah. But that's obviously because of the run. Give me a second. I'll tell you where they are rushing. I think they're second or third, aren't they?
In the
Fifth.
country? In the country.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a true attack.
At 267 yards per game. Yeah, it's what I'll throw us all into this, told you was coming as soon as they hired Jason Beck.
Yeah. It is funny.
They're going to be an option offense. They're going to run and run a lot.
Yep. It has worked out well for a Witt team.
Yeah.
They're going to have 2 black eyes losing to Texas Tech and losing to BYU that are going to make this season feel like it was less successful than it should have been or could have been. But this is working out pretty well. The offense is really moving. Utah has not had a top 30 offense seemingly consistently for a while. Certainly when Cam Rising was there, it was good. But now having the defense playing at the level they showed they can against Colorado, and they even played well against BYU. They did not play particularly great against Texas Tech in the fourth quarter, but were pretty good through the first three. It's a good team. But those two losses particularly are going to stand out and might taint the way we view this year from Witt's team.
Don't get behind Utah.
That's true.
Don't get behind. Now, good for the Bear. That should say a lot that he came back and beat Utah, but that was a little bit more of a seesaw, I think, than...
Where's BYU in total offense?
Hold on. Utah 91st, by the way, in passing. Just over 200 yards per game. You want total offense, Ben?
Yeah.
The Cougs are 34th.
What was Utah?
13th.
It's the myth, right? That's a myth. BYU has a better offense than Utah.
Yeah, Utah runs the crap out of the ball. Their problem is when they can't run it, what do you do?
Exactly.
They don't have another go-to. So it's a little bit of a myth, except for Utah really is that good running the ball.
Yes, they can move the ball that well.
But Texas Tech didn't let them run the ball.
When you can't run the ball,
what do you do?
Yeah, what do you do? And Utah doesn't really have a lot of great answers.
No.
So that's where you would certainly rather have BYU's offense and Bear Blockmeyer than what Utah has, even though Utah has a better offensive rating.
No, it's like Quinn Snyder with the pick and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you switch against his pick and roll, what do you do now? And Quinn Snyder was like,
I'm out of ideas.
Let's keep trying to run that pick and roll, man.
Go back to the pick and roll.
Let's do that thing.
Yeah.
Never had another
gear.
That's how Dwayne Wade put it, right?
Yep.
That's Utah. That's Utah's issue. If they get on top of you by double digits,
you're dead.
You're done.
Yeah.
And you can't stop the run, then you're not going to win.
No, Utah's having a really good season. It's just not as good as the team that's
they're just one-dimensional. That's
it.
I mean, it's to get back to my Nebraska comparison of the 90s, if you could stop their triple option, they were dead in the water.
Yeah.
They were going to lose. Because Tommy Frazier isn't throwing it all over you. It's not going to happen. Brooks Bollinger isn't going to turn into Ty Detmer all of a sudden.
Yeah. Thomas Frazier, by the way.
Thomas Frazier. And Brooks Bollinger, rest his soul, I believe died in a plane crash.
Are you the one who always accuses me of ending the segments sadly?
Yeah, that is kind of your role. I don't know why I stepped on your toes there. Bring up a devastating death at the end of a perfectly good segment. Yeah. Plane crash. Check it out. Richie Valens style.
You want to keep going?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't think he was intoxicated like John Denver, though.
Payne Stewart, where are you want to
go? We'll have more uplifting content next. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's see, who was it on that play? It was Rhett Bird. Rhett Bird was the hawk in the right place at the right time. I guess that's true what they say. A bird in the hand is worth a ball on the carpet.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Brands with real history are highly valued. Strauss was founded in 1948 by Engelbert Strauss, and it's still family-owned and run to this day. Strauss is trusted by workers all over the world. Their pants are like tools you can wear, smart pocket design, all-day comfort, and durability you can count on. And now Strauss is making history as the first brand ever with its logo on Major League Baseball helmets. From the job site to the big leagues, from grit to glory. Gear up now at Strauss.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Chase Roberts. Knows BYU's never out of it, no matter... Oh, sorry. Here's Kalani Sitake giving his thoughts on LJ Martin's injury.
Preston was able to step in, and Enoch was able to step in, and hopefully LJ is ready to go by the time we take the field next in a couple weeks. But I can't tell on that right now. It is concerning that he didn't finish, but we've seen guys not finish before and come back the next time. I'm going to stay positive and be optimistic about it.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order with Kenny J's.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, are you working the game tonight, or are you going to go as a fan? I only ask because you can't boo the Suns on press row, and I figured you just want to get after the Suns all night. So, are you buying tickets?
For the 12th straight year, I'm going as an employee. I'm working the game.
You're not going to go.
Not going to be booing.
You're
the
not
Suns.
going to be booing the Suns.
No,
'cause
I
that's
like
that's your MO.
Told you, I'm not a Suns guy, but I have liked their offseason. Now we'll see if it actually turns into anything. They have more players on their team that I truly don't recognize. Like, they had a team photo come out, and I couldn't tell you 7 or 8 of the players. I thought you were wondering if I was going as a fan because Jared Butler might be suiting up.
Oh, no, but there's just something else there.
Is he back?
I don't know. Is he?
I thought he got waived.
Oh, did he get waived?
Yeah.
Didn't make the team. That's tough.
I didn't.
Oh, no, he's going to Red Star Belgrade. Now I'm a huge Red Star Belgrade fan.
You sure are.
That's tough. He didn't make the Suns roster because this Suns roster has, like I was saying, so many guys on it you've never heard of. You have to really do your research.
Why did you like their offseason?
I'm not a huge Kevin Durant believer, and I hate Bradley Beal, and not the person, but the fit there of Bradley Beal.
Uh-huh.
So one of the things I really believe on a basketball court, as much as we talk about positionless basketball, is, yeah, kinda, but you do need to have players in certain. They didn't have a center last year on their team. They were trying Yusuf Nurkic, which I love watching Yusuf Nurkic with the Utah Jazz. He was also 2 of 9 in the Jazz's last game. What was he? 2 of 7, 4 of 11, whatever he was against the Kings. He's not a starting caliber center on a team that's trying to win a championship. And that was their best player, and they had to trade a draft pick to get off of him. And they just did not have a true center on their team last year. So they had 3 guys in Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker who all basically played the same position, which is give me the ball and I'm going to do something with it. I'm going to create with it. Now at least they have Jalen Green, who's a little overlappy with Devin Booker, but Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, who's kind of a traditional 3-and-D guy, Mark Williams, who's a true center. Like, they at least have a roster that makes some sense. The Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker thing didn't make sense. So at least they've started to spread the puzzle out a little bit to understand what is actually there. It doesn't mean they're good, and I don't expect them to be good, but I do think teams need to have some of the right pieces in place to be able to do certain things like rebound basketballs, play defense.
It's funny. The reason I asked you why you like their offseason is because this team stinks.
They're not good.
This team stinks. This roster stinks. They're wasting Devin Booker.
They are.
And so I wanted to hear your argument because that's not, I don't buy into your argument. Let me put it that way. Just because, like, I told you about a particularly bad Senate campaign in Virginia 25 years ago where all the candidates were just dreadful.
Yeah.
So if your argument that you like their offseason because their previous rendition was so horribly bad that just being different is somehow better, yeah.
Okay, I'll listen to that. I think that's totally fair.
You're asking way too much out of Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, for example.
No, you're right.
Like
they're a bad team.
They stink.
If you were to pull up the Suns stats, I think their leading shooter in both 2 games, meaning attempted shots, is Dylan Brooks. He's taken the most shots in both of their games so far.
Because you're kind of like the angle I was going to go with.
They played 3 games.
The angle I was going to go with this segment is, if a player is loyal to your franchise, what do you owe that player? Like, Devin Booker is the ultimate Phoenix guy, right? Yes. He's said that, and he's said he doesn't want to go anywhere. So what do you owe that guy? Like, what did they owe Damian Lillard for being loyal? Mm-hmm. And eventually Dame got the Supermax and all that stuff, but they never put a team around. Like, this is totally wasting Devin Booker. In fact, Devin Booker's presence on this roster is actually bad for the franchise.
Yes.
It is.
No,
it is. So what do you owe him?
Their only ticket out is trading Devin Booker.
That's it. So what, great, he's loyal to the Suns, but what are you going to do about it? Surround him with Dylan Brooks? You just spit a spicy hot take at me that Dylan Brooks is somehow better than they were last year.
Here's the problem right now with, how this team is built. Do you have their stats pulled up right now?
Yeah, I can.
What's your guess on how many shots should Dylan Brooks ever take in a game? And Jazz fans should be familiar with Dylan Brooks. He was on the Memphis Grizzlies team that the Jazz beat in that first-round series in the Gentleman's Sweep. He's an instigator.
If I'm seriously answering the question, 8 to 10.
Okay.
And they should only be threes.
Yes, I want you to pull up his stat line. I want you to see how many shots per game he's taking right now.
Hang on one second.
Sorry to not have the most exciting radio of
No,
Jake Googling things right now.
You're good.
But Devin Booker, for reference, one of the great scorers in our league right now, is averaging 15 field goal attempts a game.
I'm on the wrong side.
15 field goals attempts a game. I'll just tell you.
Yes.
Dylan Brooks is averaging 19.7 shots a game right now.
That's not a serious thing.
It's not.
This isn't a serious team.
Like that was prime Donovan Mitchell numbers. Donovan Mitchell was taking 19 shots a game, and even then everyone was like, "That's crazy. That's a lot of shots, Donovan."
You better be Donovan Mitchell if you're taking 19 shots a game. You know what I mean? Like, you better be at least that good.
And the Jazz, truthfully, did not have, unfortunately, because they had, with all due respect, Royce O'Neal next to him, or Grayson Allen next to him, or Rudy Gobert, who doesn't create shots, next to him. Like, Donovan still was taking too many shots. Some of them probably should have gone to, like, a Bojan Bogdanovic, or maybe even a Mike Conley. But he was taking a lot of shots. Dylan Brooks is taking that many shots now with the Phoenix Suns team that are terrible. But, yeah, that's how, unfortunately, poorly this is working out early on.
Criminal. 19 shots a game. I would cut Dylan Brooks today just because he had the lack of shame to take 20 shots a game.
I do like that they were willing to move off of how bad everything was, and they swallowed a very tough pill of
You
pain.
undersold it. It's 19.7.
Yeah, 19.7.
And his points per game average is only 19.3.
Yeah, he averages fewer points per game than shots.
They should
Just crazy.
They should release him today. They should leave him in Utah. That's what I would do.
Well, don't leave him here.
No,
leave him somewhere else. Yeah, where's their layover?
I'm not saying he has to play for the
where's
team.
Where's the common layover between Phoenix and Salt Lake? On
Vegas?
a chartered flight. Don't leave him in Vegas either.
Cedar City.
I had a friend
there
who told
you
me.
go.
Yeah, Cedar City's good. That's where the other criminals go. So that's where I live.
True?
No.
Was Christian going to school down there just to hide from the law?
Yeah, it's Utah's Australia.
Cedar City?
You just dump them down there.
Not even Gunnison. You're going to Cedar City.
So
I only bring up Gunnison, by the way, because there's a prison there. I'm not trying to drag any community.
Sometimes you have to break things down before you can start to rebuild them. Unfortunately, they are doing a half step. The full breakdown includes trading Devin Booker. They have to trade him, and they have to, try and get their own picks back, which, again, this is where the Jazz kind of picked their pocket. Remember the Jazz traded their three worst future first-round picks from the Cavs or the Timberwolves for the one future unprotected Suns pick. Because the Suns have dug themselves such a hole.
Are not a serious franchise.
They can't get out of it, and they don't own any of their draft picks going forward. They have traded them for Kevin Durant or Bradley Beal and pick swaps on top of it. So they truly don't control their own. So you can't even tank because then you don't have your picks. So there's no value in tanking. They have painted themselves in a corner that, yes, the only way out is like trading Devin Booker and trying to get either good young players back who are going to be your foundation or try and somehow get your picks back in those trades.
By the way, not only would I cut Dylan Brooks, but I'd probably fire Jordan Knott too. And I know he's only 3 games in.
But he's letting this happen.
But he's letting Dylan Brooks take 20 shots a game. That means that you're not qualified to be a head coach in the NBA.
Suns injury report.
I would honestly rather have Devin Booker double his shots.
Yes, of course. He should be shooting 30 times a game.
Maybe more. What is he taking?
15.
Yeah.
A very respectable number.
He needs to be taking way more. On this tub? Come on.
Good news, Dylan Brooks, because of a right groin strain, soreness from shooting too much, is questionable tonight. Jalen Green is out. He's got a hamstring strain, so there will not be a Jalen Green tonight. But yeah, this is a disaster for the Suns. This has been a disaster. The second they traded for Kevin Durant, the disaster began, and they didn't see it coming. And I get it. It's exciting. You get Kevin Durant. It's flashy. But they gave up too much to get him. Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson and all their draft picks. And then when it wasn't working, they doubled down to go get Bradley Beal, which nobody thought was a good idea. But somehow they convinced themselves it was the right move. And then they have lost both of those trades for the most part to get those guys to go away. Because who did they get for Kevin Durant? Dylan Brooks. And what did they get for Bradley Beal? Nothing. They have to pay him for the next 4 years because they stretched his contract.
Man, that owner is a huge bozo.
Huge bozo.
Huge bozo.
Yeah.
We should have listened to the Cleveland Cavs guy who wouldn't vote for him. Remember that? They hate each other because they're rivals in the mortgage industry.
Yeah. What is the Cavs guy's name? But either way, yeah, they
I
are
always
both,
wanna say-
both mortgage billionaires.
I always want to say Gordon Gund, but that was the owner before the current guy. We're looking for the guy who cried about LeBron leaving,
Gilbert.
not the Dan Gilbert. Yeah, not the blind guy that Carlos Boozer lied to.
Yeah.
I always thought that was a random part of that story to make it sound like worse. You know what I mean?
Dan Gilbert's worth $22 billion. That's real money. So, but that's the thing with the injury report for the Jazz. Good news. Yes, Isaiah Collier remains on it, but Ace Bailey, we'll see. We'll see if he gets moved back into the starting lineup.
The Jazz just need somebody to play well. Honestly, to get back to that against the Kings, nobody played. Walker Kessler disappeared against the Kings. Just disappeared.
And Nurkic, Taylor Hendricks, and Ace Bailey were all really bad off the bench. I wonder if Ace needs to be surrounded by better players. And it's only been 2 games, and he is coming off of an illness.
I'm not worried about Ace Bailey.
I'm certainly not worried about him.
And you know what? I always hated that argument, too, that he needs to be surrounded by better players. He needs to be better.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. Yeah, he does. He needs to play better.
Be better.
But
all right.
I do think he showed that in his 2 preseason games. It's preseason. You know, again, Jared Butler lit up preseason one time for the Jazz. It's not indicative of what you're going to do in the regular season. But I do think he can. I think what you've seen these first 2 games from him have been a result of being sick last week. And we'll see if he's able to get, because he just hasn't had the energy on the court.
Can I tell you, though? I don't care. It's 2 games.
Yeah, of
it's
course.
2 games into the season. He's still a rookie. Yeah. I know that he was a highly touted prospect. I know that he was the 5th pick. I know that the topic on the show all year long is going to be, can he become a star? Can he be famous? Can he be a big success? But after 2 games, who cares? Like, he can go scoreless in the next 10 games, and I'm not going to care. Players need the latitude to develop. That's why we hated the take on Cody Williams all last year.
Yeah.
And I feel bad Cody's not cracking into the rotation.
Yeah.
But
he'll get in at some point.
But it's just not fair. Ace Bailey or not. I mean, it's not fair. Cooper Flagg, it's not fair. And by the way, on the other side of it, I don't care how many points VJ Edgecombe scored.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You got a long way to go. I watched, what was that point guard's name from Philly that won Rookie of the Year and was out of the league 15 minutes later?
Michael Carter-Williams.
Tariq
Evans. Averaged 25 and 5 his first season.
Hot dog can come in and score 30 in an NBA game when given the opportunity.
On the flip side, though, not to go against what we're saying or talk out of both sides of our mouth, Walt Clayton has looked very good. Walt Clayton was really solid against Sacramento.
Well, Walt Clayton's 105 years old.
He is
so
older.
It does help that
he's played a lot of basketball.
Maturity is a thing.
Yeah, he's 23 years old. He's played a lot of basketball in his life. He's 4 years older than Ace Bailey, and he was playing not just good college basketball, elite college basketball. You know, point guard on the national championship team is playing at a really, really high level.
And point guards come into the league more ready to play. That's always true because you have to be way more skilled of a basketball player to play point guard.
Yeah.
If you're 6'8", you're going to make the team no matter how skilled you are. And
And
so a lot of times big guys have further to go, and they develop differently. I mean, it takes a while to learn how to be skilled when you're big and tall and gangly.
Yeah. And Ace is still pretty gangly.
Yeah.
He will look like Taylor Hendricks eventually, but he does not right now. And this is what Walt's going to get in better shape. He's going to get stronger. He's not putting on more weight. This is what Walt Clayton's going to look like. He's not going to get taller. He's not going to fill out a whole lot more. He'll get more muscly, but he's not waiting for his body to arrive. He's there.
He's also not going to get any better. Ace Bailey is...
I'm not sure I'd say he's not going to get better, but I get what you're saying.
For the purposes of this conversation, yeah, no, everybody can get better. Sure. But my point is he's a lot closer to his ceiling than Ace Bailey.
Yes. Yeah, he literally 4 more years of his life has played basketball. So yeah, give at least 3. Give Ace 3 more years and see where he is. That's where Walt Clayton is today.
Right. But no, I mean, the nasty truth of basketball, if Ace were 6'1", and at the same skill level he is now, he'd be in Europe.
Yeah.
So that's the hard part. But if you're 6'1" and you're going to make it in the NBA, unless you're Trey Burke, you're super skilled.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I say that because my knock on Trey always was he was good at a lot of stuff, but he wasn't great at anything. And in fact, he was bad at defense.
Yeah, he was actively bad at a few things.
Yeah. So, but he didn't Allen Iverson was 6'1", but he was the fastest guy on the floor with amazing handles, right? If you're going to be that small, you have to be super good at something. Spud Webb was incredibly athletic.
Yeah.
Anyway, Trey Burke, not good at anything.
Not good at anything. Yeah. You know what? Keontae George is going to problem he's going to have to run into. His defense is getting better. He's playing a lot harder on defense. When he's done that, he's looked better.
His defense is way better.
If he still only shoots 5 of 15, he's not a starter,
No.
certainly.
And that's
he may not be
Isaiah
an NBA,
Collier's
He may not be an NBA player.
Right.
It's really tough. That's how tough the league is, Those first 2 years, you got some wiggle room. You're getting better. He's certainly shown plenty of flashes. You look at his box score on Friday night, and Keontae George has 18 points and 10 assists, and you're thinking, wow, he's really playing well. But 5 of 15 will keep you out of the NBA. And he's done that a lot in his career. So,
got to figure it out.
Yep. And if he doesn't, Walt Clayton's ready to take his job.
He's way better defensively, though.
He's playing a lot better.
He's playing a lot better defensively. And his whole demeanor is way better.
It is.
Like he's a team guy. He's talking strategy on the sidelines. He's playing hard.
Talked to him last week after the season opener when they beat the Clippers. And, yeah, he said, my locker room clean out with the Aggies and with Will was very blunt. And he said the first thing he said was, I have to grow up. He recognized
Which was always true about him.
Yeah, good for him for listening. That'll be good for him in all aspects of his life.
Totally agree. Yeah, 100%. All right, wrapping up the show. Coming up next, Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite, and he knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it's not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Isn't fall one of the best times of year? The weather's cooling down, leaves are changing, and so is our menu at the Garden Restaurant. Stop in and try some Garden favorites. The jalapeno pork sandwich perfectly balances sweet and spice. Plus, all things turkey, the turkey club and turkey cranberry sandwiches, or the delicious turkey pot pie that is made fresh daily. Warm up with our yummy soups like our tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, or chicken noodle. Or pair a crisp salad with a savory sandwich for a delicious duo. What really makes the Garden special is the fresh ingredients and the handmade care that goes into each dish each time it is made. Like our massive cinnamon rolls, shareable between 4 people, our famous Lionhouse rolls, our gooey chocolate chip cookies, or our brand new caramel coconut cereal bar treat. Healthy, hearty, customizable, and very craveable. We're the Garden Restaurant. Convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3 and soon extended fall hours. Visit our menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Did you know Medicare plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money. And don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tonight on The Voice, it's a season of unforgettable performances. And now, get ready for the knockouts.
My heart racing fast, my blood pressure's up.
The coaches may be friends.
I'll just hang outside and just scream, I love you, Reba! Snoop, I miss you and I love you!
But they're not afraid of some fierce competition.
Oh, this is a good season.
Don't miss the battle rounds on The Voice, tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10. Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
He wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
What do you want to know? Andrew Adams takes you inside, if you dare. Did you die here? Spooky Saltaire, Thursday at 10 on KSL.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have 2 locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Ben, here's Coach Witt talking about the run game.
It starts up front. It definitely starts up front, and we've been singing the praises of our offensive line all year long, and the running backs are doing their part. Daniel Bray has been a big factor for us now going on 3 weeks or so, and so a lot of things go into that, but if you want the starting point, the origin is the offensive line.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order at Kenny J's.
On the airways, talking sports. They got him matrix and on soul. Loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, want to remind you can nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest, then listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Ben, we haven't even talked about what's probably the biggest story of the day nationally, and that's LSU has separated Brian Kelly from his job.
Yeah.
Paying him, what was the payout? $56 million to go away, which is just wild. I saw the best tweet, and I can't remember exactly how it was phrased, but Brian Kelly can kill a kid and keep his job, but lose 3 SEC games and you're out.
You're out, yeah.
And they say, it's just different here. Terrible hire to begin with.
Yeah, bad.
Huge bozo. I've never heard anybody on the inside, Ben, I don't know about you, but I've never heard anybody inside college football say a good thing about Brian Kelly.
No, he's not a guy who's like, universally really well liked. We know enough people who have traveled, covered people, interact with teams. Yeah, no one's ever been like, oh, actually, he's really cool. He's
I've got
a cool guy behind the scenes.
Friends that are kind of in the Notre Dame universe, and they were thrilled the day that he took the LSU job.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thrilled. And you remember that stupid video he did when he first got there where he's
with the recruit?
With the recruit where he's doing the eye thing and
you remember his fake accent?
Yeah,
the fake accent. That's the phony.
Yeah.
Huge phony. And you know what doesn't resonate anymore? Phonies. People don't. Authenticity is at a premium. I mean, Ben, I think you and I try to do a pretty authentic show. I think people are getting our authentic selves. I hope so. I mean, that's kind of the point. And when we talk about behind the scenes stuff and we talk about our inside jokes and how we tease Christian or Lloyd or whatever, like we authentically don't like Lloyd.
Right.
It's true. We're being honest about that.
Christian is authentically late with his drops.
All the time. Lloyd does run this place like a Portuguese dictator. That's why we call him Salad. That is true. That is authentically the case.
Brian Kelly's first year at LSU, 10-4. Second year, 10-3. Third year, 9-4. This year, 5-3. So
$56 million.
One with some other guys. One with Ed Ogeron's recruits. That was never Ed's problem. Ed could recruit. Ed could get players. Not that they were necessarily great his last couple of years there either, but Ed has been a good recruiter throughout his career. Brian Kelly takes over. Yeah, gets to the Citrus Bowl that first year, but really fell apart. And yeah.
But it did make me think, like, if I were LSU and I'm going out to get a new coach, I'm done with retreads. I'm done with old school guys. You know why, Ben? The rules totally changed.
They have.
So why would Brian Kelly, who was kind of successful at Notre Dame, why would he automatically be a guy? I want an innovator. I want somebody who's going to do it with these new rules the right way. There's no guarantee that if Nick Saban took another job that he'd be any good.
No, you want an innovator like Stinkin' Riley. That's what we're looking for.
No. In fact, I don't even care if my head coach knows how to coach football. That would not even be in the top 10 priorities. I can find some idiot who can do X's and O's. You need somebody who's a fundraiser, probably first and foremost, a PR person, like all these things that are way more important now in college football than actually coaching.
You're describing Dion.
Maybe. Maybe.
He's picking a bad year to have a bad year at Colorado. Not that I don't think a team would hire him if they could. I don't think LSU would or Penn State would or Florida would. It is funny. You're going to hear, and I don't think he's going to take a job at all. I think he's in the perfect spot. I think he knows he's in the perfect spot. Kalani's going to be a hot name, and deservedly so. Kalani is a young coach. He's 50, but he's a young coach who wins at a high level, has absolutely incredible culture. He develops his players. Everybody loves him. Donors love him. Fans love him. The players love him. He does nothing but win. He is the perfect candidate for a lot of these jobs. He's never going to leave BYU. I would be absolutely shocked if he ever even thought about it.
I could see Kalani leaving BYU. I don't know if it would just be for anything.
No, he's not going to just say, well, this job's open, I'm going to take it.
Like Urban Meyer, when he left Utah, he was leaving. In just your normal job cycle, he was taking something.
Whatever the best job was,
whatever the best job was, he was going to take it. I don't think that's Kalani.
I agree.
I think that he would be choosing. I mean, if USC tried to hire Kalani, I bet he'd take it. I'm just picking
Oregon.
If Oregon
maybe,
tried to hire Kalani, he'd be crazy not to take it.
I agree, and I still don't know if he would, in all honesty. I'm with you, though. There are a couple of jobs, I would stay west.
Yeah, for sure.
And those are the only two, and maybe Washington, 3 jobs that I would
never take UCLA.
Seriously consider.
I don't like
it's Oregon, it's Washington, or it's USC, and I don't know if those are better than BYU for Kalani.
Or I could see staying in the Midwest or something like that. I mean, if Texas ever tried to hire,
sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if Texas calls. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't think Kalani's leaving for LSU, nor do I think LSU would hire Kalani necessarily.
Agreed.
But he's the type of coach, to your point, that I would look at if I were those big programs. Because the old geezers, the Mustache Pete's, won in a different world. Everything changed. It'd be like signing Nolan Ryan back in the day if Major League Baseball outlawed the fastball.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you took away what made him good.
The only thing
it's like a different world. They totally changed the rules on you. It's why old geezers got out.
Well, and it's probably even why a guy like Lane Kiffin is having a bit of a rebirth. Now, I think Lane's just a good coach, but he can adapt to this.
For this.
He can do this.
Yeah, and he will take one of those jobs.
Yeah, he will.
And he is very funny.
Yeah, but he's authentic, to your point. He went through I don't know if he was even inauthentic early in his career, but he made all of his mistakes, and now he's done nothing but own them face first, publicly, and that authenticity has paid off for him.
You know what I think? I think Lane did what Karl Malone could never do, and that's like he's going to be a villain no matter what. He could have, he got raked over the coals about his divorce on Comedy Central. I mean, he was going to be, people decided what they thought about Lane Kiffin, and it wasn't good. And he really leaned into it. He said, I don't care.
Yeah.
And then I'm automatically going to have the reputation as a coach that gets out in the middle of the night, so I'm going to lean into that. I'm going to take whatever job's open.
Yep.
I like Lane Kiffin.
So do I.
What was the name of that idiot comic that made fun of him?
Tosh.
And it was funny.
It was really funny, and he looks a little bit like Lane.
But can you imagine sitting at home watching that skit? Wasn't it basically making fun of that he treats his family badly? Wasn't that the whole premise of the skit? Is that he yells at his kids? Be like, I can't escape this. I might as well be guy that everybody throws a spitter at when they're trying to walk off the field.
Yeah.
Which is a thing that happened.
The Crimson Corner.
All right, stay tuned. Hans and Scotty G are coming up next.
Thanks, Christian.
We'll talk to you tomorrow on Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Idea.
This isn't your average July show. No. We are knee deep in the season. We got some stuff to talk about. So let's open up those phone lines. Favorite sports movie? Let's go. 801. No, I'm just joking.
Does Rudy take out Bull Durham?
Oh, man. What a weekend. By the way, a little planes, trains, and automobiles for you. You get home all right?
Yeah, that is not a fun trip, and I've heard Lubbock is worse.
Yeah, Lubbock's not good.
I've heard Lubbock is.
I've only been there once, but it was a nightmare to get into. Flew into Houston, had a long layover, got into probably the smallest commercial plane I've ever been in to get into Lubbock. I mean, this thing was tight.
That's kind of the flight that it was from Detroit into Des Moines. But then you've got an hour drive from Des Moines into Ames. So like every BYU fan out there that made that trek,
yeah,
you're the real champion.
I talked to a guy that was at the airport, was on his way out there, and Mr. Shirtliff, shout out to you. And I'm like, this is the one. He's like, well, I got to watch this team. Diehard BYU fan. Came up, said hi, listened to the show, made it to Ames, and
well, he got a show. Oh, he got a show.
Yeah.
I've been just thinking over this game all weekend, and I still can't make any sense of it. Like none. It makes no sense what happened. How Iowa State did what they did in the first half, and then BYU lose their starting linebacker and their starting running back, and then they come out and do what they did in the second half, and you're thinking, how does something like this ever even happen?
It makes no sense.
Well,
it makes no freaking sense.
I can tell you that we saw the guts of some people.
Yeah.
Like, every once in a while, you can see people's fortitude and their guts and what the game means to them. And there were a couple of guys that showed up in the second half that in the first half they were like, oh, we'll just go beat Iowa State. In the second half, they're like, oh, I guess it's going to have to be a street fight. So I'm going to come out with my lance. I'm coming out with nunchucks. I've got my brass knuckles.
Let's go.
And you know what? I've got a firearm stuck too. Like, whatever we got to do, we're going to win this game.
Yeah, Bear killed a man with a trident.
Yeah.
He should probably lay low for a while.
He ran a trident right through a man's chest.
Yeah.
And there were some dudes, like, for instance, and I've already shouted him out during the broadcast. John Taumapeo showed up.
Yeah.
And Scotty, I know you know this from all the years of doing play-by-play. You can see certain individuals, and a lot of people don't see trench individuals. They see the guy that's carrying the ball or the guy that's making the tackles. But if you really want to see where a game turns, watch trench and start to see who really starts to bang the heads, who gets the penetration, who gets the push. All of a sudden, Waylon Lapuaho and Bruce Mitchell turned into battering rams. They just went combos and started driving dudes. All of a sudden, John Taumapeo at the defensive tackle position, he was playing on their side of the line of scrimmage. In the first half, Iowa State was playing on BYU's side of the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, he switches it over. Anisi Purcell came in and did the same thing. Keanu Tanavasa had a good game in the second half of getting press. He's hitting a lot of gap pressures and doing things like that. Logan Latui drops back into coverage and gets an interception that changes the tides. That's a defensive lineman. Vil Pauha gets a couple of pressures. Bodie Schoonover goes and gets...
Oh, Bodie Schoonover was a man.
He was a man. He gets a couple of big sacks in the second half and turns the tide. So if people really want to know where the tides turned, it was the defensive front. And that includes Tausili Akana. That includes a guy that, okay, you ready for the first time I've said his name? Nusi Taumapeo. Nusi Taumapeo was awesome. And he's a true freshman. He played against my son. He played with my son for years.
Yeah.
And then he played against my son through high school. And I know his family. I know his dad really well. One of the most finest families you'll ever meet in your life. And Nusi gets on the field, and he's making noise. So it's the defensive front. If you want to know where it started, where it ended, and what switched the tides, it was the defensive front, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then it goes a little bit to the offensive line. And then everybody started doing their job. So incredible stuff. But I don't even know, like, I know 8-0 is the big story, for sure. And BYU is the big team. But then we find out game day's coming. Game day's coming for an insane matchup. And I want to get into this for the starter because I watched a ton of Cincinnati. Because, you know, the last two games Iowa State played coming into this BYU game was Cincinnati and Colorado.
Yeah.
And I had watched the full Iowa State-Cincinnati game to get ready for my side of the color call. And Cincinnati dismantled Iowa State. Like, embarrassed them.
Yeah, Cincinnati's, they're not to be messed with right now.
Well, I'll tell you how they did it, and then we'll also talk about what we saw from Utah.
So let's get to it. Starting lineup, Hans and Scotty. We got a lot of college football to break down. Bronco Mendenhall will join us coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. And then Kalani Sitake at 1:05, Kyle Whittingham at 2:05. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we've seen Prime in a press conference look befuddled, look a little angry, look a little upset. That Utah game may have broke him. Like, I firmly believe right now that there will start to leak out some reports here in the next 2 to 3 weeks about how Deion Sanders, because of health issues, is going to step down at the end of the year. Because the health issues are real. I'm not saying he's hiding behind those, but when he has a team that plays like that and he doesn't have kids on the team and he doesn't have his, essentially adopted son on the team, I don't think there's a lot of motivation for him to play.
He's done.
Yeah.
He's done. He's going to call it quits.
He looked like a broken man.
He looked like a broken man. And I'll tell you who else is done. Caden Salter's done.
Yeah.
He was done. Inside the first quarter, that brutal punishment that was dished out. And I know everybody could be yelling at him like, well, how are you going to throw an intentional grounding when you're 6 yards in the end zone? What did you want him to do?
Yeah.
Then he was going to take the sack for a safety, or he was going to throw an interception, but he got pushed so far back because Utah's defensive line got so much pressure that his only option was to throw an intentional grounding that led to the safety.
offensive line, which has seemed to gain traction over the week, seemed to have a setback today. Couldn't identify
Yeah, they
the
blitz
blitz.
us to death. They're still blitzing us right now, and we inside. They still blitzing us right now. And guess what? I just told them, be ready for the next week. Cat's out the bag.
They're still blitzing us and we're inside. Game's done. They're still blitzing us. Well, so there's a lot of things that we need to get to because this is the most lopsided half of football that I've ever seen.
Yes.
I joked about it. I joked a little bit about it, even though it's not a joke to me. Do you know one of the top 5 most horrific moments of my life is still the first half of that game against Syracuse?
Carrier Dome, 42-0.
42-0. One of the most embarrassing, worst, humiliating, terrifying. I've never felt so sick, so low, so disgusted, so lost.
Is that where the go to your happy place line came from?
Yeah. True freshman walked up to me and was like, so what do we do now? And I said, well, I'm not even here anymore. I said, I'm on the Matterhorn at Disneyland. I'm right now, I'm at the top and I'm ready to hit the downslopes and I'm happy and I'm not here. This is so humiliating. And somehow Colorado made our performance in the first half look like the stinking 84 Bears or 85 Bears.
85, yeah.
The 85 Bears.
84 was good too.
84 was good too. It was the most 398 yards at the half to minus 18 yards at the half. And just a disgusting dismantling. Okay, there's a lot that we can get into. And I do want to talk about what I saw from Wayshawn Parker. And I want to talk a little bit about what I saw from Nate Johnson and what I saw from Nakari Rogers. And I want to talk a little bit about Larry Simmons. But I want to start with this. First and foremost, great job, Jason Beck, having somebody ready.
Yep.
Lloyd put out the clip on socials, and I went on a rant on Thursday because I didn't care if Devin Dampier was out. I wanted to see a quarterback be ready. I don't care. So you lost a quarterback. Well, why did the last offensive coordinator get let go?
He lost a quarterback and didn't have anybody ready.
It didn't have anybody ready, and
Yep.
it looked terrible. Okay,
Yep.
So first and foremost, Jason Beck. Great job having the quarterback ready.
Yes, sir.
Secondly, now, if I'm Jason Beck, I'm going to Devin Dampier, and I'm sitting him down, and I'm saying, Devin, can you run my full playbook? No, coach, I can't run this mesh option. I can't run this spread zone, and I can't run this sweep. You can't run it. No. You're going to sit until you can run every play in my playbook. And Bert Ficklin is going to start, and he's going to play until you can run healthy every play in my playbook. Until then, you're done. Because Bert Ficklin can almost run every play in the playbook. I do think that some of the passing may have been dumbed down a little bit, and Bird was definitely overreaching. He was definitely overreaching to try to get the run game going, but it was working. There will be defenses that they'll meet up with that can slow that down. But at least I can go to Bird and say, all right, Bird, can you run the playbook? Yes, I can. I can run the whole playbook. I just need to know what you need me to do. But I'm capable. Just tell me what you need me to do. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Based off of what you did at Colorado, with these certain zone looks or these certain takeoff points, now we're just going to have these two wrinkles. It's going to be drop downs to Ryan Davis and drop downs to Dallin Bentley. That's all it is. What we're going to do is we're going to drop into the pocket, and then we're going to drop down to Davis, or we're going to drop down to Bentley, and this is going to change the game. Scotty, it's not much different than what BYU's doing with their offense right now.
No, not at all.
What you watch what
also with a true freshman.
Also with a true freshman. You watch what every defense is having to do against BYU. They're all having to push the exterior zone stretch. They're all having to focus and try to push onto the mesh point, and it's creating all kinds of vertical gaps. Lateral gaps, not vertical. It's creating all kinds of lateral gaps. I always get lateral and vertical messed up. But because of what they're doing offensively, and that's what Bert Ficklin brought. But you have to be able to add these drops into it. And he had a couple of passes that were nice. I mean, he wasn't extremely accurate, 10 of 22. It's not, drop-dead accuracy. But he did hit a couple of passes that were critical.
The shot to Buchanan, beautiful pass.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome. The deep shot.
Yeah.
Was Buchanan? Buchanan was lined up at the wideout, wasn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he was lined up at the
wideout.
wideout.
25, 30-yard touchdown.
And by the way, great catch by JJ too.
Yeah.
It was nice. I felt like JJ helped him out a lot, and I felt like Larry Simmons helped him out a lot. But he did spread the ball out. If you look at it, 2 to Larry Simmons, 2 to Ryan Davis, 2 to JJ Buchanan, 2 to Dallin Bentley. And I know Isaac Wilson came in. Did Isaac have a completion? I don't think he did either. He did. He had one attempt, didn't he? But the point I'm making, Scotty, he distributes, equal across the board. So here's my point. I've got the blueprint on Cincinnati. I'm pretty sure I know how to beat Cincinnati. And I'm sure Morgan Scalley's going to know how to beat Cincinnati. And by the way, Morgan decided to ratchet up 100%.
Morgan was ticked off and took it out on Colorado.
Morgan's mad. And I need Morgan to stay mad. Because if they start to let the disappointment of a couple of weeks ago creep in, they're going to lose a game they shouldn't. If that disappointment starts to creep in and they're like, what are we even going to do? Now we got 2 losses. Now we have to – Texas Tech has to lose 3. Like they have to have a couple things happen for them to have a shot to get to the Big 12. They can't start feeling down about themselves. But I'm telling you right now, by the way, do you disagree with that?
Not one bit.
Jason Beck with Devin Dampier?
Not one bit. Not one bit.
Bert Ficklin?
I do think it's an interesting situation that Jason Beck's in right now because Devin Dampier, I guarantee, is a competitor. Devin Dampier saw that and is like, all right, I'm ready to go, coach. Ready to go. Are you really? Are you really? Remember, Devin Dampier is not at Utah if Jason Beck's not at Utah. And Jason Beck may not be at Utah. Devin Dampier doesn't go to Utah. They were a bit of a package deal. Sorry, Lloyd. And so when you've got these guys that are kind of tied at the hip, but you've got a coach that's saying, hey, our offense looked a little bit better with this guy as opposed to my guy. And so at the end of the day, you got to go with the hot hand. And if Devin Dampier is not 100%, and you're right, if your playbook is limited, you got to make a hard decision and have a hard conversation.
It's a hard conversation, but for me, it's not a hard decision.
No. It's a hard conversation for sure.
But not a hard decision,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, you got to protect yourself.
But Coach, I feel like I can throw. I feel like I can sit in the pocket. I feel, hold on. You're no good to me if I don't have the mystery.
Yeah.
You're no good to me.
You're not a good enough passer.
Right. Every time I see number 15 roll in, all right, I'm going to do one thing. Every time I see number 4, is 4? Devin Dampier 4 or 7? 4. Every time I see number 4 roll in, I know it's this other thing. So I'm just going to put together a little game plan that based on whatever quarterback comes in, we're going to roll into this. But I have to have full versatility from Devin Dampier to have a full access to my offense, as you saw with Bert Ficklin. The thing is, and I harp on this all the time, and BYU is going to be dealing with this. I don't know the depth of the injury situations, but you can't be without Cialiacera. Can't. And I'll explain why a little bit later in the show. He's critical to certain aspects of what they do defensively, and I'm going to get into depth of that. You can't be without LJ Martin. It's a non-starter.
No.
I'm not sitting here thinking you're going to get Sione Moa back tomorrow. So now you're like, all right, so I guess here we go. Preston Rex, how you feeling, bud?
Yeah. We need you.
Javessa.
Got to go.
Nawahine. By the way, those guys, great in pass blocking, and they did some good things in setting up the pass blocking to allow Bear Bachmeier to do his thing. But you saw when they got the ball, it's not L.J. Martin.
No.
L.J.'s a beautiful
He set the bar,
running
and he
back.
set the bar so high.
He has. So it's an easy decision to me. So the things that I really wanted to press about Utah today were Jason Beck had a quarterback ready. And that's fantastic news. You don't make a move until Devin Dampier is 100%. Not 85%. I'm not taking 85%. I'm not.
Nope.
I've watched 2 losses, one against Texas Tech and one against BYU. The bulk of the loss was my inability to run certain aspects of my offense with an injured quarterback. That's my perspective.
And you're not wrong.
Lloyd, I don't know if you got a different perspective on what you've watched. Scotty, I don't know if you got. But for me, if you can't run every aspect of Jason Beck's offense, you become one-dimensional. As a defensive coordinator, I know what I can do to stop that offense. But if you got Bert Ficklin and my mesh points become deadly, now I'm guessing. I'm rolling the dice. Every run blitz that I call in, I'm rolling the dice. Every pass blitz, every time I'm trying to bring a nickel or a corner, I'm rolling the dice. Because if this is a stretch action RPO that can pull and drop down and I blitz my nickel, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
If I'm able to catch it and it is a stretch RPO, the pass is taken out and it's handed to the outside and I run the blitz, I might hit.
Yeah.
I might hit.
Or
I might miss.
And I'm screwed.
For instance, Iowa State started walking 6 and 7 all the way up to the line of scrimmage because they're like, screw this, man. Bear Bachmeier, like we have to take away his draw action. We got to take away his dive action. They walk 7 up to the line. Now, once you get past that line of 7, the next line of defense is 12 yards back, and now I've got this 8-yard cushion that I can make some real yardage on. And it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah. So you have to have the full spectrum of Jason Beck's offense. Ficklin gives it to you. Go with Ficklin until Devin Dampier's 100%.
Bailey's hanging out with us. It's been a minute, Bailey. How you doing?
Good to see you
What's
both.
up, my brother?
Oh, man, it's good to see you. Mint Medical. How are things?
Things are good.
Good.
Yeah?
You guys are doing a good job.
Wow. It's been a busy college football year.
This is our paradise, man. It doesn't get much better than this. Teams are playing well, winning games, ranked, game days coming to town. God bless America. But I tell you what, there's a lot of guys out there that are loving their sports teams, but also have a lot of weight on their mind because things may not be clicking that well in the bedroom, and Mint Medical can help out.
That's right. That's what we focus on, trying to get them back into mint condition, as we always talk about. Those that are struggling with that ED, that acoustic wave therapy really does work. Every week we have a lot of patients that come through thinking, is this really going to help what I'm dealing with? And then after 1 or 2 or 3 treatments, they're saying, this is great. And a lot of times their spouses are coming in saying, hey, this is really great. We really appreciate what you guys do in helping our relationship.
So I had an opportunity to come into the Mint Medical Clinic in Sandy. By the way, 2 locations, one in Sandy and one in Layton.
Yes, you did.
And that Sandy location is so sweet.
Yeah, that's our new one.
It's discreet. It's kind of away from everything. It's quiet. What is it, 2nd floor, 3rd floor?
3rd floor, yeah.
And I went in and got my testosterone checked.
Right.
And it turns out that I've got the testosterone of a young rhino.
That's right. You were off the chart. You were off the chart.
Which is great.
Which is, by the way, the least surprising thing I've heard all day.
Bailey's trying to figure out how to actually extract some of the testosterone.
That's right.
No, but it was awesome. The test was easy. It was this little thing you put on the arm.
That's right.
Draws the blood. The reason I did that is because I'm starting to creep up on 50.
Right.
I just want my full male health to be in order. And if you're out there right now and you're like, I don't have the energy, I don't have the sex drive, I don't have the passion that I used to have, you don't have to live like that.
That's right.
You don't. Mint Medical is here to get all of that cleared up. They'll help you with testosterone, they'll help you with weight loss, they'll help you with ED, they'll help you in all these areas. And all you got to do is call 801-804-8000, and you got a lot of free things out there, Bailey.
Yeah, that's right. And we talked about this. A lot of folks, if they want to get the testosterone, they can get that. That first month is free if you become a patient. But also, you talked about the weight loss. We do focus on making sure that we can help get the weight down. That does affect the ED side of it. So we have the GLPs. Those are also free that first month if you become a patient. So that trifecta approach, which we talk about, acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and then getting those GLPs in order, it really works for guys, and they're loving the results. And and it kind of reignites their love life as well. But, even the energy side, getting that energy up, that's a big deal. So it works on all aspects.
We haven't had a chance to chat before, but the big giveaway still available?
The big giveaway is still live. That's right.
Go to Hawaii, folks. Right. Let's go.
That's awesome.
Yeah. If you sign up as a patient, you'll also get 5 nights in Hawaii on us. So we want to incentivize you to make that call. It's worth it.
801-804-8000, locations in Sandy and Layton. You can also check them out at mintmedicalclinic.com. But just call right now. Get the information. So much free involved here. 801-804-8000 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
One simple thing can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection with a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Things look dire for BYU on the road in Ames, Iowa against Iowa State, but Kalani Sitake and that coaching staff ramped up the adjustments and got out of Iowa with a win.
Really happy about the second half, to be honest with you. Looking at the way we turned that around, and just felt good. Felt like we were in control with a lot of the clocks and just the overall momentum and the tempo. So once that was done, I felt like, we can be in a really good spot, making other teams have to play catch up. I kind of like that, and so we were able to get our big playmakers in there and get another turnover.
It's your Cougars at 30 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue, catering your work party, luncheon, wedding, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off your first order. Check them out online at kennyjbbq.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, make sure to join us tomorrow. We will be down in Nephi at Bar W Grill, 2264 South Main Street in Nephi. Cannot wait to get down there again. Coming up tomorrow, Bar W Beef. And you can check them out online at barwbeef.com. But we are going to have ourselves a good time down there coming up tomorrow.
Yeah. Some of the best times.
All right, Bronco Mendenhall is going to join us coming up here in just a moment.
The BYU Texas Tech game time was just announced.
Yeah, you a fan of this one?
I don't know. 11 o'clock a.m.? I don't even know what to do. It's like the opposite of what I've been doing.
Yeah. If it was any other place, you probably could get out of there that night. But I don't know if there's a flight that gets you out of Lubbock that night. If you had a decent airport, maybe.
So that's 11 a.m.
Central, so 10 a.m. here.
That's a 10 a.m. kick.
Yeah.
For BYU fans here.
Yep.
Does that set up to take the big noon game then?
Could. Very well could. I think it should be the big noon. Absolutely.
Well, depending on – okay, so my early take of Texas Tech versus Kansas State, I think Kansas State beats them.
Really?
By the way, I picked the Houston-Arizona State game. I called it in the pregame. I felt like Houston was going to upset Arizona State. Arizona State's been too inconsistent.
Yeah.
What Utah did to them just showed inconsistency. So I picked that. But, yeah, 11 o'clock a.m. kick for that game probably does set up perfectly for the big noon, which would be crazy because think about this. This state at that point would have seen three.
Yeah. Big noon, game day, and then another big noon.
And another big noon.
Yeah. I'm still blown away that game day's coming. Not for the BYU game, but for Utah-Cincinnati.
Yeah, and I was looking at the games that they had to choose from, and there's a couple in there talking about the top 25s, but I think they like what they're seeing from Cincinnati.
Yeah. All right, time to check in with the head coach of the Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall.
It's time to talk Utah State football with the head coach of the Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall, on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, tough one for Utah State, dropping a game in Albuquerque against the Lobos as the Aggies go into the bye week. And I'm sure, Coach, every bye week is important, but this one feels a little bit more important than others just to heal up and get right for this stretch run.
Oh, man. Yeah, for sure. Really just disappointed and deflating the way that we played against UNM. And to give them credit, they executed well in all three phases. But we looked flat and we looked tired and just uninspired. And I love my team. I really do. And I love coaching these kids. And just didn't lead them well enough. And really, we'd focused so hard on preparation and execution and traveling and playing well in context on the road because we hadn't yet this week. And just we're not there yet. And so team was disappointed. I was disappointed. But we can use the rest. We can use the recovery. We can use the renewal. And then 4 weeks straight of conference play, which we'll be looking forward to.
Coach, it makes no sense to me because I remember playing in games where I'm sitting in a locker room and I can feel the energy and I'm thinking, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to destroy somebody. And I go out there and I get locked up and I'm like, what's going on here? There's just something off. How do you even make any sense of what happens in those situations where you think you're going to show up and you just don't?
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing and really hard to explain. The week of practice and the preparation, the diligence, and how hard we worked, and then it didn't travel and it didn't carry, and I could sense it when we were walking on the field for warm-ups, and thought we might be able to play our way through it. You know, sometimes, as you said, if you're not locked up and you make a play early, or defensively you might try to call pressure into it, or offensively, you might get a trick play or a gadget or something to generate some excitement, and our execution just didn't hold well enough to do that. And even saying that, if we stop the fake punt, we've got a chance to kind of battle our way back in, and yet didn't. And so looking hard at just the current team, what they can handle volume-wise, what they can handle preparation-wise, and then really just reigniting the spirit, the passion, and the joy that I see them play with at home. It's yet to travel with us. And so another code to be cracked. And I've had similar experiences with other teams and just haven't found the exact right formula to help this one yet.
Is this a time, I mean, you've coached so many teams and every team is different. Is this a time also to kind of evaluate maybe how you approach road games and you know,
sure.
And maybe try to how to get that motivation to them going into another road game?
Yeah, and it's interesting because there's the what you do, which is the execution and the precision and the consistency part, which we've really been focusing on. And then there's the how you do it, which is the mindset you do it with. And both have to be present to make that happen. And, man, we as we look at this particular team at this particular time with what will help them prepare and play at the highest level, it's great to get feedback from really all parts of the organization. Interestingly enough, in meeting with my leadership council, which I do once a week, the players sensed that they weren't carrying as much emotion and kind of fire starting with them on the road, and that was coming from them. So they were aware even prior to us going, and yet still we didn't address it and couldn't address it at a level that was really helpful enough. So again, it's my responsibility to have to design and architect a way, because again, if you want to play successful football, being dominant at home is huge. And so far we're undefeated at home, two home games left, but we also have 2 road games. And when programs start taking a turn and a jump, they're dominant at home, and then they're at least 50-50 on the road to start. And that's the next test. Well, I shouldn't say the next test. Those things have to go on at the same time.
You know, Coach, I was just in Ames calling that BYU-Iowa State game, and the first half was brutal. It was really tough to watch, and BYU was getting beat in the trench. And then I watched the trench show up. BYU's defensive line just got nasty in the second half, and it swayed it. And I can remember back to my playing days. I'm sure you remember back to your playing days and the great teams that you've coached. It always feels like to change your stars, it's the trench. It's the defensive lineman getting nasty. It's offensive lineman getting nasty and just refusing to get beat. Do you feel like you've got the character in the trenches that you can go to and say, boys, this is where it's going to turn?
Yeah, I do. And it's being developed, and it's becoming, and it's blossoming, and it's at different stages. But interesting, I shared with my team that when we went to Hawaii, and I would say when we went to Albuquerque, there was a different physical presence, combative and confrontational spirit that I think both those teams played with, that we didn't match. And that was, again, on the road. At home, I've seen it just the opposite. And so there's more that's required, you know, when you go into hostile territory and no one's for you other than us. And so we'll end up fixing that, finding that, and getting the right formula for this team. But to your point, that was the biggest difference in both of those games, in my opinion, is where it started. So I think you're right on with that.
You front-loaded work on the previous bye week. Is that the same way you'll attack this bye week?
Most likely the exact opposite at this point, where this is lots of now rest and renewal. And when I say that, that means lifting and running and things away from the football offices in terms of football specific. This is clearing the mind, getting refocused, getting refreshed, not seeing the same faces in the same setting, in the same routine, with extra time, energy, and effort, kind of just on self-care, and then framing the final 4 weeks when we hit next Monday. So pretty much the exact opposite is what I think the team needs at this point, with the help and where we are.
So, Coach, when you settle in through 8 games and you're at 500, 2 games away from bowl eligibility, what kind of expectations, as you kind of go through this bye week, what kind of expectations do you start to set for yourself as the head coach?
Oh, yeah. Very similar to what they've been the entire year. And there's no one that can have higher expectations than I have for our program. And I'm talking the type of young people, how they're doing in the classroom, how they're doing in the community, and how they're doing on the field. I want all of it. And so I like championship football. I like postseason football. It's really all that I know. And I like that with everything else going well at the same time. And so lots of teams some teams would die to be 500 still with 4 games to go. And really that can go anywhere from 8-4 to 4-8 based on right mindset, execution, precision, and how you play. And so lots to play for. I think the organization and the program is growing, expanding, and moving, I would say steadily, but there's some breakthroughs that have to happen, and we'll be able to frame those hopefully as appropriately as possible this week. And hopefully the team will be as well. There's no guarantees, but it's fun to have a say in the Final Four with something to play for all the way through late November.
There's always something to be said. The coach cliches that we hear all the time. We got to win the turnover battle, run the ball, stop the run, those things. People don't bring up, and they're all true. But one thing we don't hear a lot, but I do hear coaches mention, is field position. And it just seemed like you were against the 8 ball all game in that one, field position wise, which led to the safety and led to some other issues that really kind of flipped that game.
Yeah, rarely do I stand in front of the team and show football plays in sequence from first quarter to fourth quarter, and I did that today in kind of a micro version. That means the most impactful plays at the time, and our inability to make the right decisions in fielding punts and where we field them. Fielding a punt on the 3-yard line does nothing other than give us poor field position. If we're punting from the 50 or 45 to pooch it is critical. To land it in the end zone does nothing. And punting out of the back of our end zone and giving up a punt return for a touchdown is based on field position. The safety, similarly. So small decisions on just catching punts where and when, covering kicks, and then, once you kick off after a safety, if you don't cover that well, the ball's out to the 45 pretty fast. So the undercurrent, to your point, the undercurrent of that entire game, and with time of possession being in their favor, yardage being more similar than what anyone would think, but where they started with the football, that was a huge impact on the game. And that's tied to special teams, which, again, was one of our 3 phases. I don't think any of the 3 phases played better than UNM, but that one certainly hurt us and contributed.
Coach, the big thing that that we were all excited for having Bronco Mendenhall come back to this state is Bronco Mendenhall implementing his culture in Logan. And that was kind of the big thing definitely for the Olsen family, with me just talking with family, obviously my son committing to you and Utah State. It's the culture. And we know about the Bronco Mendenhall culture. Do you feel like, win or loss, do you feel like you're able to affect that culture, and do you feel like it's shifting to that Bronco Mendenhall mentality that we've all hoped and wanted?
Yeah, I certainly sense the shifting, and that was probably the most disappointing, and why this particular loss has been maybe one of the hardest in my career, to be honest, because I didn't see it on the field, and yet I'm seeing it at home. I'm seeing it in the classroom. I'm seeing it on the practice field. I'm seeing it in the weight room. And there'll be a point where it just becomes who we are, and we'll go anywhere. And so, yes, I'm seeing it. Yes, I'm encouraged by it. Yes, it's happening a little faster than even what I thought. Yet we need that to translate with how we're playing. I'm not talking the execution now. I'm talking with that mindset. And that's not showing up consistently enough. It will. expediting it as fast as I'm possible. The players want to do that, and man, are they fun to be around. It's just not part of and all the way showing yet to the level that we all want it to.
When it hits, though. When it shows, it shows. And, there were times against San Jose State, there were times against Air Force that it was like, holy cow, there it is.
Yeah, there is, and there has been, and so far it's showing up, and I would say faster and more effectively and maybe more consistently than I thought it would when we're here in Logan. Conversely, man, it has just simply not shown up. And yes, we played. Texas A&M's pretty good. Vanderbilt's pretty good. Traveling to Hawaii is a challenge. I had believed and framed for no other reason that this one would be most likely the time where it manifested and showed, and it didn't. And that's just the brutal fact. And so I now have to reassess, reconsider, and now redesign based on where we currently are. To make that happen in a more sequential way. And so I had planned on the jump. It didn't happen. And so now we have to redesign it.
Well, good luck, Coach. We know it'll happen.
Coach, appreciate your time as always. Thanks for joining us, especially on a bye week, and look forward to catching up with you again next week.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks to both of you. See you later. Bye-bye.
There he is, Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of Utah State. Honest evaluation as always. Very. And I love the fact that he's like, you know what? We're going to evaluate everything. We're going to take a long, hard look at everything.
Scotty, you were there. That Albuquerque meant a lot to Bronco.
Yes. And
a lot.
That was not an easy situation for him to leave. And that city, that was as intense of a game I've ever been.
How was the stands?
They
80%?
I'd say about probably 60 to 70, but they were loud. But you could tell with the team was just wired and fired up and just like they wanted blood.
Because there's holdovers.
Oh, there's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And their coach, which really cracks me up, and I love their coach. Like if Bronco Mendenhall, Jay Hill, they made a run at Jay. Jay decided to stay at BYU. Bronco Mendenhall takes the job. I firmly believe in the people that I've talked to that if Bronco Mendenhall stayed at New Mexico, Jason Eck would be the head coach at Utah State right now. But Bronco takes the job at New Mexico.
Which is the man that's currently in New Mexico.
Yeah. And so when Bronco takes the job at Utah State, then New Mexico then hires Jason Eck. Jason's a heck of a coach, but he was feeding it all week. I mean, he was just stoking those fires like, you know what? He treated us like the girl that, tried to move on to bigger and better. And I was like, well, Jason, look, you're still at Idaho, if not for Bronco. But he didn't care.
He used it.
And the community didn't care. Like they wanted somebody to rally around, and he provided it. And Utah State walked into a hornet's nest.
You can feel the disappointment because he wanted his team to respond to him.
Yes.
Like X team responded to him in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And Bronco said he witnessed it in warm-ups. I am telling you, and I'm sure you felt it in your high school times, and everybody's probably felt it that's played at any level. You can almost taste it in college football.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
When you get out there for warm-ups and you're looking at around and you're like, okay, he's my best friend on the team. I know him. What's his deal?
Yeah.
He's flat. There's not this belief and energy. And as a coach, you would be desperate if you sensed it. You'd be like, what am I going to do? He's going to take a Newt Rockne-like speech in the pre-locker room speech that I can get these guys shake loose, and I don't know. It's a horrible thing, and I can hear it in his voice. He really wanted that game in New Mexico.
Yeah.
But shake it off, make the changes that you got to make, and get ready, because Nevada's the only kind of downed team that you got left.
Yep.
UNLV's excellent. Fresno State's excellent. Boise State's excellent. They're really good teams.
And you got to win 2 out of those to go to a bowl game.
And you got to find 2 out of the next 4.
Yep.
And the 2 tough ones, UNLV and Fresno State, are on the road.
Yep.
And there's no guarantees when Boise State comes to Logan. So Nevada is a must. New Mexico is kind of a must.
Yeah, it was. And frankly, Hawaii was kind of a must.
Yeah.
And your wiggle room is now disappearing very quickly. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 12:52, what you may have missed coming up next right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union is all about the state of Utah. They started here in the state of Utah back in 1939. Think about that. They've been an institution here since 1939. And it's great people. It's just great business. It's really about the people, in my opinion. There to help you in whatever you might need. America First Credit Union, 116 locations. You can find every one of them at americafirst.com. They've got the location finder, something that's close to you. Hey, something that's pretty cool here. The limited edition Utah Jazz Visa is available at no cost with checking. And it's a Go Purple Jazz fan Visa card. And it's a purple card with a big kind of white silverish Jazz note that goes through the card. It's just really cool. These fan cards that are connected to the Raiders or to the Jazz or to the Mammoth or to the Utes, you can get one of these cards through America First Credit Union. People ask, why do they attach to sports? Well, sports is community, and America First Credit Union is community. Find it all at americafirst.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Tonight on The Voice, it's a season of unforgettable performances. And now, get ready for the knockouts.
My heart's racing fast. My blood pressure's up.
The coaches may be friends.
I'll just hang outside and just scream, I love you, Reba! Snoop, I miss you and I love you!
But they're not afraid of some fierce competition.
Oh, this is a good season.
Don't miss the battle rounds on The Voice. Tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10. Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
Want to talk to me?
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Andrew Adams takes you inside, if you dare.
Did you die here?
Spooky Saltaire, Thursday at 10 on KSL.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update as Utah gets the dominating win over Colorado, thanks in part to backup quarterback Bert Ficklin.
Very proud of Bert Ficklin. Came in, true freshman, seemed very poised. He wasn't perfect, but he was very good. Ran the offense very well.
That's your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater your event. Go to kennyjbbq.com.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at kslsports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And it's your yeah.
And nobody touches you?
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 12:59. Time for another edition of What You May Have Missed, otherwise known as the Broncos Appreciation segment.
Oh, my gosh. They got my Cowboys.
Oh, your Cowboys got roughed up pretty good.
Yeah. I don't even know what to do.
Dak, 2 interceptions.
Wait, you're on the Cowboys now?
Yeah, I left the Raiders, and I've gone to the Cowboys.
I'm aware of that, and I'm very excited about that. I'm happy about that.
And after the Scadaboo injury.
So I left the Cowboys. I went to New York. Scadaboo got hurt. I came back to the Cowboys. Yeah. Then they got beat. So I don't know what to do anymore.
Come on over to the Broncos.
Yeah, get over there.
We got room.
You got a pretty good team over there. Denver's got a pretty okay team.
They're playing well. They're playing really well. You know, I walked in the office and Lloyd is like, I thought you'd be decked out in orange. And I'm like, I'm not that guy. I don't rub anybody's nose in it.
We got the company email, so.
Well, yeah, that's true. We're not allowed to wear gear.
Yeah, Lloyd kind of came down pretty heavy on us.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't wear any logos.
I mean, just because your team stinks doesn't mean you have to take it out on all of us.
I like it. Lloyd can't
if
wear
I can't
Raiders
wear anything,
gear.
nobody is.
Okay, so positive note for the Broncos, very positive note for the Mammoth.
Yes. How about the Mammoth? 7 in a row.
And your league leader in points, Dylan Gunther?
This is nuts.
Well, this is a whole new world. So we're excited to talk to the general manager, or Nick Schmaltz. We're excited to talk to the general manager of the Utah Mammoth coming up tomorrow. You might want to tune in for that one because that should be a pretty interesting conversation. But, yeah, Nick Schmaltz leading with 16 points.
I'm really curious to see how Bill Armstrong handles this. Is he like, all right, suckers, here we go? Or is he going to downplay it a little bit and try to tamper down expectations? I could see it going one of both ways because I can't imagine anybody's more thrilled about the run they are on than Bill Armstrong.
Let's see, 30.
I didn't think there was any way they were going to get the Jets.
No.
Any way.
Nope.
Okay, Logan Cooley, Dylan Gunther, and Nick Schmaltz are combining for 38 points right now. Those three are they've ratcheted it up a notch. Remember, Schmaltzy was probably somewhere in the 20s before this 7-game run as far as points were concerned through the first couple of games. And now he's climbed up tied with number 1 with Jack Eichel out of Vegas.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The man is with us, Bailey from Mint Medical. Time to get you back in mint condition. And, you know, we've talked about the 3-prong approach with hormones, GLPs, and, of course, the acoustic wave therapy. But that acoustic wave therapy, it has been tested. There have been many, many studies by many, many reputable institutions. This thing gets the job done.
That's right. Cleveland Clinic has done it. Oxford has even done it. They've proven that this really does work. And so we're happy to share it with folks because it gets them back to where they were maybe a few years ago.
So, Scotty, we've been doing these types of reads for a lot of years. And so we've talked about this machine for a lot of years. When I went in to get my testosterone checked, I got to see the machine. It is not intimidating. It's not painful.
That's right. Not invasive at all.
It's not a terrible thing, is it, Bailey?
No.
Like it's not. People are thinking, oh, it's going to take shots and it's going to take numbing, but it's none of that.
That's right. And it only takes about 10 minutes to go through each treatment, so it's not time consuming. And a lot of the questions are, am I going to be able to be back in business right away? Yeah, there's no downtime. So it's an incredible device, and the technology works. That's what we love about it.
And the great thing is it's an end date to it as well. Like a matter of a few sessions in a few weeks, you're ready to go. Do people sometimes, even though they continue on with a couple more sessions, do they see results pretty quickly?
They do. I mean, within the first couple sessions, you're going to start to see results, and especially if you're adding in some of the other things, the trochees that we talked about, those intimacy gifts that really do work. But yeah, they start seeing results right away, and this is something it's going to fix it. It's not a Band-Aid. So, like you said, Hans, there's not invasive. There's no pain to it. You don't need to numb anything. It just takes care of the what you need to.
And we're coming up on the end of the year. A lot of people have flex spending and things like that.
HSAs.
You can use that for this.
Exactly. You can use your HSA, your FSA. So that's all part of our program.
If you think that part of your life is just dried up and done and dead, it's not.
That's right.
It's not. We can fix it. We can change it. And just to encourage you a little bit, because I know everybody's sitting there like, well, I don't want to do that. That's embarrassing. Yeah. Just to kind of get you off the fence, to make the phone call, to set up the appointment. Some great giveaways.
Yeah, and even that first consultation, which is very discreet, and Dr. Benabus is awesome, and there's a free evaluation that we do for you, the blood flow analysis, the ultrasound, that's all free, just to find out where you're at. But if you do become a patient, we're going to give you 1 month of your hormones if you're on that, or 1 month of your GLPs for free. You choose. And you also get to go to Hawaii if you become a patient. So 5 nights in Hawaii is not bad.
That's not bad at all. Give them a call right now. It is Mint Medical, Bailey and the crew. They've got 2 locations, one north, one south, Sandy and Layton, and they're here to help you out. 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see comedian Brian Regan live at the Delta Center on Valentine's Day 2026. Get tickets to CD or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single gold view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure, to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have 2 locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're going to hear from Kalani Sitake coming up here momentarily. Even though it's a bye week, Kalani's still cool enough to do his press conference. By the way, bye week for Bronco Mendenhall. He still came on the morning show and with us as well. So those coaches, they want to get out of town or they want to shut it down or just do a deep dive into their team. They don't want to be slumming it with us. And so big thanks to all these guys on their bye week.
I can't believe Bronco would be willing to jump on with the season. He doesn't have to do that.
Yeah.
So really appreciate him doing that and being honest with where he's at. But I'm really interested just to get a feel today where Kalani and Kyle Whittingham are at mentally.
Yep. And if you're Kalani, there's all this good vibes and good energy around your team, all this national attention coming your way. But deep down, you're like, we are playing with fire every single week. And somehow it feels like eventually you're not going to get out of that burning building. You know, I got to imagine there's that weight there. Like, if we keep messing around like this, it's going to come bite us eventually.
I'll tell you what's strange about it, though, Scotty. The burning buildings that they've gotten out of, being down 14 to Arizona, being down
was it 14 to Colorado or
10 to Colorado,
yeah.
Being down 14 to Iowa State. Getting out of the building has been different with all three. Some they've taken the stairs. Sometimes, you know, they're hitting the air pillow as they jump out the window. Like they've got these different forms of fire evacuation that is like, okay, so that's new.
Didn't see that one.
Okay, so all of a sudden Bear Bachmeier becomes a pocket passing quarterback and is going to go for 300 yards on a team that has not had a 300-yard quarterback in 22 games. It just didn't – it doesn't make sense. So then you're like, okay, wait a second. He can be a passing quarterback then? Because if that's the case, add a couple of different, you know, wide receiver set wrinkles. I've got to imagine JoJo Phillips, he's got to be back soon. Because when the injury initially happened, it was like a 5-week.
And we're past that, aren't we?
I think we're past that.
Yeah.
It was like a 5 or 6 week valuation. So it feels like we're creeping up where you're going to get JoJo Phillips back. Chase is finally healthy. Kingston is finally healthy. Carson Ryan is healthy. So if all of a sudden you've got a pocket passing quarterback, well, you can do some things there that are pretty fun and unique. But you're right. They mess with fire, but they've got an exit plan put together typically somewhere by the end of the second quarter.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, like, somebody is letting down the team. There's always somebody else that's picking up the team. Nobody's let each other down at the same time. Defense was a sieve in the first half against Iowa State. The offense was like, oh, we got you. Consecutive drives for scores. Opening the game with a drive for a score with a nice L.J. Martin press off the edge for a touchdown. Like, I don't know. They've got so many different exit plans that you wonder if the fire eventually is going to burn them or they eventually they put together a full game, and they don't even need an exit plan.
Yeah.
So it's really incredible to watch over the last 8 games.
All right, here he is, Kalani Sitake, head coach of BYU, as he meets with the media after another win.
On to the bye week and some early prep. So this week, we'll stick with our plan, which is more specified to the individuals. And some guys have to do some work. Some guys have to, everybody has to work, but some guys are going to heal up and do different type of work. And other guys are going to be ready to roll, and got to still develop our team and our program in all 3 phases. So we still have a lot of work to do. I still feel like we can play better as a football team, but after watching the film, Iowa State's a really good team, and I'm glad our guys were able to respond to some adversity. Seems like that's what we've been able to do quite a bit, so I feel comfortable with them doing that. I just my job is so we're not doing that all the time, but if we need it, we know we can play and come back from behind and figure some things out. Really impressed with the effort our guys gave, and man, just a really good game for what we saw on film. We'll build off of it and make sure that we're ready for the next one. And looking forward to this bye week and getting an early start on Texas Tech, and then making a strong push for these last 4 games that. We knew going into the season that we would be in this position and how to utilize this week. And I think everything's going really what we planned and how it would look from our analytics that we're getting, from the data that we're getting from our players. And so we'll just put it all together and see what happens this week and get ourselves ready for some trick-or-treating on Friday. What questions do you guys have?
Our first question will be from Dana Green.
Hey, Coach, now that you kind of have a week off to kind of reflect a little bit, in all honesty, you have to be surprised by the poise and Bear's ability to not get rattled under any circumstance on the road, down 14. He's done it twice already. How rare is this for a true freshman to play this well under such adverse circumstances week after week? I mean, he's just not fazed by anything.
Well, I think, and you're right. The composure that he has, the poise, it's something special. But you don't really. How are you going to simulate practices to see that? We've tried as much as we can, and we thought that this would be the case, that he would respond really well to it. But to be honest, I love the way that he's worked through the system, and this is with him just starting in the summer, and you start to see him be a lot more comfortable with what we're doing. Man, he's a learning machine, so he's always trying to find ways to get better. And I think he's so focused on trying to find ways to get better that you're not really worried about the environment, the situation, the circumstances that he's in. He just wants to keep getting better, and that's whether things are going well or bad for the team. I think I give a lot of credit to the way A-Rod's brought him along, and A-Rod and Matt Mitchell have done a great job prepping him. And then you have to give a lot of credit to the other quarterbacks in the room. They work really well together. Been really impressed with how those guys have been able to help him. The players that have experience and those that have knowledge, that they're just in there working together and sharing. And so we're really in a really good spot with what we're seeing from his teammates. And then he has a great supporting cast, from the linemen to the tight ends to the receivers and the running backs. And then that even complements with the support that he's getting from the defense and the special teams, and then also support that he's getting from all the fans. And so he that's been amazing, everything here, but the way the kid was raised, it doesn't surprise me at all. And the way that he's connected to his family, I mean, you have to just look at his big brother, not just Tiger, but also Hank, and how they've mentored him along the way. So this guy's been learning from the very beginning at a young age, and he has never stopped learning. And that's what a great example he can be to the rest of our team, but super humble and love coaching him. So we'll just keep rolling with it and see how it keeps going, it keeps progressing.
Next question from Jake Hatch.
Yeah, Kalani, you mentioned the fact that you are going to go with a more individualized approach to how you're approaching this bye week. Is that just injury-wise? Like, what's the game plan on that with regards to what you're doing?
Well, it's everything. It's everything considering the individual. there's a lot of guys that need to develop and take advantage of this week to get better. And so if you want quality depth, you have to develop it too. And so, a lot of these guys are one play away from being in the game. So this is a big work week for them. Some guys, we know that they've been able to do it. They still need to stay in shape, but it's all specified to what our strength room wants them to do and what our coaches are willing to work with them. But everyone is working together on how to get these guys ready individually, and then collectively that makes the team better.
And then, are you also concerned about the workload for Bear at this point in the season?
No, I mean the guy asks for more. So I think I said he has an appetite for more, and we're going to keep giving it to him. So it's good that he's named Bear with a strong appetite, and he's ready for it. I think the key would be what does he feel like he's really good at and that he feels comfortable with. That's we could take advantage of that during this week with the bye.
Next question from Mitch Harper.
Coming out of the weekend, Kalani, what's the outlook for LJ Martin? How are things looking on that front for him as far as potentially playing for Texas Tech?
Yep, we're still evaluating it, so we'll take the time to evaluate and see where he's going to be at. But yeah, I can't give you the answer. You guys know that wasn't going to happen on a Monday after the game.
With the running back situation, do you consider possibly moving a position? I bring that up because in years past, you guys have done that mid-season, changing a position to add depth to the position. Is that something you'll look at potentially this week with the bye?
Yeah, we're considering everything. I mean, we want to be in the best position possible to whether that's changing not just the running back position or where can we put guys. This is the time to work on it and give them extra reps this week with the bye coming up. And so, yeah, we have to consider all those things. And we feel good about our running back group. We just have to see how they're going to take to the reps that they're going to get and things like that. And we have to prep them even if LJ's ready to go.
Next question from Brandon Gurney.
Coach, you spoke a lot last week about the importance of not repeating on 2 straight losses after the Utah game and the strides you guys have made and the goals you've set. And now that you've done that, what does that say about the program that you're able to progress like that, and how important it is to do that?
Yeah, I think the focus is just more than anything is just, hey, get these guys focused on what we want to accomplish. It was great to celebrate the wins, and listen, we did that on the flight home too. Everybody's super excited watching college football. It's nice to get home within a decent hour, but and saw the fans at the airport. The Rock was there. It was awesome. That I want our guys to experience that and have as much fun with it. But it's now time to go to work. We want to learn from the Iowa State game, but we've had plenty of time to receive praise and pat ourselves on the back. Part of staying humble and staying hungry is that we would get hungry and get back on the path to working and make sure that we're getting where we want to be by the time we take the field again. And we have a plan. I mean, we have to have the same intention and same thought process and mindset that we're going to play this weekend. So we have to attack practice that way. We can't take in any plays off or any days off. And so we've got to have a great mindset, and we'll test it today with the guys when we get our lift in and get our workout in and our meeting. So, but it's a work day. We go right back to work.
Next question from Jay Drew.
Kalani, you've had a lot of success in your career moving guys from one side of the ball to the other. Isaiah Glasker, Tyler Algier come to mind. But what did you see in Preston Rex, and maybe you had A-Rod kind of collaborate with you? What did you see that caused you to ask him to make that move from safety to running back?
Well, I mean, with what's happening with Ropati and all that stuff, the depth in the running back position, and then the depth that we had at the safety position, Preston was going to play and have a role and do a lot of different things. I mean, we've seen him. He's got the speed to run as a DB, and he's got the ability to tackle and be physical. But I remember him, out of high school at San Clemente. I remember him having the ball in his hands. I remember him returning punts and things like that. And a lot of his film was offensive film. So We think that a lot of the offensive guys can play defense, and a lot of the defensive guys can play offense. And so this is a good moment where I felt like he can also just be able to compete for playing time at the running back position. I felt like we could make it a deeper position group. And so when we talked about it, we've done those things with Tyler Algier and others, and it seemed to work out. And I think he's found himself a nice home. He feels really comfortable there, and super smart. He understands the pass pro. He understands what he does in the passing game. We're utilizing him a lot of different ways, and I've just been really proud of him. And I mean, he's a legacy kid. His dad's a legend here, and his obviously big brother's an offensive guy. So with the Rex family, you should be able to catch the ball and handle the ball and get in the end zone.
Next question from Dana Green.
Hey, Coach, you said that you're going to attack this week as if it were a game week, but going into arguably the toughest test on the road at Texas Tech of the year, you've had such a tough stretch of games here, but how much of an advantage is it to have that bye week? They're going to play this week, to really study them, really get into them for 2 weeks instead of one.
Well, yeah, you can see how it helped Iowa State get a good start on our game, so hopefully we can get that going, and hopefully I can figure that out with our program. But the attack mode is really mindset. That we have to attack this week like we're going to play this weekend, and obviously we don't. So we're going to get the benefit of getting guys healthy. And listen, Iowa State's a physical team. The Big 12 conference is a physical conference, so you're going to have people get banged up. Nobody's feeling 100% right now, but we knew we'd get to this point, and we knew that we're going to take advantage of this opportunity. But this isn't just like, you don't heal up by just sitting around. You heal up by studying film, going back to work, and if something hurts on your upper body, your lower body can do a lot of work too to make up the difference. So we're going to find ways to get better. And even if guys are healing up, that doesn't mean you just get a break, So we've never been a team that just takes breaks. We will have some time and have everything orchestrated so that they can be at their best. And that's just going into the last phase. We have to be. We planned this stuff already. We've already had this schedule and everything set from the very beginning. So I'm feeling really good about how we handled the first bye. Now we're at the second one. I feel really good about where we're going now. And my job as a head coach is to get their mindset, make sure their mindset is right.
Then I wanted to ask you about this 1-2 punch at receiver. They're so different, Chase and Parker. One's experienced, one's got the burst of speed, and Chase is such a great route runner. Why do they present such difficult matchups for opposing secondaries?
Well, they're both really talented, and they run great routes. And when I say that, I know a lot of attention goes to Chase and to Parker. But we have punch 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 too, and that's not even including Carson and the tight ends. And so we feel good about the entire group, and we know that sometimes teams are going to try to take away Chase and Parker, and what a great time for possibly JoJo to return, But Cody Hagan can play too, and we have a bunch of guys that can play, so we're feeling really good about the entire group. It might be by committee if we need it, but we know that if we can go to those two, they can catch the ball and make plays for us. They've done it for so many years. So I just want them to keep working. They keep getting better every week. I want them to keep working and staying humble, and part of humility is you don't have to be the guy that makes the play all the time, as long as the team's doing great. I know both those guys are excited about where we're at with the program, and they're leaders on our team. So they're really happy with the progress we're making so far.
Next question from Sean Walker.
Yeah, Coach, you mentioned it earlier right there that by this point in the season, everybody's feeling a little banged up, a little bumped, a little bruised, and that kind of thing. How crucial have guys like Dr. Main or Colby Clausen, in addition to the strength staff and the training room, kind of been in sort of managing through some of those nicks and bumps and bruises and that kind of thing, and keeping this team, feeling as good as can be expected, I guess, 9 weeks into the season?
Yeah, it's not just those individuals. I love all the guys that work for us, and Dr. Main's amazing, great friend of mine, and Colby and Phyllis and the entire strength room. But you have to give a lot of credit to the doctors and the trainers, everybody that understands it, the assistant trainers, everybody's on the sideline, the managers, everyone that works hard for this team and for these young men, they all put a lot of energy and effort, and they don't get a lot of credit for it. But there's a lot of unsung heroes in our building, and that practice with us every day, and they don't get a lot of the attention. And I hope those people feel a lot of pride and excitement for what we're able to accomplish. I know our players show as much appreciation to them, and I'm glad that you mentioned those guys. But I think they're okay, with how it's going so far. But when I say we're all working, that's everybody, the coaches, and I like that the coaches are being mindful of players' health and how they can do a better job to take care of these young men in practice and in games and with their fitness. All that stuff matters, and so it's an education process where we're all learning from it. When in my coaching career, I've never always really sat there and understood body types and the science behind everything, but I'm intrigued with it because it applies to our players, and so I have to learn as much as I can. And I can say that I've learned quite a bit in training the guys and getting them ready, but then so have the coaches and everybody in this building. So it's been a really cool experience, and it works with when your cultures love and learn.
There he is, live and learn. Kalani Sitake right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU ratcheting up another victory. Last year they started, 9-0? This year, 8-0?
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, you bring that up. Kind of an interesting thing that I might need a full segment to talk about. So Indiana right now, the Hoosiers,
yeah,
they're 8-0.
Yeah. Boy, they just curb stomped UCLA.
Beat the tar out of UCLA.
Like, all right, it was a good reminder of UCLA, like, hey, you're still UCLA.
So last year they were 11-2. Went to the college football playoffs.
Yeah.
They've started now 8-0. And I just saw this, a day ago, 2 days ago. Did you see the contract they put in front of Signetti?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's $11 million per.
So they gave him a new 8-year, $93 million contract.
Yeah.
Okay, we need a lot of time to talk about this, but you just said it. 9-0 last year, 11 wins. 8-0 this year. Indiana was like, you're not going anywhere.
No.
Tell us what you want.
Yeah. Because they knew, look, if you look at the available jobs this offseason, it's the who's who of college football. LSU needs a new job. You could even throw UCLA in the mix there. But you go up and these coaches, the coaches are getting fired, right? Penn State, Virginia Tech. These are all places that are sitting back that have money. They're like, okay, go get us the best of the best. And that's why Indiana said, hey, here's this blank check, Kurt. You write in the number. And he's like, all right, how about $93 million? All right.
I don't know this. I've got to imagine Brian Santiago is looking at it saying, wait a second, what are we going to do here? Because you had 9-0 start, an 11-win season last year. 8-0 start with a true freshman in Big 12 play. And as I mentioned, BYU has now beat 12 of the 15 Big 12 teams in the 3 years they've been there. I put together the numbers for Houston, UCF, and Cincy that came in with them. Cincy's beat 7. UCF's beat 6. Houston has beat 9. BYU has beat 12 of the 15. Oof. All they've got left is Arizona State, TCU, and Kansas. Arizona State, TCU, and Kansas. That's all they got left. And they beat every team in the Big 12. And they're 8-0. I don't know. To me, I just get anxiety because you don't want to start all over. And if you think, we'll just if anything happened with LSU coming to get Kalani Sitake, we'll just go Jay Hill. Well, Jay Hill's got to be on everybody's target too.
Oh yeah, Jay Hill's going to be a hot commodity.
And what I would do is beg to keep them as a duo, I'd actually keep it as a three-headed monster because Aaron Roderick has been nothing short of spectacular to have a true freshman ready. So I see this Signetti deal, and I'm like, yeah, that was done right in the middle of the season because you get to 8-0. And yeah, I get it. It's 8 years, $93 million. We've been talking about this. BYU's in the money game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't go cheap now.
They're in the money game.
Yeah.
Hey, you're in the money game. You treat everybody so well. I cannot talk highly enough about how they've treated me. You can't talk highly enough about how they treated you when you came over and called some games.
Yeah.
Like BYU.
Unbelievably
BYU
generous.
is a first-class operation.
Everything. Yeah.
You got the money. You got the coach that's winning. It's like, okay, here you go.
In the words of the great philosopher Karl Malone, what Curt Signetti have did, the Kalani Sitake have not did. Yeah.
I just hope it gets done.
Yeah. All right, Bailey's joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone from Mint Medical. Love our chats with Bailey. You talk about how being overweight can lead to issues inside the bedroom. If you're still okay, but you're overweight, well, guess what? You can take care of that issue right now before it leads to issues inside the bedroom. Because if people are like, you know what, I feel like I'm okay in this area, but I really want to address my weight with the GLP-1s, you can just do that with Mint Medical.
That's right. You don't have to become a patient for the acoustic wave. You can just, as you said, just fix that part of it. And it does have a direct correlation with the other side of ED. So those GLP-1s, they really do work. And the hormone side of it too. So, But if you just need the GLP-1s, we tell everybody, if you're getting those somewhere else, tirzepatide or semaglutide, we've all heard of that, Ozempics, just feel free to call us and we'll do a telehealth visit. You can just do it over the phone and we can save you $50 over what you're paying through your current provider. So that's another option that a lot of people take advantage of.
And I love the fact that there's a lot of people out there that kind of dilute those GLP-1s with B12 and some other, who knows what else.
Yep, that's correct.
No dilution at Mint Medical. It's the real deal.
That's right. And it really does work. And a lot of our patients will say, hey, what's different about yours? And we tell them, well, we don't add stuff to it, but it works a lot better. And price-wise, we want to make sure it's affordable for you.
If you've had struggles and you just don't feel like the libido's there, the romance is there, it's not done for you. It's not over. There are options, and it starts with Mint Medical. And I'll tell you what I would do. If I was having problems, this is what I'd do. I'd call Bailey. I'd sit down with you, Bailey, and I'd just say, this is the situation. Help me out. And whether it was, hey, we got to get 25, 30 pounds off of you.
Right.
Hey, we got to get the testosterone up a little bit. Hey, we got to work in this field, this area. That's how it's done, and you start there.
That's right, and that's a free consultation. There's no obligation to come in and just find out where you're at. And we talked about those the free intimacy gift that we give all those just for coming in for that consultation. A lot of people really love those, and once they sign up as a patient, a lot of times it's the wife that'll come in after the third treatment and say, can we get some more of those troches, awesome, as we call them? But they really do help to reignite that spark that you may have lost.
So you've got a month free of the GLP-1s or the hormones.
That's right.
And if you become a patient, you also get that 5-night stay in Hawaii.
That's right. We really do want to incentivize them to just make the call. Come in. There's no obligation to find out where you're at, and if it doesn't work, that's okay. But I think we've got some solutions that will work.
Remember, two locations. So you've got one in Sandy that takes care of up north, down south, and one in Layton that takes care up north. So you've got easy locations to get into. They're discreet. I've been into the office to check my testosterone, which is great. If you want to just do that, I know a lot of people are driving around. You're losing weight. You're not feeling the muscle gains or whatever it is. You want to check and see where you're at with your testosterone? Come in. Mint Medical can do that. Just give them a call.
801-804-8000. You can also check out their website, mintmedicalclinic.com. But we just want you to call. Get that information. Get that free assessment. See where you're at. 801-804-8000. Get you back in mint condition. Mint Medical, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make the season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 41 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU coming off the impressive victory against Iowa State. Parker Kingston, hey, no matter how the adversity settles on BYU, they still find ways to get the W.
We battle back and we win games. That's what we do. That's what we've done the past 2 years. We just win football games, and that's what we're going to do going forward. We're just resilient. We're never out of it, and teams know that. So you can't blink an eye when you're playing BYU because we're going to be right there on your butt.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue there in South Jordan, in the district in South Jordan, and they'll also bring that barbecue to you. They'll cater your event. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Go to KennyJBBQ.com to get their barbecue catering menu right now.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Good, the bad, the ugly, all brought to you by RGS Exteriors. Was out there on Friday. Always fun hanging out with Tim and the crew at RGS Exteriors and Construction, obsessed with quality results. Well, how about, look, there was a lot of pressure on Jordan Love last night, playing against Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's gotten better. Aaron Rodgers kind of revitalized things late in his career, and it was 16-7. The Steelers were up, and then Jordan Love, former Aggie, caught fire. 20 straight completions in that game. Threw for 360 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and Green Bay comes back, beats Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh, 35-25.
Weren't the Steelers up 19-7?
Was it 19-7? I thought it was 16-7, but maybe you're right, 19-7.
Might have been 16-7. Either way, it was a pretty good thumping that the Steelers were putting on them.
Yeah. He came into that game, his career high was 11 consecutive completions. He obviously topped that with 20 and became the fourth quarterback to throw for 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions in a game. Aaron Rodgers did it 3 times. Brett Favre did it once. Jordan Love did it once. And how about this for a blast from the past? Don Majkowski, the Magic Man, did it once for the Packers.
I don't know if Mike Majkowski? Mike Wazowski?
No.
Not who you're thinking of.
Nope.
No, don't.
No.
Don
Majkowski.
The other thing in the good,
yeah,
I may be the biggest Commanders fan in the world tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because, number one, we love Brian Johnson.
Yes.
Number two,
we hate the Chiefs.
Our Commanders, I got to take down the Chiefs tonight.
Yep.
We actually really need Washington to play some good football tonight.
Yeah.
They've had some letdowns to start the season.
And it's starting to feel like the Chiefs are
catching fire.
Catching fire just a little bit.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Just
Wouldn't it be nice
bit.
to see the Commanders just kind of put them back to sleep?
And wouldn't you be, and Lloyd, wouldn't you like to see the Broncos have a little bit more of a stranglehold on that division?
Don't.
Who do you want to deal with? This guy in this studio or that guy in that other studio? You tell me.
Neither.
Oh, come on. The fact that you had to think about
gotta
that for a
see
little bit.
you and Christian be like, hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, go Broncos.
When have Christian and I ever done that?
You do it like all the time.
I haven't even talked to Christian today.
I'm surprised. Yeah. Look at this tool.
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir.
Have you not read the company email?
Apparently not. He has not read the email.
Well, Lloyd's rocking the Raiders lanyard.
And have you seen his underwear?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're black, yes.
Big skull and crossbones.
Absolutely. Right over there.
Hey, by the way, can we just say this right now?
Jeez, why do you do this?
Can we just say
the autumn winds?
The Bronco uniforms, spectacular yesterday.
Yeah, well,
I agree with that. That's what they have to always do.
They need to make that the primary uniform.
Stop
every
going with
single
those.
week.
I don't even care if you don't. I don't even throw back to your 97, 98 years. This color is what they need to be.
What they need to be.
It is absolutely
the old school logo on the helmet, the bright orange.
Yeah.
Yes.
The electric stretch Bronco is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. And especially what they went to a couple of years ago. Their current ones suck.
Yeah.
Bring back the old school uniforms.
Listen to the fans.
Yes. And I know what they're doing because they're like, well, wait, we get the best of both worlds because we can sell these jerseys and then we go retro and then we can sell those jerseys too. So we get it double dip. Screw it.
Stop doing that.
Stop doing it. You got Walmart money. You don't need it. You got just make the fans happy. Make these the permanent uniforms.
The Raiders are like the only team that has just one uniform. They don't change.
Yeah.
That's what it is, and that's what the Broncos should be.
Yep. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Outside of MMA fighters, I think the person in our 12 years that we've been doing this show that shows up on the bad more often than not is Adrian Peterson. And once again, former NFL MVP arrested with charges of driving while intoxicated and unlawful carrying of a weapon. The arrest took place Sunday morning in Sugar Land, Texas.
Wait, that was just this Sunday?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Because the offense was a bit ago, so I went. Or no, maybe that was a different offense.
I think it's a different one.
Oh my gosh, Adrian.
He was also arrested. You're right, back in April on a 4th-degree driving while impaired, where he's clocked at an 83 in a 55.
That's the last time he was on our ugly.
Yeah. And, yesterday, he was arrested for, again, a DUI and an unlawful carrying of a firearm.
In what state?
Texas. So, yeah, that'll be a slap on the wrist. Yeah, I mean, if it was in New York, he'd be going.
Well, what's crazy is New York would take that more serious than his 18th DUI.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You're like, well, you're carrying a weapon. Yeah, but you could have killed people with your drunk driving, you moron.
He has now been involved in a bunch of incidents over the years, including domestic violence, child abuse, financial issues, bankruptcy, DUI, and now throw on the unlawful carrying of a firearm. Yeesh. 15 NFL seasons, 4-time Pro Bowl, 7-time Pro Bowler, MVP in 2012, 14,918 rushing yards, 5th all-time in the NFL. He's a Hall of Famer. But he's
a Hall of Fame loser.
Hall of Fame loser as well. Bad person.
Stop drinking and driving.
Stop it. And register your guns.
Yeah. Fine, you can have them.
Look,
just register them.
Look, I'm all about Second Amendment, but do it lawfully.
Yeah. Good grief, man.
And maybe he's at a point in his life where he's not allowed to own one. Who knows?
Well, you said the last one was in April?
April, yeah.
6 months apart. Can we throw a book at him?
I would love to, but
literally,
yeah,
literally throw the book at him.
Like,
Okay.
Put him in a jail cell and throw
your heaviest book
and not,
War and Peace at him.
Yeah, not one of those choose your own adventure paperbacks you read in elementary school. No, I mean I'm talking about the
hardbound
Webster's Dictionary.
Yeah, throw that book at him.
Yeah,
or drop it on him.
Yeah. All right, 150. A little edition of Whole World News coming up next right here on The Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So yesterday I was going to do a pot roast. And so I went into the freezer on Saturday night, pulled out a roast, put it in the fridge so it could thaw out a bit, and I was going to put it in the slow cooker yesterday. Well, I went to the fridge, snagged it, and Hans, I texted you about this because you gave me some great advice. It was a prime rib roast. It was a rib roast. And so I'm like, well, I haven't done prime.
That's a different world.
That's a different world. That doesn't go in your slow cooker.
No.
That is a beautiful cut of meat. And so you're right. Hans talked me through it, and I had some incredible prime rib for dinner yesterday.
So did you do that just salt, pepper, garlic?
Salt, pepper, garlic, and I put it in my smoker, got it up to about 115-ish, and then I took it out and I seared it. Got a skillet just crazy hot, and I went on each side. And I wanted mine a little bit more done. Yeah. You like yours super rare.
Super rare.
I liked mine a little bit because I like my steaks medium rare, but my prime rib I want a little bit more medium, and it turned out beautifully. Did a horseradish sauce. Made an au jus.
Did you?
It was incredible.
You did a creamy horseradish?
Yeah. Yep. And it was all courtesy of Bar W. It is impossible to screw that up. You gave me some great advice, but honestly,
it's impossible.
It's impossible to screw it up.
Yeah, so I like what I like to do with my rib roast, which, by the way, you can get your rib roast, your prime rib, as the upper elite would call it. You can get that at barw.com, barwbeef.com. but I like the salt pepper. And what I do is I'll put it on the smoker, low smoke, 195 to 200, and I'll leave it for an hour and a half, and I'll get the internal to right around 90 to 98. I'll get my broiler in my oven up to 500, as piping hot as I can get. Put it on my broiler rack. Wait till the internal gets 115 on the deep internal, and I'll take that off. I like it a nice medium rare because 115 will cool all the way up to 118 to 120.
Yeah.
So it gives you a nice medium rare. But the best thing about this, like Scotty mentioned, you can't screw up this beef. Hey, and by the way, big congratulations to Bar W Beef. They just hit their 1 year mark.
I know, crazy.
They just had their 1 year celebration. The governor was out there, and all of the upper crust elites were out there praising Bar W Beef. Was Scotty out there?
I was not out there. Stop it.
I was going to say, if you got an invite and I didn't, I would be real sad.
No. Bar W Beef will be out there tomorrow in Nephi at the Bar Dub Restaurant, so make sure to stop by. That's Bar W Beef and the Bar Dub Restaurant in Nephi.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to utahmammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's utahmammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So the $1 million question after Bert Ficklin leads Utah to a victory. Is there a quarterback controversy brewing up on the Hill? Well, Kyle Whittingham addresses that.
I can tell you we got a lot of confidence in Bird, especially after what we saw on Saturday night. But Devin is still QB1. Make no mistake, there's no QB controversy or of any sort. We'll just have to measure Devin's progress day by day and see where he ends up. He's got a lot of input. He's an experienced vet. And Saturday night he just says, hey, I'm just not feeling it. I'm ready if you have to have me. He was ready for an emergency situation if it came to that. But we'll lean on Devin a lot. He's going to do what's best for the team. Devin's a team guy, and we'll just see how things progress.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Incredible, mouth-watering barbecue right in South Jordan at the district. They'll also cater. Go to KennyJBBQ.com. 10% off your first catering order available for you from Kenny J's Barbecue.
It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is another edition of Whole World News.
Okay. I need to know, Scotty, is this narcissistic? And am I wrong for kind of wondering what this would be like?
Okay.
Because this story really intrigued me a lot, sadly. All right.
By the way, there was one person I thought of when I saw this story. I can't say on there.
Oh, okay. We're going to go to Bihar, India.
Yes.
74-year-old man. His name is Mohan Lal. He's a retired Air Force veteran from the Kanachi village in Gaya district.
Okay.
In India. And he was wondering how the village would mourn his death. So he faked his death and faked a funeral to see how people would react. And according to the reports, hundreds of people from the village showed up. Many cried. They carried his casket. They did the whole 9 yards. And just before they put him in the earth, he sat up in the casket and was like, I'm alive. And everybody was absolutely freaked out.
And I'm taking notes as to who was here and who wasn't here.
And he did. So then he got out of the casket and he gave a speech to the village that showed up. And he was like, hey, I don't want you people to be upset. I just wanted to see how this was going to go when it actually happens. He essentially said, I wanted to see if you people even cared. Because I guess this guy has been a pretty upstanding member of the community. Like he's raised all this money for the community and he's given all this outreach and he helps the children and he just wanted to see if the village cared.
Okay.
Is this
narcissistic? Yes. But is it something that I think all of us have thought about? Absolutely. Like, honestly, let's say, St. Peter's, you go, you see him at the pearly gates and he's like, hey, if you want, you can take that little, take a little invisible view of your funeral. Wouldn't you want to see it?
Yeah, I do. I want to see it.
I want to see you and Lloyd sing Ave Maria. I want to see what people are saying. I want to know, how many people show up.
Yeah, but in this scenario, you're dead. You're actually dead in this scenario you're just brought up.
but I mean,
but you want to see.
That's the thing that concerns me about if everything goes dark and there's nothing in the afterlife. Like, well, I kind of want to know what's going on.
Me too. Like, who actually cared?
Like, yeah.
And I want to see what people's minds are because I want to see, like, okay, I see who's there.
Yeah.
And be in their mind and like, did you actually care? And the person's like, no, I'm so glad this idiot's dead.
Yeah.
And you're like, whoa, what?
Hey, whoa.
Jeez, you're thinking that out loud, and then I'll haunt them.
And then I want Lloyd like talking to people at the door, like being like, hey, he didn't really like you that much.
Lloyd.
That's not me.
Yeah, Lloyd,
you
that's
need to have somebody else do that.
No, Lloyd, you're the person that's going to go through our funerals and be like, hey,
You know,
just so you
Scotty
know,
really didn't like you.
He didn't really like you, and you probably shouldn't be here right now.
One of my all-time favorite
By the way,
stories.
That comes from actual experience.
Yes.
So
we all went to a funeral honoring somebody, and there was somebody
at the funeral
who told another person who showed up at the funeral said he didn't really like you.
I don't know why you're here,
and you shouldn't be here. Yeah.
He said that.
Yep.
And we all were witnesses.
Yep, we all heard it.
And
we
I
all saw
remember,
it.
We're like looking at each other like, whoa.
And the guy
what just happened?
stayed. He stayed. And I was like, it might be best you go.
Yeah, I would have turned around and left.
The family wants you to leave.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah, Lloyd, because you're what, 10, 15 years younger than Scotty and I? You're going to have to be the doorsman at both of our funerals. If it's narcissistic, I won't do it, but I sure would love to do it.
Yeah. If you could do it and not tick off everybody that you know.
As somebody that has cried wolf a few times, I feel like this is something you may do. You've cried wolf a couple times.
Yeah. The cancer scare was.
The cancer thing was a little much. That was a little too far.
Yep. I mean,
but that was early on in our show's relationship.
You called your wife to say that Rock fell through ice.
Yeah,
and
that's
was drowning.
a little bit much.
Too far.
It's a little too far.
That was too far. I did go too far with you once too, Lloyd.
Yes, you did.
On a prank that cannot be talked about.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. You went too far.
Well, and you got people involved that were more than happy to be involved.
That shouldn't be involved.
Okay, I'm not going to do it though. I won't. If you guys get a notification I'm dead, just know it's real.
Okay, but the problem is, there for a moment, we are going to be like,
I will pinch you inside your casket.
No,
I will pinch you.
I could see Lloyd Cup checking my dead body.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he really is dead.
Oh, wow.
Either that or he has no feeling.
Yeah. And if that's the case, and you're alive, you need to go see Bailey from Mid Medical.
I led you right into it, Scotty.
Oh, man, there's a lot of people that are thinking, what else do I have to live for? Come on. But you do, and Mid Medical can get you back on track if you are struggling in the bedroom.
That's true, and we'll reawaken some things that
there you go.
Maybe haven't been working for a while.
You say that, and I'll bet you've seen some people that late 70s, late 80s, who come in and they've decided, no, I'm not ready for that part of my life to be over.
Exactly. We really do. We've actually had some folks that are in their 90s that have come in and without hope, and they realize you can restore that blood flow and the blood vessels. And so it is something that's quite amazing to witness when they see the results and to see kind of the relationship get that spark back that they haven't had for a long time. And some of them, it's been a long time too.
But, there's some people, we talk about 70s, 80s, 90s, but you say over the age of 50, 50, 1 in 2 are dealing with some level of it. And that's the thing. People either think it's 100% or 0%. But if you're at like 65% or 70%, you can go get taken care of and get back to close to 100%.
Exactly. And we always use the analogy of like your eyesight or your hearing. Those aren't going to get better unless you do something about it. And same thing with this. We have guys that come in that are in their 30s, their 40s, 50s, and they're starting to see some issues.
Yeah.
And they're starting to have some struggles, and we can help them with that. But getting it fixed without, a shot or a pill or something like that really does make a huge difference for them. So they get the spontaneity back and kind of reigniting the relationship.
Okay, so I really want to get the listeners out there that are driving around or at their office and they feel like, man, the romance is just dead. The spontaneity is dead. I want you to take action, and I want you to do it right now. Just call and set up an appointment. It's free to come in and talk with the professionals and see what they can do for you. But, we can get your weight in check with these GLPs, this weight loss medication that's going down. We can get your testosterone up. You've talked about the different forms of testosterone, whether it's the creams or the injections. There's options there that you can get your testosterone in check and you can start feeling like a man again.
That's right.
Like you need to feel like a man. I want people to understand you can feel like a man again, and it's just a simple call to Mint Medical.
That's right. And these are some simple things that you can do. I mean, you mentioned that cream. We're kind of wimps, some of us there. So we try to stay away from the injections for that as well. But we have this cream that it works wonders for the men that try that, the GLPs, getting their weight down directly connected to ED. And so we can fix it in a lot of different ways, but just come in for that free consultation and you'll find out where you're at and what the options are to fix it.
And again, that's the thing. The assessment is free. The blood flow analysis is free. The
ultrasound.
The ultrasound, there's so many great things you can do
The
to find out.
ultrasound that checks the blood flow.
That's right. That's
okay.
exactly what
and
that
that's
is.
free.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, come on, folks. There's a lot of free here. And if you become a client, you're going to have 5 nights free in Hawaii.
Exactly. We want to have that incentive so you can just get over the hump of saying, I'm going to do something about it. And why not? It's a medical issue that it's out there and so many men are dealing with it. We can help you with it.
Remember, 2 locations, Sandy and Layton. So there's going to be one close to you. Mint Medical, 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Get back in mint condition with Mint Medical.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see comedian Brian Regan live at the Delta Center on Valentine's Day 2026. Get tickets to see D or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming off a loss to BYU, Kyle Whittingham very firmly in the all right category. Now a blowout victory over Colorado. I think we're back in okay country. He starts a press conference either with okay or all right.
Boy, we nailed the all right last week.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go okay.
Let's test it out. Let's both go okay.
All right. So, okay, usually Kyle's in a good mood. All right, usually in a bad mood. Let's see what we got today.
Okay, good response by our guys this week. Really played well. All three phases. Offense, defense, special teams were all clicking. Thought our freshman quarterback, Bird Ficklin, played exceptionally well for his first outing, and really, was a big positive for us. Just all positives, and really nothing negative coming out of that game. Defense, 7 sacks, less than 150 yards total low. And it was a very aggressive game plan by Coach Scally. I think we were about 70% pressure, and so it was very effective. Ran the football exceptionally well. In addition, offensively, and that's when we're at our best, is when we're running the ball. We had to the tune of 420 yards rushing, and so that was another big plus in the game. And so really, that kind of sums it up. I mean, it was very positive all across the board. Cincinnati coming in here, red hot team. Had the tough loss in the opener, right down to the wire with Nebraska, and they've since rattled off 7 wins in a row. And so they're playing exceptionally good football. Quarterback's a big, strong kid, dual threat, can run, can throw. They're 11 personnel team, 75% of the time, mixed in with some 12, and that 3-3-5 on defense. A lot of people are playing, and so got our work cut out for us this week. Have to have another great week of preparation, as always. That's what it's all about. And we got to come ready to play another 8:15 kickoff. So night game for our fans. Our fans seem to love to come out to those night games. So we're looking forward to another great environment. And the environment last week was terrific. It was a homecoming crowd, and can't say enough positive things about our fans, the muss, the band. It was all going on Saturday night. So we need to repeat that this coming weekend. So questions. How about those Mammoths? 7 in a row now. Yeah, 7 in a row. Yeah, so best record in the NHL. I think we got the most. Well, we were tied for, I think, the Devils. And did you just snort? Yeah. Anyway, go Mammoth.
Win on Saturday in all phases. With Cincinnati rolling into town, we have struggled with the top-tier teams in the Big 12 with the offensive line levitation in the red zone and the subsequent lack of offensive production. What is your plan to correct this deficiency?
Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Did you say levitation? Define levitation for me. Like levitating, like they're rising?
The push, I think.
Okay. Well, we fare, again, good teams is, there's typically, it's tougher matchups. Not that that's an excuse, but good teams are good teams for a reason. I mean, they're good football teams, but I think this year we've had 6 really good ball games and twice where we didn't play our best. But we're just going to continue working and trying to figure out ways to continue to win games. And I don't have a great answer other than that. So tough question, but thank you.
Do you expect Devin Dampier to see that?
We'll see how practice goes. It's only Monday, obviously. Practice cranks back up tomorrow, and he's certainly feeling better each day. But really, we'll just have to see how he progresses and where that goes. And if he's not ready, then we know Bird is ready to go again if he needs to be.
Over the course of your long career, leave all the names out of it, but there may have been times where you started a quarterback who wasn't anywhere near 100% because you thought that player could go and was still way better than anybody else you could have put out there.
Mm-hmm.
Did Bert Thicklin change your idea maybe of what would be possible if Devin Dampier isn't 100%? Do you think you can see him performing at a level now where maybe it would make sense either in the middle of a game or before a game to him?
Well, I think the bottom line is, and always will be, which quarterback, which player for any position for that matter gives you the best chance of winning. And if a 90% Devin Dampier we feel gives us a better chance than 100% Bird, I'm not. That's just an example. Then we go with the guy that we think is gives us that best shot. And so I can tell you we got a lot of confidence in Bird, especially after what we saw on Saturday night. But Devin is still QB1. Make no mistake, there's no QB controversy or of any sort. And we'll just have to measure Devin's progress day by day and see where he ends up. And, it's going to be, pretty much he's got a lot of input. And, he's an experienced vet. And Saturday night he just says, hey, I'm just not feeling it. I'm ready if you have to have me. He was ready for an emergency situation if it came to that. But we'll lean on Devin a lot to figure, how he's feeling. And he's going to do what's best for the team. Devin's a team guy, and so we'll just see how things progress.
Last season, when you guys had a quarterback injury, it seemed to be like a snowball effect in terms of adversity, where just everything started going wrong. This year, specifically with Saturday's game, it seemed like the team kind of rallied and showed a lot of resilience, and you ended up having one of your best performances, not only of this season, but the past three seasons on offense and defense. What does it say about kind of the mental toughness of this group that they were able to respond to Dampier going out and kind of step their game up, especially after a loss the week earlier?
Yeah, it says a lot, and also a lot about our leadership on the football team. We've got great leadership on this team. Our captains have done a phenomenal job all season long. And we announced to the team after warm-ups, hey, it's Bird's show. We got to support him and rally around him, and they were fired up about that. The opportunity to help him out and be at our best, and so compliments and kudos to the team for doing just that. For being able to rally around the replacement quarterback and play like we did. I mean, we played as well as we've played in a long time.
Kyle, College game day is coming to town for this matchup. Just walk me through how, I guess, getting a national show like that, obviously Big Noon has been here multiple times for multiple games this year. I guess, just as a head coach, how do you kind of navigate, having that national attention? And does it create the possibility for any distractions during the week? I mean, just walk me through that.
Well, that's the thing you want to avoid is distractions, and those shows, they do a good job of not really being a distraction for your guys. I mean, they, the biggest distraction is guys just knowing that they're on, the center stage and having those guys come to town. So, but they're very non-invasive and. For the players especially, and they get it. And so it's good for the program, overall, in the big picture. It's great for the university, the program, the community, state of Utah. So I think it's got so many positive things to it, positive aspects. And as a coach, you just try to, early in the week, make sure that your guys understand that, hey, they're here, but it's business as usual, and we don't approach it any differently as far as our preparation, and that they got to be able to block out the noise and not get caught up in it, because we got a game to play and we got to prepare and go through our paces just like we always do.
Coach, you mentioned the 71% pressure rate in the game. I would be curious.
I said around 70%.
Around 70.
Yeah.
I saw it was 71.
Who said that?
PFF.
Yeah, I think they added some simulated pressures in there, and then also in short yardage when you fill the gaps up, it's not really a pressure, but anyway.
Okay.
93% of statistics are made up on the spot, and so there you go. Okay.
How do you build off of a performance like that, where you have so much pressure and you've got to maintain that the rest of the way?
Yeah, well, each week is different, and so you're not going to be able to get away with that much pressure in certain weeks, or nor do you want to try to. And so Coach Scally does a masterful job, as does all three of our coordinators, putting together plans and things that we feel give us the best chance to succeed, and what fits that particular week, and what a certain team is susceptible to, what they're good at handling. I mean, we do all kinds of breakdowns, computer breakdowns as far as the quarterbacks we're facing. How do they handle 3-man rush, 4-man rush, 5-man rush, and so forth? And that gives us a lot of direction on how to go about putting the game plan together. But it's a week-to-week thing, and some weeks this is probably the highest dose of pressure I can ever remember us applying, and it kind of snowballed. You talk about things snowballing. You know, the more we blitzed, the better it got, and so we just kept on doing it and continued to work. So that was definitely the right move this past week.
What impressed you most about Bird, maybe even during the week, and how he prepared?
His composure and his he's just unflappable. Nothing bothers him, and he is an intelligent young man, extremely intelligent. He's got pretty much the whole offense at his disposal, and that's saying a lot for a true freshman. And he's so athletic. That's another thing. It's something that is so makes him so difficult to defend, and such a so much upside as a quarterback. He's so athletic. He's fast. He's quick. He can make people miss. He's tough. You know, he can take hits, and he's got a really good arm. His arm talent was not really on display Saturday night like it really is. You know, most days in practice. I mean, he's got great accuracy and a strong arm. Wasn't real sharp in the throw game. His numbers were just okay throwing the football, but as he gets more time and down the road in the future, I think you're going to realize that he's got a really good, accurate, strong arm in addition to his athleticism.
Kyle, I'm curious about your thoughts on, Bird and Larry Simmons seems to have, a great connection. There was a couple of times where, they were on the same page last night or on Saturday. And also, in that West Virginia game, Bird had that deep shot to Larry. How have the two of them maybe, worked together through this process as the season has went on?
I think that's probably more coincidence than anything. I don't think there's any concerted effort or any special bond that he and Larry have. I think it's just a matter of, like I said, Larry being in the right place at the right time, had the right route called, and Bird looking in the right location. So I wouldn't put it any more than that, as far as that goes.
You look at Cincinnati, they got a quarterback that's with 20 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Yeah.
They've only turned the ball over 4 times.
Tremendous, yeah.
They got such a balanced offense. They have 3 guys over 400 yards rushing, 4 guys over 300 yards receiving.
Mm-hmm.
How do you concentrate or attack a team that's as balanced as that?
Yeah, they're very balanced. You hit it all. All the not all the positive, but the things that they do exceptionally well, and they're also really good. Red zone touchdown percentage is over 70%. Balanced, as you say, nearly 200 yards rushing and about 280 or 90 throwing, scoring nearly 40 points a week. And they can hurt you different ways. And but maybe the biggest RPO team that we faced as well. They really lean heavily on the RPOs. And so Coach Scally and the defense has their work cut out for them. But I got no doubt that we'll have a good plan, and it's just a matter of going out and executing. But
there he is, Kyle Whittingham, addressing the media as a big one for Utah. They'll welcome in not just Cincinnati, but ESPN Game Day. So there's been a little bit of a, game day, big noon curse for Utah as of late.
Jeez.
So I don't know Utah fans, they love the exposure, and those fans will show up, and they'll make it a great atmosphere. They killed it for the big noon kickoff. And so they'll do it again here. It'll be an atmosphere as good as anybody in the country. But Utah's got to respond. Because Utah fans responded so well. BYU fans responded well when Big Noon was down there. The fan bases here in the state of Utah are second to none. Nobody's touching them.
Yeah.
So that Utah football team's got to respond, because that fan base is going to respond. You better as well.
By the way, that's a big reason why they bring those events to BYU or to Utah, because they know they're going to get the crowd that looks good. So Utah fans will show up and they'll make it look good, because Utah's not out of this race yet. All right, so we addressed something at the beginning of the show, first segment. I want to play Kyle Whittingham's thoughts on the quarterback situation, and then I want to reiterate my thoughts just quickly. Here's Kyle Whittingham on the QB.
I can tell you we got a lot of confidence in Bird, especially after what we saw on Saturday night. But Devin is still QB1. Make no mistake, there's no QB controversy or of any sort. We'll just have to measure Devin's progress day by day and see where he ends up. He's got a lot of input. He's an experienced vet. And Saturday night he just says, hey, I'm just not feeling it. I'm ready if you have to have me. He was ready for an emergency situation if it came to that. But we'll lean on Devin a lot. He's going to do what's best for the team. Devin's a team guy, and we'll just see how things progress.
Okay, so he says it's QB1, no question about it. But there's a big but.
There is.
I'm going to him and I'm just going to ask him, can you run every play in the playbook? Are you afraid of the physicality or the hit? Are you afraid to keep? Are you going to give when you probably should have kept because you're just a little bit too tentative to keep and take the hit off the edge? And if he hesitates at all, or if he feels like he can't run, or if I'm seeing him limp or favor any part of his body, I'm sitting him. If he's not 95%, right near 100%, I'm playing Bird Ficklin. And I'm going to add a couple of wrinkles in for Bird against Cincinnati. Because Cincinnati's defense, it's all led by one guy. The entire defense is led by one interior D tackle, Dante Corleone.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very big, very large, in-charge guy. And watching him last week, I saw him multiple times go to, or actually, it would be 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago against Iowa State. Multiple times, he was going to different players in different moments and either motivating them or telling them they better get their butt in gear, or he's the leader defensively. And he does control a lot of the interior operation of Cincinnati's defense. Like, I know what this team is about, and I know you can beat them. You can beat them with their over-aggression. This Utah offensive front, they can beat them. They can move these bodies. They can wall off Dante, and they can beat them. You can't beat them with a quarterback that can't run the full playbook. Yeah. Because if I'm Cincinnati, if I know I can niche you down to an area, I'll beat you. Bird Ficklin opens up the book. I've got to worry about so many things with that guy. So I'm fine. Play Devin Dampier. I like Devin Dampier a lot. He's a great kid. And he deserves to play and deserves to start if he's 95% or 100%. But the good thing is Kyle Whittingham did acknowledge it. He said, we're going to be looking at him.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing. A quarterback controversy, and based on the definition of a quarterback controversy, the way Kyle Whittingham addressed it is Bird Ficklin's healthy and 100%. Devin Dampier's healthy and 100%. There's no controversy there. It'll be Devin Dampier's job. But, and again, he gives him a big out, gives himself an out saying, but we'll continue to evaluate him. And he can say to Jason Beck, like, hey, look, I said there's no controversy. Tell Devin Dampier when he's completely healthy, he's still our quarterback. But he's got to be 100%. And if our training staff says he's not 100%, if he himself says he's not 100%, if my eyeball test watches him in practice and I don't think he's 100%, Bird Ficklin's going to be our guy. So both things can be true. Yeah. There's no quarterback controversy, but Bird Ficklin can still be your starter. So, all right, Hans and Scotty. Bailey's with us, Mint Medical. You need to get back in mint condition. And, Bailey, we talk a lot about the freeze, and we talk about the fact that you can get the free blood flow analysis. You can get the free assessment. You get the free night stay in 5-night stay in Hawaii. But there's also a thing that you've talked about for a long, long time of a free intimacy gift that you've never seen not work.
That's right.
Those are available, and people don't understand the magic those things can bring.
That's right, and that's just for coming in to check on this consultation, see what it's all about. So we do give those away. They really, like you said, we've never seen them not work, but they're part of our program, and so we want people to see that this can reignite on a small level your love life, and we give those out. And like I said, about the second or third treatment, they're coming back and saying, can we get some more of those? And the wife a lot of times will ask, can we get some more of those? Because they really did some wonders for the relationship.
Okay, so talking about those, definitely different from a Viagra.
Right.
And what I want to mention to the men out there, if you've been trying to run your life on Viagra and planning 4 hours ahead or 2 hours ahead or whatever it is,
right,
and you've lost that sense of spontaneity.
Exactly.
This is a replacement for that, and it's a fix.
Right.
It's not. You're not going to have to keep doing this. It's
Right.
going to fix the situation, so you'll have that spontaneity, and you'll have the right function.
Exactly. I mean, this is restoring blood flow to the area that we need it, and it's not a temporary. It's not a Band-Aid. And as you mentioned, the Viagra and the side effects and the congestion that comes with that, the headaches, and the biggest thing that most people complain about, especially the spouse, is the lack of spontaneity. Like you said, you got to plan things, and depends on what you eat, so it doesn't really work the way that you want it to. But if you can fix the root cause of the problem, game over. Things are back to the way they should be.
Yeah, and there's also root causes to the problem that led to the ED.
That's right.
And that can be weight loss, diabetes, a lot of those things. Well, guess what? The GLP-1s help out dramatically in blood sugar help, in terms of obesity, and then, of course, your hormone treatments help as well. So you're attacking this at multiple angles.
Yeah, that trifecta approach we talk about really does work. I mean, getting that weight down, and it's directly correlated to the ED side of it. The GLP-1s, they really give you a jump start for that. The hormone side, yeah, I mean, it's going to kind of help you get that libido and energy and reignite that side of it. But fixing the root cause of the problem with the acoustic wave therapy is fundamental.
Let's get you back to feeling like a man.
That's right.
Just feeling good about yourself, feeling like the alpha, feeling like you can conquer the world again, because you don't have to feel like that part of the life is behind you.
That's right.
And that's what medical is trying to do, treating all those areas. And then one last thing I want to throw out there with the GLPs, the tirzepatides, and all of these fat loss medications. If you're currently going through somebody for those medications, come to Mint. Mint Medical is going to give you $50 off whatever you're currently paying.
That's right.
And they're going to supply you with that medication for $50 less.
And you can even do that through a telehealth visit. If you want to just call in and say, hey, I only need to get my GLPs from you. You mentioned I can get $50 cheaper than I am. You can just do a telehealth visit with our doctor and make sure that you're fit for that, and we can take care of you there too, and save you $50 a month.
There you go. They're doing so many good things for so many people, and it is worth it to call, even if it's just for that. But there's so many other things that Mint Medical can do for you, and the body contouring. We haven't talked enough about that as well. That's available.
That's right. I mean, you can lose 1 inch in about 40 minutes by using the body contouring device, a medical device that's proven to work, but we'll also give you the same thing, 1 free month of GLP or your hormone included with that if you become a patient for the body contouring.
I'm telling you, folks, so many great services there at Mint Medical. 801-804-8000, 801-804-8000, Sandy and Layton locations. So you got one north, one south, and you can check them out online as well, mintmedicalclinic.com. But I just want you calling 801-804-8000. Take advantage of all that free right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day. Utah Mammoth hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort,
Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Iowa State got off to a blistering start in their game against BYU, but BYU kept their composure, rallied, and ended up winning that game going away. Kalani Sitake knows his team continues to handle adversity well, especially in that game in Ames.
This is a really good team, so we were fortunate to quiet the storm that happened and then try to stack plays on plays. And I felt like once we started doing that, getting momentum, the guys started seeing it and started to create some momentum on our sideline, the energy, and the rest worked out in our favor.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Incredible barbecue in the district in South Jordan, and they can bring that barbecue to you. Remember, they'll cater your big events, holiday parties, whatever the case might be. Go to KennyJBBQ.com and check out their catering menu. New orders get 10% off.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember, Hans, you and I will be on the road tomorrow. If we're going to do a little driving, and we're asking you to do a little driving, we want it to be worth your while. And the folks down at Bar W and the new Bar Dub Grill are going to make it worth your while. By the way, those spud nuts, I dream of those things.
Oh, I forgot we're at Bar W tomorrow.
Yeah. That's where we will be tomorrow, noon to 3. So make sure to stop by and let's get it going.
Are we at the restaurant or at the...
I believe we're at the restaurant, yeah. So all you got to do is search Bar Dub Grill. It'll take you right there off of exit 222 in Nephi.
And don't forget, if you're driving through the area, they do serve an incredible country breakfast.
Oof.
Incredible country breakfast.
By the way, was it an Italian joint you guys went to after the game?
No, it's actually a steak and chop.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought it was Italian. I don't know why I thought that.
I thought somebody said pasta. I remember one of you guys mentioning pasta. Did you not have any pasta or something?
I had the pasta.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. That's probably where I got it.
Yeah,
then.
I had the blackened chicken angel hair pasta.
Okay.
Greg had the flat iron steak, and Mitch had
everything.
The burger and the rest of my pasta.
He killed your pasta?
Yeah. It's actually awesome. And it was this massive burger, whole plate of fries. He finished both. And I could not finish my pasta bowl. It was a ton. And I had a little bit less than half of it left, but nearly a whole half of blackened chicken breast and a good portion.
And you're not taking back to the hotel room. You don't want it to go to waste.
He scraped it all on his plate and ate it. It was great pasta. It was called Aunt Maud's, like an ant.
Yeah.
Not the little insect, but the relative. Yeah. And then Maud's.
Like Maud Pizza?
M-A-U-D?
M-A-U-D-E.
Okay.
Apostrophe S. So Aunt Maud's.
Interesting.
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It's the first post-game meal that we've had before 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
Jeez. Now what's crazy is now they're giving us the other end of the spectrum with BYU Texas Tech.
You can still get a little breakfast in Lubbock.
Can I just that BYU, that Iowa State game was so insane, dude.
I still can't believe that happened. And I'm calling my Utah State game. They're going on about the same time. And so every now and then Parker, our producer, getting near like, hey, BYU's down big. I'm like, uh-oh, this might be it. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, they did this, they did that. And then all of a sudden it's a 10-point lead and off you go.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, was it not tied? Was it tied? Yeah, it was tied when they botched the punt return. Was it tied, wasn't it? 27-27?
I think so.
And they botched that punt return. BYU's punt cover team pushed one of their returners into the punt that's bumbling.
Went off his almost like his calf, his ankle, and BYU was smart. They did everything. It's just good football IQ play there.
Hey, did you hear anything about the conversation that I got to have with Parker Kingston after the game?
No.
So Greg and I were talking to Parker Kingston, and I asked Parker about that play. And I said, what did you see in that moment, or what did you know? And he said, I promise you, he said 100%. Kelly Popinga saw that their gunners do not get away from the ball and that their punt returner was not calling hot. It's like they tend to sit around the ball. He said, so all week we worked on driving guys to the ball and not stopping until the thing is called dead. That's what he said. He said Popinga was working on that.
Jeez.
He said Popinga saw that.
It's the attention to detail, folks.
And there's no reason Kingston would just make that up.
No.
So I'm like, geez Louise, that's a pretty intense detail to see. And it ended up paying off because I'm pretty sure it was tied 27-27. And then BYU was able to get some points off of that. And then the game still was very much in hand. And Falatal Satawala's pick six was so pretty. And in the call, I said he basically put a fat worm. He baited it by putting a fat worm on a big hook. So what he did was he faked in on the blitz. He dropped back to the drag, but he was responsible for the 5-yard dig. And so as he came out of the fake blitz, dropped to the drag, he was responsible for that dig. He knew that dig was going to sit. And Rocco Beck thought, oh, wide open again, because it had been open a couple of times on the outside. And he tried to fire it out there. And Falatal Satawala just went and fought for it.
Oh, yeah.
Fought for it and then trapped it on his hip and took that thing for the pick six. It was insane. And then a complete game changer. There were some other big game changers. For instance, Iowa State is getting back in this game. They've got an opportunity to get back in this game. Rocco Beck fires it on a deep go, and receiver gets behind BYU defender and drops it. I think it was Therian Alexander came across and threw a hand at it, but the receiver was over the top.
Still should have caught it.
And he dropped it. And that was another momentum killer.
What do you think of Rocco Beck watching him in person?
BYU made him look pedestrian.
Yeah.
Especially in the second half. Really good first half. But even in the first half, it was about his running backs. Mm-hmm. It was about the run game in the first half. This is the first game that Rocco Beck's thrown 3 picks.
Yeah. So Is he a good quarterback that ran up against a better defense, or was he a guy that just had a bad day? I think it was more about BYU than it was about him.
Oh, I think it was about BYU.
Yeah.
Because I've watched Rocco Becht games that I'm like, jeez. And BYU had 4 sacks. 3 of them in the second half. One of the sacks was a cleanup sack at the end of the first half. He was just scrambling, and it was not a critical sack. The 3 sacks that came in the second half, they were all critical.
Yeah. Look at those sacks starting to pile up, too, for BYU.
Yeah, 4 sacks. 2 of them by Bodie Schoonover and 1 of them by Anisi Purcell. And then, the bummer thing, you're leaving Ames, and the only thing that was sitting on my mind, well, what was sitting on my mind was an incredible comeback and an unthinkable win. But what was sitting heavy on my mind was LJ Martin's got to play against Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Sialia Serra has to play against Texas Tech.
This bye week could not have come at a better time, honestly.
Jack Kelly has to play. Those 3 went out. Those 3 went out in Ames. Anisi Purcell, there's no question that Isaiah Glasker is hampered. He's not on 100%. I don't know what he's nursing, but it feels like he's nursing something. And in the early parts of the first half, when they were really moving the ball, I think that it was kind of a medical tent on the field. Guys are bit and pieced together trying to make plays. And when you got a good team like Iowa State, they're going to move the ball. The big difference in the second half was there was a couple of different formations that were used, but the defensive line bowed up, started shoving the gaps full, pushing guys back. That changed the game. Iowa State did have a pretty sweet 3 tight end set. They used 3 tight ends, and they would move all 3. And all 3 are good blockers, and all 3 of them are good receivers. And in the first half, that movement and motion with those 3 tight ends, it was mixing up BYU's defense. They were having a hard time accounting for all 3 of those tight ends. And Rocco was finding one of them open often. And in the second half, that all secured. The adjustments that Jay Hill made started to secure that 3-man tight end rotation and seal it up much better, including the Falata Satawala interception over the top of that tight end. So just a complete shift.
And it's one thing to have a coach that knows how to implement or knows how to scheme adjustments, but then to be able to relay that to a team, and a team filled with a bunch of, late teenagers, early 20s, be able to, in their mind, make that adjustment out on the field. Like a coach can, you could have Buddy Ryan or Bill Walsh as a coach, but if you don't have the players that have the smarts and the intelligence and the want to be able to implement those changes, it's all for naught. And so Jay Hill's brilliant, make no mistake. Aaron Roderick's brilliant, but you also have to have really intelligent, adaptable players to be able to handle that.
Right. You've got to have the players that can internalize it and then perform it. There's no question about it. There's also a real critical component to a coach being able to convey it the right way.
Yes.
It has to be precise, and it has to be immediate. It can't be fluff. It has to be exact. And it can't be 3 or 4 things. It's got to be one thing. And it's got to be, this is it. I know what it is. This is it. And this is what you do to execute it. Not, well, okay, so what we're thinking is if the guard is at a 2-foot split and then comes out in a 3rd down at a 1-foot split, then that might identify a QB draw. And what we're going to want you to do is if you see the 2-foot split, well, no, okay, well, let's take that back. Okay, so if it's the 2-foot split, you can't have that.
And by the way, I could totally see a coach doing that too.
Oh, I've had coaches that done that.
Yeah.
And then I've had coaches that come in at half, and they've got either a steel frame, or they've got it drawn up on the board, and they just say, hey, we got it. We know what they're doing. All right, so all they're doing is they're taking this 3 tight end rotation. Wherever they're rotating to, that becomes power side. They're exchanging the Mike linebacker. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk up the safety. He's going to sit underneath on that sit route. And if that sit route hits, then we're right there to make the pick. If they run goes, by the way, the pick by Logan Latui, those were go routes. Those are over the top. I don't know what Rocco Becht was looking at. If he had just thrown that over the top, it's a touchdown. Instead, he throws it as if it's going to be a hitch or some type of sit route, and it lands right in Logan Latui's hands. but it has to be precise. And I've had coaches that are fluffy and they don't even know what they're talking about. And I've had coaches that are like, we got it. We know what you, and when you hear a coach say, I got it. We got it. It's over. This is all you got to do. We just want you, we're going to take you off the 2 technique and we're going to put you on a minus technique. We just want you to hit across the center's face because everything they're doing is play side to the trip set where the tight end motion goes. So we're going to put you at a minus technique. You're going to smash across the center's face and we're going to take Keanu Tanavasa. Keanu, you're going to be in a three technique, fight into the double team. Hey, Glasgow, watch it. Anytime they motion those tight ends, we just want you to walk up, creep up a little bit because all they're doing is running in the gaps between the tackle and one of those tight ends off the trips or the diamond set. So just walk up a little bit and we're right there and we got it stopped. And it's that quick and that clean and that precise and you can do it. But when you got coaches that are full of fluff and they're liars and they're fakes, and there's a lot of fakes out there. Believe me, I've been coached by fakes. I know them. And fakes can't help you in those moments.
Yeah.
But when you got a coach that can emphasize it quickly and precise and give you confidence, you can do it.
Yeah. By the way, that rant, why he's the best color analyst in the biz right there.
I appreciate it.
Ans and Scotty, take a break, come back, wrap up this show next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what today feels like? Feels like a Beehive meal day. Feels like a Beehive soup day today. I mean, and there's so many great soups you can choose from. The soup menu is just phenomenal, but whether it's the meals, whether it's the soup, all you need is a slow cooker, and you've got a great, nutritious meal for your family.
Okay, so they have not stopped Scotty and I from doing this yet, so we're just going to mention it. You're going to get 10% by becoming a subscriber.
Yes.
So 10% off your order, and then you use promo code, is it Zone or The Zone?
The Zone.
Use promo code The Zone, and it's $20 off.
Yeah, so you can stack those.
Yeah. Riley came to us last time, and she said, we said 10. It's actually 20.
Yeah.
So promo code The Zone gets you $20 off. Becoming a subscriber gets you 10% off, and you're not locked into any contracts. You can cancel it at any time. Just try your first order with Beehive and see why Scotty and I love it. We have 2 to 3 meals a week from Beehive with my family.
Yep, same. And all you have to do is, again, go to beehivemeals.com. The October menu is just phenomenal. The soup menu is available for you as well. Stack those savings and try this out for yourself. Again, as Hans mentioned, no contract, so you can game the system a little bit. You can get your 10% off. You can get your $20 off. And then if for whatever reason it's not working for you, you cancel. No big deal. But I don't think you will because this is phenomenal food. The ease, the quality, the nutritional value is all there. Go to beehivemeals.com. That's Beehive, M-E-A-L-S, beehivemeals.com.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, get some of the best barbecue you'll ever try. It's available at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Incredible barbecue, all for you, ready to go, and they'll even cater your events. They'll bring that barbecue to you. Go to KennyJBBQ.com and get that menu available for you right now.
We got a big show coming up tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
We're going to be in Nephi at Bar W, but also we're going to go through the possibility of and the likelihood of BYU making it through this Big 12 schedule in what shape, form, or fashion. Also, we'll go through Cincinnati, Texas Tech, Houston, and Utah. And I've just got a couple of thoughts and ideas with remaining schedules, how this could potentially work out. I'll give you a couple scenarios of how it could potentially work out. So big show coming up tomorrow. We're going to break a lot of that down. Plus, we need to just get in a couple more X's and O's on what happened with BYU, Iowa State, and also Utah and Colorado, just to kind of clean those things up before we get into our preview shows.
And by the way, the Mammoth winners of 7 in a row, Bill Armstrong, will join us for his weekly conversation coming up tomorrow.
And the Utah Jazz starting 1-1. They got the Suns tonight.
Yep.
Good chance to go 2-1. And whoever that predictor was that said 2-23 to start the season, who was that guy?
That wasn't Zach Lowe. Why am I? It's Locke's buddy. I'm spacing his name now. But
he predicted
he said
2-23.
I think it was 2-21.
2-21 to start.
To his credit, yeah. Kevin Pelton, thank you.
Yeah, so let's prove him wrong.
Yes, sir. And Bailey's here from Mint Medical. And Bailey, there's so many great things you guys are doing. And I mean, I just want to, we're going to do a quick shotgun approach here.
Okay.
All right. First off, let's start with the acoustic wave therapy. This has been proven to get things done. If you're struggling inside the bedroom, if ED is a big part of your life, you can fix it. And this isn't a Band-Aid. This is fixing the problem.
That's right. It's fundamental to what we offer. It really does fix the problem. It's not something that is going to be short-term, but a fix to the problem.
And it all starts with that free blood flow analysis, so you can actually see what's going on.
That's right. We'll show you and kind of give you the Doppler to find out this is exactly where you're at on a scale of 1 to 5, and you'll know, well, this is what here's your options to fix that.
And if you become a patient of Mint Medical and you start getting that acoustic wave therapy, you'll have a free month of either the hormones or the GLP-1s, because those are a lot of times some of the issues that can cause, whether it's the hormones or being overweight.
Exactly. So that's kind of the second prong to what we offer for the solution, and that is that let's get your weight down a little bit through the GLP-1s, or we can adjust your hormones through whether it's a cream or an injection as well.
So as you listen to Scotty and Bailey go back and forth, just understand it's comprehensive.
Yep.
And truly what we want to do is get you feeling like a man again.
Right.
Feeling like you were in your 20s, your 30s, or if you're in your 20s and 30s and you're struggling, get you feeling new again.
That's right.
And don't think that you just have to live this life of pills and pain and discomfort. You don't.
Lack of spontaneity. I mean, we fix that as well.
We'll help take some weight off. We'll help get the testosterone right. But most importantly, you can help with that ED.
Yeah. And as Han said, feel like a man again.
Yeah.
Feel like your old self.
Yeah.
Kind of chant. You don't have to just be a victim to Father Time. I mean, you can. There's so many things available and so many resources at Mint Medical to get you taken care of.
And it's free to try it.
Yes.
That's the thing. Like, it's free to come in and just get the exams. And not only free, but there's incentives to come in.
Get that free intimacy gift. Remember that that's part of just coming in for the consultation.
So you don't even need to sign up to get that intimacy gift.
No, that's just for coming in.
See, there you go. And also, the big granddaddy of them all, you become a client, you're going to Hawaii.
Yeah, 5 nights in a luxury resort in Hawaii for becoming a patient of ours, and that helps restore the relationship as well.
It all starts with a phone call. The phone call itself is free as well. Call right now. It's real simple, 801-804-8000. They've got locations in Sandy and Layton, so there's going to be one close to you, whether you're in the north end of the valley or the south, 801-804-8000. Website's mintmedicalclinic.com, but I just want you to call and get on their books, 801-804-8000. They're discreet, they're respectful, and they're going to help you. 801-804-8000. Mint Medical, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
For 70 years, Les Olson IT has helped businesses succeed, and for the past decade, we've been your trusted managed service provider, delivering stability and innovation to protect what matters most. This October, during National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, remember, your business needs protection on every front, physical and digital. From advanced cybersecurity to secure office technology, Les Olson IT has the tools to keep you safe. Call this month for a free network assessment, including a full cybersecurity risk evaluation.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Honestly, Utah could have scored there and had the ball coming out of half.
With the lead.
With the lead.
Yep.
And it made a huge difference.
Yep.
And the interception wasn't great either.
No, that was a horrible ball. That was the first, other than the fumbled punt return, the muff punt, that was the other big failure in the game. That was just a horrible ball to throw. That is something Devin Dampier has done too much of. And I do think it was a reminder that, some of the issues Utah had against Texas Tech, they haven't remedied. They are just better than West Virginia. They were just better than Arizona State that night in the rain. But their issues remain their issues. Their flaws are going to prevent them from winning those types of games this year.
I don't think Ute fans should be panicking at all. I don't think they have a bad team. I think they lost a game against BYU, who is also a good team. I know on the macro, I don't think it means anything.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in to your Week 11 of college football. Is that right? Week 10. Week 10 of college football? No, it's Week 10.
Yeah.
Oh, double-digit weeks of college football. Can you believe it?
BYU's reached their second bye week.
Oh, yeah. Some teams in the Big 12.
That's how deep we are in the season.
What is it? Kansas State and Iowa State played over in Ireland. They're working on bye week number 3 of the season. You get 3 bye weeks if you play across the pond. That's a new unlocked thing. I think that's actually like what, now that they're almost employees of the school's like and by the way, you get 3 weeks of paid vacation when you go across and play in Europe, okay? That's part of your package that you get as an employee. Listen, I'm going to say it right now, and I just got a text from one of my friends who's a listener to the program, but also he's kind of my hockey guide. I cheat off of his homework constantly, all right? And I've needed it this weekend. And one of the things that makes me nervous, and I told him this because he actually texted me this right before the show. He says, this is hockey guy Matt, by the way. Matt goes, a lot of national love for the Mammoth today. Even the podcasts in Canada I listen to are talking about him. That's nerve-wracking.
That's tough to get the attention of people that are obsessed with the Leafs.
I know, and I told him, I said, that makes me nervous. He said, we're not used to it, neither are the players. So I'm full on like in this mode where I'm trying to pretend like I've got the blinders up with the hockey team, right? I've got all sorts of crazy stuff, and it's weird. It's weird to think that you can have a team who's having this much success, and the Mammoth right now are the only other 8-win team in the world of hockey besides the New Jersey or the is it New Jersey?
Yeah, the New Jersey Devils have an 8-game win streak.
The Devils are an 8-game win streak, but they started off with a loss on the season. They've won 8 now in a row. The Mammoth have won 7 in a row. It's not just that they've won 7 in a row, it's that they are shocking people on how they're doing it. Every game, Logan Cooley has 2 or 3 goals, and he has them in the first 5 minutes of the game. That's what I've learned so far. I mean, it's just been absolutely wild what they've done. So the crazy thing is, what are you gonna do now that they've played 10 games? They've played 10 games, JJ.
Yes.
And they're 8-2 on the season.
That's a unsustainable clip of winning.
It is an unsustainable clip. They have also beaten very good teams along the way so far.
Which is why their streak's more impressive than the Devils.
It is.
They've beat Colorado. They beat St. Louis. They beat Minnesota. And they now have beaten Winnipeg.
Those last 3 all on the road.
Correct. And
Those
guess
last
who they play
3
Tuesday night?
Do they have to play Colorado again?
Oh, no.
Oh, I was going to say. No, is it Vegas?
They're in Edmonton.
Oh.
They're taking on the Oilers.
Up
Another
there.
big test.
Oh, my goodness.
In Edmonton to finish the trip.
It's fun while it lasted. To see how fans work? Well, that was cool.
Well, that's what I thought about the Winnipeg game. I was like, man, that's a great win in Minnesota.
You can't
so
keep
there's
this
just
going.
no way they're going to get Winnipeg. So, it's been a good run. And they go into Winnipeg in one of the rowdiest barns, not the biggest barn, and they pull out a win against the team that led the West in points last year. Has the Vezina winner in net.
Okay.
I mean, they were awesome.
I know this is a Kalani Sitake
And they battled
thing.
them the whole way. It was awesome.
I know this is a Kalani Sitake thing, but how is Coach Bear going to be humble and hungry this week? Because that's what it is. Because that's what he kind of does. He shows up at the show and he does this, I'm consistent and I don't get too high or too low about things. I'm Bear. You're like, get out of here. I don't need to hear. I want the Bear tourney that is flashy. Give me flashy Bear.
No. His job is to be Bear. Our job is to overreact. And you as fans, it's your job to enjoy what you're witnessing right now because you are spoiled rotten.
For sure. Right now you are.
You've had a team for just a little over a year, and you're looking at the standings, and your Utah Mammoth are tied for the best record in the NHL.
It's early.
You just got this team. You are spoiled.
It's early. However, I will say this. You're almost 15% into the season.
It's early, but
that's crazy.
This is significant.
It's bonkers.
You're almost a fifth of the way to 100 points.
These are the dumbest stats I've ever heard.
And we're still in October.
You're 13.5% through the season.
We're still in October, and they have 16 points. It's significant.
Our producer Alex is like, we're talking way too much hockey.
This is
early.
a road-heavy part of the schedule, and it's going to be all the way into December. This team is playing a tough part of their schedule and killing it. Wait till the end of the year.
Hey, by the way, the Utah Jazz firing it up tonight at home across the street at Delta Center.
I like this team.
It has not been tough to
I
watch.
like this team.
I know it's only been a couple games.
I love that game in Sacramento.
It was a defensive battle, and they almost won it. All right. We got lots to get through today. It is a Monday edition of the program. Yes, we are in October still. It's the final week of October, if you can freaking believe it. Here we are. Let's jump in right here at the top of the program. The cut is where we usually start things off. That's what we're going to do again on a Monday, so let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. TrajanWealth.com. JJ, lots to go over from over the weekend. And now, in the spirit of how we do this and just kind of with how things go, we split up during the weekends. JJ had his TV duties. I stay in the radio world, which is where I belong. And I will tell you, I'm tickled with how things went over the weekend for the teams here locally, Utah State being the lone kind of, I don't know how we're supposed to react to that. However, if you are looking, and I was listening to the radio post game of Greg Wrubell and Hans Olsen, and Greg Wrubell kind of, I think, had the right to sort of say it as flippantly as he did. Was like, hey, Bear's going to get another Freshman of the Week honor from the Big 12. That's, but the question is he going to get the Offensive Player of the week? And the answer is no on both accounts. Why? Because a guy named Bird Ficklin had a pretty darn good week, and he's also a freshman. The Big 12, and this isn't because Bear didn't do enough. The Big 12 has been begging for another freshman to show up and make a splash. Am I wrong?
Bueller.
They were so sick of calling his number. It had nothing to do with whether or not Bear had a great weekend, which he did. It had nothing to do with whether or not he had an outstanding performance, which he did.
I can't even name another freshman starting in the Big 12 outside
besides
of
those two.
And now Bird obviously getting a shot on Saturday.
This was the conference offices in Irving, Texas going, can we freaking get somebody else? And then they went, yes, okay, I got someone for you. Late on Saturday night. That was the only reason. Because BYU stays undefeated. Weirdly, I have no idea what to think about that 8-0 start, except for that they are 8-0. They are 8-0 again after going 8-0 last year when we all looked at each other and went, don't know what to think about this. There was a quarterback last year in Jake Retzlaff that you went, I don't know how this guy's pulling this off. In a weird way, JJ, is Bear more consistent than Jake Retzlaff has been?
Yes, 100%.
Like, is it a more impressive thing what he's doing this year, not just because of the freshman part, but because of the actual performance part? Because Jake Retzlaff last year was pulling all of these same. He took this team to 8-0. He took them to heights that they hadn't seen in a long time. So, am I actually supposed to be more impressed with what Bear is doing this year than with what Jake Retzlaff did last year?
Yes, 100%, because A, he's a freshman, and the lack of experience. If you remember, Jake Retzlaff got a chance to play the last 4 games of his sophomore year. And how did that go?
0-4.
Now, that's a distant memory. It's a distant memory.
Right.
BYU fans like, what are you talking about? I don't even remember that. Did he? Because I checks notes. We're 19-2 in our last 21 games. Yeah. So Jake Retzlaff had to go through a period of learning, growth,
right,
gaining experience at the Power 4 level. Bear Bachmeier, he didn't have that chance. And he was thrown into the fire this year.
Yeah.
And he has been unbelievable. When you consider the circumstances, if Bear was a senior quarterback and he'd been playing 3 years and he had these type of stats and production, you'd be like, yeah, that's okay. He's getting the job done. When you consider he's a true freshman who transferred here, didn't even get spring ball, and he's doing what he's doing for this team and leading comeback after comeback after comeback, how can you not be blown away by what he's doing? And he's leading. This is not just a freshman getting the job done. He's leading by the way he plays on the field. I'm seeing it. They believe in him. You see him on the sidelines, the way he carries himself, the way he walks over the sideline when he sits down after a touchdown. Like, they are fired up to play for this dude. Everything they talked about during camp, you're like, really? That's crazy. Like, they see it, like everybody just knew. But then you've watched the season play out, and you watch how he handles himself on the sideline and how they play with him and they talk about him. Yeah, he's just a true freshman, but he's a 6'2", 235-pound dude who just makes play after play after play, calm as a cucumber. Never too high, never too low. Taking it back to the Bear Turney reference. You got to have a quarterback that's like that, but he has to make plays, and he's making plays when it matters the most. Rallying a team from a deficit, never panicking, never cracking under the pressure, not making bad turnovers. Was there ever a moment in that game against Iowa State where you're like, man, Bear doesn't have it, or I'm really worried? Like, no. He was solid and steady throughout. The early deficit was some defensive misassignments and things like that. They finally got the offense going, and sure enough, the defense fixed those issues, and instead of allowing big plays, they made big plays. And it completely flipped the game on its head, but throughout all of it, Bear in that offense was steady, and with the help of a pick six on the defensive side and some other turnovers, they put up 41 points. They outscored Iowa State 31-3 after falling behind 24-10. You have to be a really good team to be able to do something like that. And BYU is a really good team. They deserve their top 10 ranking.
Tied with Miami, by the way.
I fail to recognize Miami as the number 10 team in the country.
Like you forgot, or you will not?
No, I just refuse. I am taking a stand.
Oh, my goodness.
You can only have one top 10 team.
So
number 10 team, and it is BYU.
Am I missing something? Did they have a turnover at all against Iowa State?
No.
BYU
right?
at all?
No.
So they forced 3 interceptions. The one, it was at the end.
Iowa State turned the ball over 4 times.
Right.
They lost a fumble, and they had 3 interceptions.
So the muff
punt,
special
teams
the muff
gaff
punt was
a big play.
Hilarious. And it also, like, I want to go, okay, that kid someone needs to get with him and explain to him how things work, and someone needs to yell poison a little bit louder.
Well, he needs help from his teammates. It's not all on him.
Right.
That's a team mistake.
But also, that's a high IQ play, right? From a special teams guy who goes, I'm going to keep pushing this guy into where the ball is. Like, They're
coached to do that.
You have to. Look, I get it. It
Coach
looks
Papinga
weird.
does a great job with that.
Right. It's weird to try to pull a guy onto a ball. That always looks weird, right?
Yeah.
You can't, like, you've seen teams try to do that, and then you're like, all right, settle down. That's not really a thing. But just pushing a guy to where he'll end up stepping on the ball himself, which is what he did, or kicked it, that's a crazy play. Satuala redeeming himself after that first gaffe, which I'm watching Eskelson at the very first play of the game going, this is a strange setup here because it looks like, oh boy, they're bringing the corner pressure. Yeah. And then Satuala bites on the double move by a guy who's older than him, by a guy who knows the game a little bit better than he does, and he learned in that moment, right? Like, he got eaten up.
Well, Sly talked about it last night on KSL Sports Live. Satuala is essentially supposed to bait him into, and then Tanner Wall's supposed to rotate over.
Everyone stayed underneath. Everyone stayed underneath. Nobody over the top.
He bit a little too long, and then you saw how it worked. So it's funny how sometimes we don't know the scheme or understand how things happen the way they do. Someone's going to get blamed for it, and that's okay. But it was a big mistake to start the game.
Yeah,
whoever's fault it was, whoever's assignment that was, or how that was supposed to work, it was a big mistake. And there were. How nervous were you, BYU fans? How nervous were you yesterday? Are we at the point now where it's like BYU down 14? Oh, perfect. Let's go.
It is weird. It's not a fun place to be at, to always be trying to figure out how to come from behind.
But they seem pretty comfortable in it.
Yeah, let's listen to some sound here. Kalani was talking about the slow start, and I know they've got a bye this week, but they still were able to jump in a little bit and get with the media and talk about what this has been like. And here's what Kalani said about being able to overcome that slow start against Iowa State.
This is a really good team, so we were fortunate to quiet the storm that happened and then try to stack plays on plays. And I felt like once we started doing that, getting momentum, the guys started seeing it and started to create some momentum on our sideline, the energy, and the rest worked out in our favor.
Bear Bachmeier talking about adapting that offense. Now, if you're a freshman quarterback and the number one yards from scrimmage guy in your conference and your number one rusher in the conference goes out, and I don't know what LJ Martin's status is going to be long term. It's probably not great. You're glad you have a bye week, but a bye week will probably get back a Jack Kelly who's not feeling great at the very end of that game and went out, and you're kind of going, ooh. But a bye week might not get you back a LJ Martin that went down with a hanging shoulder. Who knows what that is? A broken collarbone, whatever it might be. I don't know if they've mentioned
there was no
exactly.
sling on it, so that's positive.
I guess. But he came right out, right? It was like not done for the day.
Yeah,
done.
It was not where he tried to come back in and see if he could go. It was
and it looked innocuous enough. Like
it really
he just
did.
went off the sideline, and you're like, ooh. But here's what Bear talked about with having to figure things out after LJ went out of that game.
Yeah, I lost a key component of our offense. I mean, number 4 is, just a straight-up dog. So, yeah, we adapted and, kind of threw it around the yard a little more and let Preston get some carries. So, thought we adapted really well, and, yeah, thought we were successful with that.
That's a tough one because – and Kalani said it going into the half. He's like, we got to throw the ball up more. And that's a weird thing to say when you got that freshman quarterback who you've been relying on to go for 191 a game, and a touchdown.
This is not what anyone thought would happen during the season with Bear Bachmeier.
Had to do it, but did it against West Virginia, which I think Annapolis. Didn't we talk about that in our pregame or in our College Football Saturday show? We're like, yeah, I threw for 362 yards against the worst passing defense in the country, but to do it coming back against Iowa State in an environment that is very different than being in Provo and playing against a very different team than West Virginia. And throwing for 300 plus and running for another 50 and running for the signature draw play that you get every week from the guy now from 15 or 18 yards out, and he runs into the end zone and stacks bodies while he's doing it, but throws the ball now and keeps himself out of danger. Now, when he threw that ball up to Parker Kingston, I think everybody looked and went, oh boy, okay, all right. Now, by the way, if you watch that play, he could have thrown it up in the air to Chase Roberts, and Chase Roberts was even more open.
Yeah.
And
Iowa State's secondary is very banged up. They took advantage of it.
And it worked. And the defense showed up. And Rocco Beck kind of shrunk in that moment. became a very different quarterback than we saw in that very first drive, in the very first throw of the game. And a guy who was commanding that team. By the way, that team was unstoppable the first how many drives? 4, 5, 6 drives. They had 200 and something yards. They had 280 yards by the end of the first quarter, JJ.
Yeah.
They went into the half leading
17 first quarter points.
But the thing was
BYU gave up 17 first quarter points.
And 280 yards of total offense in the first quarter. You're like, all right, yeah, give them 1,000 yards. Sure, why not? Give them 1,000 yards on the day. The crazy thing to me was going into the half, still being outgained by 120-something yards, but being down a touchdown was huge. Being down 24-17 rather than...
You're right. The score before the half was
The score before
massive.
the half was huge. And not only that, the field goal that they got even off of the one turnover was huge to make it 17-10 when they had no business being within a touchdown of that team. So you teach your team, hey, just chip away here. All right? And you saw Kalani. Will Farron comes out, hits that 50-yard field goal, and it could have been good from 65, by the way. He goes in, and you go, okay. And Kalani, what did he do? His team comes off, and he was as pumped about that field goal as he was anything else in the first half. They needed it. They needed that score before the half. 24-17, no one cares what the disparity on yardage is because then BYU gets the ball first, right? And then what do? They march down the field. They convert some big third downs. And what do they get? A field goal, a lone field goal out of it. They get a field goal out of it. It was nothing special, but it was 27-20 at that point, or 24-20 at that point. Yep. Then they hold Iowa State to a field goal. Then they tie it up, and then you're looking at yourself. And if you're Iowa State and you're the fans at Iowa State, they're all looking at each other, going, "I thought that we were winning this game by a lot." Right? Like, it's confusing if you're Iowa State. We're beating this team on all fronts. Why is it tied right now? I think it must have been an absolute shock that a team like BYU was able to stick around. Does that make sense? Like,
oh, yeah.
To me, I think there were a lot of... And then...
Iowa State had a 24-10 lead with 1:52 left in the second quarter. BYU took the lead 27-24, 4:33 left in the third.
It was... okay.
That is... It didn't feel like it, but that is a rapid recovery.
Huge swing. And then you start to get a little fidgety if you're Iowa State. You get fidgety if you're Rocco Beck. You get fidgety and you throw that pick six at the end instead of leading your team down for because then it gets to 34-27 on that crazy touchdown. And then everybody in the stands are looking around going, what happened in this game? What happened to this team?
Iowa State sideline did the same thing.
They collapsed.
They were dead in the fourth quarter. They had nothing.
And Coach Matt Campbell was like, we had no idea how to respond to the adversity. We had no idea. No idea. And here's Kalani talking about Bear and this team being 8-0 at this point because this happened last year. I think a lot of people were shocked. This team is not. No one is shocked by what Bear's doing right now because they've been in the locker room with him long enough to know what kind of a dude he is.
I'm not worried about if we were going to be 8-0 at this moment. I just want us to be at our best. And so far, Bear Bachmeier's improved every week. He's gotten better, and we keep asking him to do more, and he just keeps doing it, and he keeps asking for more. And so let's just give him what he wants. Let's give him to do more for us.
What a wild spot to be in if you're a BYU fan. Because 8-0 at this point in the season, we can all look back and go, what did you say? Where did you say the wins and losses were going to come? We could do the embarrassing thing, go to the bottom of our rundown here and give ourselves a gut check like we do periodically.
Do it. Expose us for being idiots.
JJ, here's what you and I had BYU at.
Haters.
Here's what you and I had BYU at through 8 games. Do we have okay, I will say, full disclosure, this is February. This is pre-Retzlaff being Gonzo, right?
Yeah.
Do we have anything further down the line?
I don't know if we ever recalibrated.
You know what? I'm okay with it. We can eat this crow all day. I don't care. Okay? On February 4th of 2025, you and I had BYU going 10-2 on the season, which I think we looked at even when after this thing went down, we were both like, "Oh boy, we got to do the re-rank
100%.
here." We went down to 8-7 games. Vegas went down to 7.5, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
So our 10-2 thoughts for BYU went like this. You had BYU winning. Good for you. You had them winning going 7-0. And then losing to Iowa State at Iowa State.
For a half, I was right.
I had them going 6-0, losing to Utah, and then not being able to recover from that game and losing to Iowa State. Why not? Because we saw them do that last year. They take a loss for the first week that they take a loss, and they take another loss right in a row. And then I had them winning out. I love how we both just cavalierly have them. Again, this is February of this year. This is pre-Texas Tech also dropping the $1 billion on their roster that we had known about. Texas Tech, we had them both winning. You had them losing at home against TCU. That's still not a bad pick necessarily. And then we both are like, ha, Cincinnati, what are they? Are they even a team in the Big 12 anymore? Look where we're at now.
Easy dub, right? Easy dub.
So we have BYU going 10-2. What's crazy is 10-2 still might be a future for BYU.
It might be enough to get in that Big 12 championship game.
It could be enough to get them in the Big 12 championship game. It would have been probably enough last year if you beat the right teams. Right now, they're stacking up wins in the category of this team will help you get past this other team in the tiebreaker. Texas Tech and Cincinnati still loom at their stadiums. Iowa State, huge test at their stadium. Huge. And they got it. We thought maybe going 3-0 through that stretch of Arizona, Utah, and Iowa State was crazy.
Great win. Great win for BYU.
All right.
What a story.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go. We've got sound for you. Don't worry, Utah fans. We haven't forgotten about you. We don't. This isn't the KSL BYU Blue station that you've accused JJ of being. How dare you? First of all right. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. We've got tons to talk about from the weekend. More to come. We just have so many things to be able to jam about because right now the teams here locally are winning. It's fun to talk about. Stay here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No severe delays so far for the Monday afternoon commute, although a signal light is being worked on at the Bacchus Highway intersection with New Bingham Highway in West Jordan. South of Hill Air Force Base, it's a little busy at some of the stoplights westbound on SR 193, heading over to the I-15 in Layton. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch College Football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar Strong. Ready when you are.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
This is a real good story about Drew, a real United Airlines customer.
After almost 4 years of treatments, I was finally cancer-free. My mom's like, where do you want to go to celebrate? I'm like, let's go somewhere tropical. And then pilot hopped on the intercom and started talking about me, and I was like, what is going on here?
My wife beat cancer too, and I wanted to celebrate his special moment.
That's Bill, a real United pilot.
We brought him drinks and donuts. We all signed a card.
I was smiling ear to ear. Best flight ever for sure.
That's how good leads the way.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chase Roberts says this BYU team has a belief that they are never out of games, reflecting back on the comeback win over Iowa State.
That was such a fun game. Yeah, that was a blast. Just seeing the fight of the team and how we battle adversity. We never feel like we're out of it. You know, even if we're down a couple touchdowns, we got the faith. We got the boys in the locker room, you know, at halftime to rally them up and to get us going. And we knew we were going to pull out with the win. So never lose faith in these guys and in our coaches.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Hot and Cold with the Utah Mammoth is next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now Paterka steals one in the offensive zone. And he gets blasted by Chibrikov. Gunther shoots and scores! The clutch kid comes through again and puts Utah ahead 3-2 late in the third. And the period comes to a close. Utah hangs on to win 3-2. The final score here in Winnipeg. And it's seventh heaven for the Utah Mammoth. 7 in a row for the Mountain Blue.
You're locked into JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Pretty easy, JJ, to pick the hot and cold theme of today.
Yeah.
Prep for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency on your furnace at home. A reminder from the folks at Enbridge Gas. Hot and cold today. Going to feature the folks who have been absolutely fire hot on top of that cold ice. Everybody else just cold against the Utah Mammoth. I don't know what to think because, I mean, it's just been phenomenal to see him. What was the thing we heard we started to get a little bit wild over the first couple of games where you go, well, this team's playing pretty hard, and they've won a couple games. When they were 2-2, we were looking at each other going, they're playing well, ish.
They're struggling to get the puck
Couldn't
in the back of the net.
Couldn't score, right? They answer that with a streak of games where they score 5. Where they score 4, where they score 7, where they score 6, and then where they beat Winnipeg at home last night with the 3 goals. I say at home, at Winnipeg's home. So the goals did come. The goals have come in the form of Logan Cooley with the natural hat trick, of course. The very next game, he scores 2 goals within the first 4 minutes of the start of the game. And 5 goals over those 2 games. The 16 points that Nick Schmaltz has that leads everybody in the NHL. Now, I'm not talking about the West. He leads everyone in the NHL.
Tied with Jack Eichel for the most points.
Just like you had down. If there's somebody who's going to
lead.
We
all predicted it.
If somebody's going to lead the NHL in points this early in the season, it was from this Mammoth team. I go, hey, JJ, I see the future. Somebody from this Mammoth team leads the league in points. Schmaltz would have been about the 6th guy you'd pick, right?
He has as many goals as Nate McKinnon.
You would pick who first? Keller, and then you'd go
Logan Cooley,
maybe
or
Logan
Dylan
Cooley,
Gunther.
Dylan Gunther. And by the way, those guys are showing up and playing their butts off too. JJ Peterka is having a quote unquote slow start. Is he having a slow start though? He's the one who initiated everything that had to do with that goal
100%.
last night. Gunther's game winner came off of JJ Peterka's hustle. And it's phenomenal to watch right now because they've won 8 games so far. And they're doing awesome. They're leading the league right now in points. They're leading the West in wins. And there you are. So if you're talking about a team who's
plus 13 goal differential.
I mean, they are especially hot right now. And can they keep this going? Can they make sure? Now, I say keep this going. I'm not talking about going 8-2 over the next 10 that they play. Because I don't think that that's going to be something that happens. This West is just way too competitive. But can they continue to get hot when they want to weather some of the storms? Because even in the 7-4 win that they had the other night, who was that over
St. Louis.
Over St. Louis.
Yeah, 7 goals in St. Louis.
They were up 4-0 in the first 6 minutes of the game. Now, at some point, it was 5-4. Now, that will get you a little bit nervous. They weathered it. They score another goal. They put another couple on. It ends up being a 7-4 winner. They do the same thing when they went up to Minnesota. They score some quick goals. They were up 3-0 pretty darn quick.
Yeah.
They end up keeping the majority of the middle of that game it gets to 3-2, right? What do? Weather that storm, make sure and just put the foot down, and then they end up scoring 6 goals total. It's just been absolutely fun to watch. Now, do they have the most talented team in this league? Probably not. They have some exceptionally good lines. Those first 2 lines are really good. And right now, the way these guys are playing, everybody is noticing. People notice how good Dylan Gunther is at being a finisher. People see how Logan Cooley is 21 years old and might be one of the best young players in this entire league. People are noticing that this team is just winning, and scoring a bunch of goals. That's not lucky. This isn't lucky stuff, too. Sometimes they'll tell you the puck bounces a funny way. It's been phenomenal to watch. So far, Logan Cooley has been every bit of what we think he was going to be. Pay that man everything he wants. Is that wrong?
Back up the Brinks truck.
Let's go.
Give that dude his bag of cash. He deserves it.
Every bit of it. Every bit of it. But I've just been so impressed. It's so fun to watch when they're really, really good. And the unfortunate thing is they've been doing it all when they've been on the road so far.
That's what's most impressive.
They've turned that corner.
And then, look, I know it's not like other sports where home ice advantage is such a big deal, but they're in a grind right now. And like second out of a back-to-back to win in Minnesota and turn around and go up to Winnipeg and pull that off in 24-hour period was pretty impressive. You know, we really need to enjoy where they're at right now. Like, enjoy the moment, because this is not going to last. It's not sustainable. Doesn't mean they can't be at the top of the West at some point. But just for fun, I want to play the game of if the playoffs started today, just to give you an idea of how good they're playing right now. If the playoffs started today, they would be the number 1 overall seed in the Western Conference playoffs. They would open up as the 1 seed hosting the Chicago Blackhawks, who right now have that last wild card spot.
This is a terrible practice for us to do right now this early in the season. I'll play this game though.
Why? Let's have fun. They might be that last wild card spot in March. Let's enjoy it right now. Guess who wouldn't miss the playoffs?
Are you setting this up so that you could do this with your Broncos later in the show too?
Maybe.
If the playoffs were to start today.
Maybe. We all want to feel good about ourselves. Look, the team can't do this, but we can.
All right, fine.
So they would be the number 1 overall seed in the West. They would have home ice. They would be hosting the Chicago Blackhawks with a real chance of advancing and moving on. The Edmonton Oilers would not be in the playoffs right now. The Vancouver Canucks would not be in the playoffs right now. The Nashville Predators, the Minnesota Wild, the St. Louis Blues.
Yeah, that's why I kind of go.
So while I'm doing 2 things here, I'm enjoying the moment and celebrating this team for where they're at right now, and it's also a little bit of a reality check. There's still a lot of work to be done, and you're looking at the standings. Are the Seattle Kraken going to be the number 2 team in the Pacific Division? Probably not, right? Probably not. But they are right now. Are the Dallas Stars a wild card team this year? Probably not. But they are right now. So there's a lot of work left to do. But Mammoth fans, you are spoiled rotten, as I said in the early segment. Enjoy this moment. This team, no matter where they're going to finish the rest of this year, is special. They are very, very competitive. They're right now playing at a high clip. Now, I would love to see what Bill Armstrong says if he's going to recalibrate are we a top 10 team yet? He said on our show, not yet. Not yet.
I don't think he'll recalibrate that until game 82.
Because he's a smart man.
Yeah.
I'm not. I go on the radio and I say outrageous things. So just enjoy the moment, Mammoth fans. Right now, you're number 1. That's right. Thank you, Tusky.
7-0 under Tusky. ESPN just did a whole thing, and they rolled it out. They're like, look at this guy. Look at this light blue cotton candy furred animal.
I bet he's delicious.
It's funny that people know that they're mammoth, and yet how many people have gone, why do they have this elephant? He's got this long tusk. I'm like, do you guys realize what mammoth are? I think because the logo has the tusks so prominent, people forget that there's a long friggin' and then his head is a mountain.
It's basically just a giant furry elephant.
It's a giant elephant. Don't call him a furry ever again, all right? Josh Hoover just got pissed somewhere. Did you just accuse that animal of being a furry?
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Oh. All right, we got to. We're only 49 minutes into the show today. We already have our first furry reference of the day. Can't be the last. Why not? All right, we'll take a break. Come back. We got more to go around the corner. Before I do, Hans and Scotty are going to be tomorrow on the road at The Grill, 2264 South Main Street in Nephi. What is The Grill? It's where you can enjoy some awesome beef right there from Bar W Beef. It's their restaurant. Go check it out. They're going to be there tomorrow, noon to 3. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out.
He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite, and he knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it's not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hanson Scotty. Weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time, because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lauri Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
One simple thing can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection with a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about true freshman Bird Ficklen's passing performance in the dominant win over Colorado.
Thought he did really well. He didn't throw as accurately as he will in the future. I can promise you that. He's a very accurate thrower in practice and has a good strong arm. But he ran the ball efficiently and made enough good throws. You know, he saw him put some right on the money and really move the offense.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. Whatever event you got going on, they can handle it. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Give people the gift of ribs and brisket this holiday season. Go with Kenny J's Barbecue. Weekend Warriors is next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Look, I'm never a big fan of the marketing tools that they use to do the fill in the blank for the National Jelly Donut Day or, the pastrami sandwich day. And I fall for it because I'll have a jelly donut in my hand by the end of the day. I'll have a freaking pastrami sandwich in my hand at the end of the day.
Let's go to Friedman's.
Yes, because I am a sucker like that. However, I did look quite sideways at the National Tight End Day that was being celebrated yesterday. Hallmark, you've gone too far.
Who votes on these things?
No.
Is our government wasting taxpayer dollars coming up with silly days?
You know that look that President Trump has when he holds up that thing that he signs? Do you think he signed a national with that signature at the bottom of the thing?
I'm a big fan of tight ends.
I told you this is
I love tight ends.
This is 100% a Hallmark holiday. I've told you this. National Tight End Day. It's been produced by Hallmark so that we could have, and later on, they're going to have some hunk of a tight end in a Hallmark Christmas movie at some point, catching a touchdown on National Tight End Day and then asking some girl who used to be a marketing executive who now owns a small Christmas stand in a small town in Wisconsin to keep her dad's ability to fight a disease available. Not that I've ever watched any of these
watch
movies.
Hallmark movies? What are you doing over there? You know way too much about these things.
I'm telling you.
You've watched a few of those, haven't you?
And I'm this close to not watching them anymore, all right? That's where I'm at right now in my life.
You talk to somebody about that?
The Weekend Warriors are brought to you by Gillette Heating and Air. Right now, get seasonal maintenance done on your furnace for only $59. All you have to do is go to GilletteHVAC.com to make an appointment. Speaking of making an appointment, Tucker Kraft on National Tight End Day made an appointment with the end zone a couple of times.
Snap to Love, quick toss, right side, got Kraft, makes the turn of the 10, breaks the tackle to the 5, he's in the end zone for a touchdown! And the Packers take the lead, 6-3. Tucker Kraft, 16 yards. It's a snap to Love, rush on, throws the middle, got his man, cutting left to the 5, to the end zone. It is Tucker Kraft having a night. Wow. Touchdown Green Bay. They beat Chuck Clark on a crosser. 24-yard touchdown reception.
Tucker Kraft had a day.
Those coming from Jordan Love, of course. Jordan Love had 20 consecutive completions.
Not a bad night.
Against the Steelers.
Jordan Rodgers. That's the other Rodgers.
Did you just create the greatest quarterback of all time?
Well, I think his brother is named Jordan. The one who was not very good and who was the Bachelor, I think, or Bachelorette, or one of those. Again.
Sounds like you just made up a player on that.
No, I'm pretty sure that's his brother.
You're right, it is Jordan Rodgers.
So Jordan Love defeats Aaron Rodgers. Aaron's, of course, hosting his former team, and everybody made a thing out of that. But, man, Tucker Kraft had a night, and they had a second half to be able to make sure and get that win. It was huge for them because Green Bay is quietly very, very good. And I say quietly because it's they're not. I mean, they're not doing the Broncos thing and just blowing out Cowboys left and right, but they are pretty darn good. So you know who else is good? Because they're gonna have to go through these guys if they're gonna want to win the Super Bowl. Los Indianapolis Colts. Oh boy, this was the sound you brought from the week. Oh, I was going to say, we've hit a new low. Hold on, what is this when he actually went after the...
This guy's having an incredible year.
Oh.
For the shoe, beat the Titans.
Titans.
Hey, Cam Ward. This is our team.
Oh,
Go
man.
Cougars.
Hey, Hey, by the end of the year, you're going to all be doing this. And certainly...
I'm disappointed you didn't say Cam Ward, you blank. you know what I'm referencing.
We should have, you know what? We should have bleeped it out just so we thought that in the song. The Indianapolis Colts continue to be, what are they, 7-1 with their
yes, sir.
with their weirdo owner sitting on the sideline with a headset on.
Hey,
it's working.
She's basically an assistant coach.
She is getting it done, and they are 7-1. This is a really freaking good team right now. You got to believe in the Colts.
They give us to Taylor, cuts off a block, veering to his right, he's at the 10, he's at the 5, he's going to score, you know it, touchdown, I-N-D-Y, Jonathan Taylor with an 18-yard run to Pater. They give it to Taylor, left side, he's at the 20, 25, 30, 50-yard line, still going, Taylor up in the sideline, he's got a chance, 10, 5, touchdown, Jonathan Taylor takes it 80 yards to the house.
What do you have at the Indianapolis Colts? You have a quarterback who's third in yards, second in touchdowns, number one quarterback efficiency, Daniel Jones, just like you had earlier before.
Indiana Jones.
And then what do you have? A running back who's the best in the league. Those are the two people in your backfield. Why would you bet against the Colts right now?
Do you know what their point differential is?
I mean, they're winning every game, it seems like 38
This is one of
15.
the most fascinating stats in the NFL right now.
What are they winning by?
Plus 116.
Dang.
Plus 116. They are not just winning, they are clobbering teams. The next closest team in point differential in the league is the New England Patriots.
How much?
At plus 67.
Well, by the way, another team that you had on the list of probably going to be beating everybody.
Drake
what are they,
May's
6-2? I know, 6-2.
Drake May is legit.
So 116, they played 8 games. So they win every game by more than 2 touchdowns, the Colts do.
They're not just winning, they're obliterating their competition. Only one team came close outside the one that beat them.
What's the old quarterback at what's the old Florida quarterback who was going to take him to Anthony Richardson?
Yeah.
His days may be numbered there. Daniel Jones, JJ apologizes. Okay?
I'm sorry.
We didn't give you enough I believe in you, but JJ didn't, and I think that we need to set that record straight.
Get out of
now.
New York. That's where quarterbacks go to die.
Oh, my heavens. Poor guys. All right. And then finally, the team that had maybe the best weekend in Salt Lake City, they were here, and they wanted to get right, and this game got them right, and Utah's defense showed up against Colorado.
Probably the worst beating I've ever had, except for when my mama whooped me as a kid. 422 yards rushing, you ain't winning. You're not winning. At 300 yards, you're not winning. 250, you're not winning. It's not capable. Total offense, 140 yards, you're not winning. You're not winning. They had 587 yards of total offense. You're not winning. With that, special teams gave up a fake punt as well as a block punt. You're not winning. So all 3 phases, we got our butts kicked.
Ouch.
That's a disappointing weekend for Coach Prime. So yeah, they beat him up on the offensive side of the ball, but their defense I think they had, was it negative 18 yards in the first half when they showed that that graphic up there, and it was 43-0. I actually thought to myself, they will probably. I did what I did when I was a kid. I go 43. Okay, they're going to win this game by 86 points. They really could have. They
called off the dogs in the second half. It could have been bad.
It was bad already. It could have been a 77-0 game. Absolutely. So it's nuts. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do return, we've got reactions from college football across the world of college football. How the AP poll has now been sussed out here. It's the first time that this was done in the Big 12 since October of 2022. I'll tell you what that is. Next, right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see comedian Brian Regan live at the Delta Center on Valentine's Day 2026. Get tickets to CD or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Attention Jazz Nation, the long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know what guys who are in their 40s on diets do? We slowly describe the food that we ordered over the weekend.
We need to get better hobbies.
Oh, man. You know what's a great hobby? Hallmark movies. I'm telling you, it'll get you through the holidays.
Oh, my gosh.
They're all the same. You know how they're going to end. Guy gets the girl gets the guy, whatever. You know, you're not disappointed by a twist here and there, somebody getting murdered. Nobody wants that. Come on.
Be kind of fun to throw a wrinkle in there every now and then, though. Hallmark, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Hallmark just goes 1 in 10 you're going to get. There's going to be a murder in
There's not enough violence on the Hallmark channel.
Oh, that would be actually really hilarious. Doesn't fall in line with our. I like your pitch. It just really doesn't fall in line with our goal. Yeah, but try it once and just see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You get those, because those moms will be like, you know what? That was a nice wrinkle.
Instead of some hot TV executive landing in town, why don't you have Predator land in town and see how everybody deals with that problem?
Still owns a small Christmas tree shop. Just murders people, eats them, no problem. All right.
Predator opens a flower shop in Nantucket.
A small, quaint chocolate, hot chocolate shop.
Falls in love with a local barista.
Then eats the top of her head, just all clean off.
And then it starts a massive killing spree.
Don't give me that look like we've gotten off topic. This is perfect programming for a television executive.
And then what's his name from Boston? The guy that's in all the movies now.
Well, Mark
Wahlberg. Yeah. Let him take out Predator.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to kick off the show here, top of the hour, like we always do with the cut. We'll jump in right here. Let's get to what college football looks like after a wild week 9. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Used to be that you could be a lot more safe as a college football coach than it was as an NFL coach. No such luck anymore. By the way, this portion of the show brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden now, where you can find the Doug Smith Mitsubishi. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Let me see here, JJ. It used to be you could rely on a college football coach to be at a place for 3 or 4 seasons, and if it wasn't working out, well, you'd see that through and see how things get figured out. But
it seems like every guy got 4 years, right?
Brian Kelly, the latest victim of Predator landing in his town. No, latest victim of being fired. And you know what? It was after the crowd was asking for him to get fired. This is not – I don't like rewarding a raucous crowd at Death Valley. You lose by 20-something to Texas A&M, who, by the way, is as shocking of a revelation this year in the SEC as any team has ever been, because I would contend that Vanderbilt winning games this year and Texas A&M winning games this year is the same. Like, we've been disappointed by Texas A&M for decades, not just in the SEC, but wherever they were before, pretending like they were the little brother of Texas for so long. They don't win games. They don't win significant games. If they do, they go 9-3 on a season, and then you forget about them. They're always the second most important team in the state of Texas by a long shot. Even after they have a good year this year, they will still never be up to that Texas level of class and distinction. That's how they live. It's just they are the consummate little brother in that state. And yet here they are, number 3 in the country, just right behind Indiana, just like we all had a couple of years ago. Certainly after last year, we thought, well, after that one-and-done performance, we'll see what happens now. Indiana is bona fide. By the way, they have 2 Mendozas at quarterback now, I don't know if you know that. Little brother's going to take over for big brother, and he's going to do the exact same freaking thing. Guaranteed. Signetti must be loving it, although he wouldn't be able to tell on the sidelines because it looks like he just pooped himself. He does not look happy ever. Right? Every time they show him on the sideline, he has this concerned look on his face like, oh, boy.
Uh-oh, I crapped my pants.
I should have. because I used them, and I just did.
Him and Deion Sanders have a lot in common.
Oh, no. So I have no idea what to think about college football this year. Ohio State.
It's wide open.
I think that we like having Ohio State at the top because it just feels normal.
It's familiar.
It's like a blanket, and they're winning, and that works. But Indiana being where they are feels very unfamiliar.
Who's Ohio State winning?
Texas A&M being in the spot that they are feels very unfamiliar. Having all these teams in the AP poll right now, being in the spots that they are, I get it. Now look, what's his name? Dave Portnoy over the weekend threw BYU some love, through the Big 12 some love. I don't get why they get shorted all the time. The Big 12 is competitive. It's good. I don't know why you have all these teams. He pointed it out. He said, look, in the top 10, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 one-loss teams and 4 undefeated teams. Okay? In the top 10. You have 6 one-loss teams, including Miami, who's in front of BYU. Now, technically, BYU and Miami landed on the same amount of points over the weekend. BYU at 8-0 is sandwiched by a 5-2 Notre Dame team at 12, and they're tied with Miami as the other number 10 team as a one-loss team. Should they have fallen out of the Big 10 or out of the top 10? I don't know. Is Georgia Tech? I mean, Georgia Tech fell a spot because they are still undefeated? Question mark. I get it. Ole Miss beat Oklahoma. We don't know what Oklahoma really is, do we? But Portnoy pointed it out. BYU getting no respect. Texas Tech went up 1 spot after beating up on Oklahoma State. The Big 12, however, has 5 teams in the top 25 in the month of October for the first time since fall of 2022. If you recall, those teams, or that time frame, of course, had the old school Big 12. BYU nor Utah were members of the Big 12 at that point, so you had your Texas A&Ms and your Texases that were, and your Texases and your Oklahomas still part of the Big 12 at that point. So they have 5 teams in the top 25. But the Big 12's been doing this every week, JJ. Mm-hmm. Putting a team at the very end of the top 25. What happens to that team? They fall right out again. Utah has been sneaking into the top 25 a couple of times. If they get replaced, it's by Arizona State, who then gets replaced again the next week because they can't freaking get their crap together. Are they a 3-loss team now, by the way?
Yeah, 5-3 is Arizona State. They're 3-2 in conference play.
They're not going to be in Arlington.
No, they're not. Utah has the tiebreaker over them, obviously.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're way back. There's not a realistic path.
No, I get it. Houston, I don't know what to think about these guys.
When do we have to start buying in on Houston? Because 7-1, 4-1 in conference play. Their only losses to Texas Tech.
Willie Fritz is a good coach.
Dude can coach for sure.
We knew that he was when he got there to Houston. We didn't know how much time it was going to take. But Houston is never a top 25 football team. Never. It's a basketball school.
Yep.
That's what everybody tells you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma has 2 losses, and they're still number 18. Missouri has 2 losses. They're number 19. Texas moved up after being a really gross-looking 2-loss team.
They got lucky.
Of course they did. I don't know what to think because I think Cincinnati is good. I think Cincinnati is definitely better than Louisville. I think they're better than Virginia.
Cincinnati crushed Baylor.
They
worked them.
Look scary as hell if you're a BYU fan and you got to go to Nippert Stadium. They look scary if they're coming to your place, Utah. And they are. I'll tell you what, it's a weird situation to be in, BYU fan. You better be rooting like crazy for the Utes to put it on Cincinnati at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Do you have it in you?
Yep.
Do you have it in you? You freaking better.
The best thing to happen to BYU right now is a Cincinnati loss.
Not only that, it's that Bert Ficklin looks really good. And that Utah defense is going to be different at home than Cincinnati has faced all year this year.
In the dark, it's a night game.
Terrifying if you're Cincinnati. And BYU, you should be very excited about it, right? You need that. You got to have Cincinnati lose at least right now because then further down the line, then they're up against the wall when you get to Nippert Stadium in the second to last week of the season, by the way, which is shaping up to be a nice game.
Oh, boy.
That's shaping up to be a nice game. Could you imagine those 2 teams being 1 loss apiece? Maybe even one of them being undefeated?
What if they're undefeated?
Maybe both of them being undefeated? If they're both undefeated, they're both in the top 10, and they're both probably going to be – it's going to be a game day game, right?
Game
day finally goes, can we get one of these?
for sure. And what kind of world are we living in where BYU and Cincinnati are both in the top 10?
Hey, if Fox comes knocking, Big Noon Kickoff comes knocking to Cincinnati or Game Day, which one do you choose if you're Cincinnati? You have the choice. Really, be honest.
Where you go with Fox because ESPN's the SEC homers.
Okay. And can I just say, too, they seem like they're a lot more fun. Like, really?
That's true.
Isn't that like my kid talks about Big Noon Kickoff more than he does about Game Day anymore.
They're doing a great job.
Game Day is the Nick Saban, Aflac crowd.
I never thought. Pat McAfee is trying really hard to give that show some
And he does a phenomenal job.
Imagine it without Pat McAfee.
It would be hard. It would be a tough pill to swallow. In fact, it would be your daily fiber pill that you'd have to swallow.
Got to watch Alabama Jones all grumpy on the set.
I'm just saying, it seems to me like the Big 12, they do need some help to keep getting recognized. And that help is you got to help yourself and stop freaking losing all these games as soon as you get teams into the top 25, right?
They're beating each other up, and they're going to get punished for it more than the SEC is.
1,000%.
Because the same thing's happening in the SEC right now. And will continue to happen.
LSU is dog water, and yet they're still getting top 25 votes. Look at the end of this thing. They have top 25 votes. They have top 25 votes. It's crazy to me. They're 5-3. They just fired their coach, and some weirdos are going, I think we should put them in there. They have double-digit votes in the top 25 AP poll this week. It's insane. All right. Next up, speaking of, like I said, the top 25 poll, Oklahoma, Missouri, they both go down, but they don't go down very far. What is the ceiling for any of the teams of the Big 12 right now? Like if they all do what, and I'm saying I don't have the guts to say they're going to go undefeated. Let's say a one-loss Cincinnati team gets to the Big 12 championship game. Where are they ranked in the college football playoff?
Well, right now they're one loss and they're at 17, and that loss didn't come in conference play. It happened in the first week of the season.
Right.
They're 7-0 since that heartbreaker against Nebraska. They're one play away from being undefeated.
Who has Houston lost to? A
Texas Tech.
Top 15 Texas Tech team. After that, all they've done is just go around and mow people down, including the conference reigning champion.
But here's the problem.
Who also, within the last 10 days, beat Texas Tech also, who beat that Houston team. This is a mess. It's an absolute mess.
Those SEC teams play other SEC teams, and the voters are like, oh, Alabama beat Florida. Oh, Ole Miss beat.
Be smart about it. What brand is funner to watch? I mean, I say funner. What brand is more important to prop up? A Cincinnati football team or a Houston football team or even LSU? You know what I mean?
For ESPN, it's LSU. 100%.
Of course it is. A 2-loss Oklahoma team that they're praying that John Mateer could still materialize. See what I did there?
Nice.
Parker, do I get bonus points for that? Don't shake your head at me. That was good. I was quality pun. I wasn't going to look at Alex because I knew he was already flipping me off behind the glass over there for that dad joke. Is that just a good pun or is that a dad joke? We gone full dad mode on that? All right.
That's more punny to me, right? Agree?
I love it.
Oh.
It fits. All right. I'll be here all week.
Let's call you Big Pun.
If you're not playing Big Pun on the way back from this next break, I'll be very upset.
He's not a player. He just crushes a lot.
Oh. Alex Napolis, our producer, is like, who the heck is Big Pun, dude?
You better no idea what we're talking
ask.
about.
You better not have to ask.
No idea what
All
we're
right.
talking about.
May he rest. Okay? All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. I just am sick of and fascinated by the whole ranking process. It just is so predictable, and yet at the same time, you look at it and you go, why can't Cincinnati get more love? Why can't Houston get more love? For them, I say them, the voters, the SEC honks, the Big Ten honks.
Well,
it's for them. They honestly think, hey, we'll give them a little something like a little 22 ranking. You know what I mean? It's so degrading for teams like Houston. They're doing all the things. They are a Big 12 team. They're not in the American anymore. But people look at them like that. They've got so much brand work that has to get done. BYU's got to do this brand work still. Cincinnati's got to do this brand work still. They were in the freaking college football playoff more times than all these teams we're talking about in the SEC. And yet you still got to do brand work if you're Cincinnati. You still have to do brand work if you're – Utah has to do less of it. They have to do less brand work because they've done so much of it.
They're a known commodity.
Over the years. So you have to start stringing together wins that matter over teams that people are wondering, how did they beat them? Utah is recognizable because why? Because they will just beat the hell out of USC anytime they walk over here in Salt Lake City. Ever. I think for the rest of time, probably.
They're never coming back.
Have you seen that interview that Caleb Williams has done with Big Cat?
Yeah.
And it is like, I don't get why we lose to him. Because you're not a very good team. Your brand is good. Utah is always better than you. You know why? They play hard. You guys don't. So that's what I'm saying. The brand work needs to get done by the Big 12 still. Got some years to go.
100%. And if you're sick of the AP Top 25, like, this is stupid.
Call your senator.
I have some. Go. They're not at work right now.
Call your congressman.
They're off right now.
Write a strongly worded letter to your representative.
Government's taking some time off right now. But a week from tomorrow, guess what's coming? 5 p.m. November 4th, Tuesday. First college football playoff rankings. So we don't have to worry about the AP Top 25 anymore. We can overreact to the college football playoff rankings, which are certain to be a mess.
Just fewer and more rich fuddy-duddies getting together
Wait until
exclusively.
Texas is number 9.
Oh, my gosh. Well, they are 7-2.
Well,
that's going to be the case. Oh, they are 7-2.
You got to consider strength of schedule, and it just means more.
And they did it with a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Poor Arch. May he rest. Is he dead yet? Can we kill off that storyline, though, for real with Arch? Settle down.
Jeez.
All right.
Poor kid.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do, got ourselves some NFL Blitz to get to, some locals in the NFL, people who are winning the weekend across the league, and it just keeps getting better week on week for the locals. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 getting slow in Roy, now approaching the 56 South exit, but the southbound drive from Ogden remains a clean drive into Davis County. The freeway looks pretty good in Utah County, but westbound traffic is bogged down at 21 North in Lehigh, heading from I-15 over to Redwood Road. Prep for winter, get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch College Football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Did you know Medicaid plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
O'Reilly. It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. We'll test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Parker Kingston talks about the adjustments that the Cougars made once LJ Martin went down with injury against Iowa State.
I mean, as a receiver, you love when the ball gets to come to you more, and I think as soon as we saw that, we said, all right, it's our time. Like, we gotta step up big and help this team win, so I think that's what we did.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. The NFL Blitz starts right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone on a Monday. Thanks for being with us. Appreciate you. You can always download the podcast wherever podcasts are found. You can always stream the show live on the KSL Sports app. You can also stream it on our website, KSLSports.com. You can also go to our YouTube page, KSL Sports, and see our mugs right there on the camera. So there you go. All the options are right there in front of you. NFL Blitz, of course, is that music. You can nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. How's it work? You nominate somebody from your neighborhood or your municipality or your city that does an awesome job with the youth sports there. And you just nominate that person, KSLSports.com/contest. And then every Thursday we award a winner. They get a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, both of whom are amazing sponsors of the program of the Hercules Hero of the Week. All right. JJ, locals in the NFL, people who won the weekend for the locals side of things, or at least their performances were right there. I will tell you that my son, for some reason, anytime he plays Madden, he doesn't cheer for these guys during the week. He doesn't like them as a team. However, he plays with the Falcons.
Really?
Yes. And he loves Bijan Robinson, and I think it's a bonus that he can play with Tyler Algier as well. But I always tell him, I go, hey, and he gets like 7 sacks a game with Caden Ellis. And I go, hey, that's a Utah product too, brother.
Yes.
He's one of the locals, even though the biggest head-scratching loss of the entire freaking weekend of the NFL was the Falcons getting obliterated by the Miami Dolphins. The Fighting Mike McDaniels is. When I say fighting, I mean fighting for their jobs. Mike McDaniels.
I didn't think they would fight, but whatever they did on Sunday was pretty impressive.
Like Tua throw 4 touchdowns, is that what they said?
Yeah, it was crazy. Like the Dolphins just suddenly woke up, and the Falcons are the most inconsistent team in the NFL.
So weird. They could be so good.
Yeah, it's so bad. They were awful.
Yeah.
Obviously, Michael Penix was out, but Michael Penix wasn't good the week before. Kirk Cousins comes in and and Bijan Robinson had his worst game of the year. They just didn't have any juice.
25 yards rushing or something like that.
Yeah,
It's
but
terrible.
Tyler Algier did get a touchdown. So
nice.
He ties a career high for rushing touchdowns in a season by week 8, which is good for him. Yeah, he's having a good year. Jackson Dart was decent. Had a touchdown through the air and on the ground. It sucked to see Cam Scatterby go down. That was a gruesome injury.
When your kids come up to you with their phones and try to show you the still photo of it, I'm like, get out of here. I don't want to see that ever.
The ankle, the foot was definitely going in the wrong
Crooked.
direction. So, How about this story? Tyler Huntley, back in a Ravens uniform.
Hey now.
Back as a starting quarterback for 1 week at least. 17 of 22 for 186 yards and a touchdown. He had 53 yards on the ground, and he led the Ravens to their second win of the season.
One of the few bright spots they've
Dude
had all
just
dang
gets
year
the job
long.
done and wins.
Yes. It was cool to see him up on TV doing the post-game interview as well.
Yeah.
Big old smile on his face. I went, you know what? That kid has been through it. Like, he just keeps toggling around between practice squads and backups and emergency quarterbacks.
Every team that calls on him, he just gets it done. It's pretty impressive. And Jordan Love was unbelievable last night. All the attention on Aaron Rodgers. And the best quarterback in that game was by far Jordan Love. 29 of 37, 360 yards, 3 touchdowns. He had a 134.2 quarterback rating. And the most impressive stat, 20 consecutive completions against that Steelers defense. Really, really good last night.
Yeah, they look sharp. Those white on white helmets and uniforms and all that.
Disappointed with the Steelers wore some kind of monstrosity of a uniform.
I get it. They're like, this was when we were back in 1933. I'm like, they were terrible back then, and we've moved on.
There's a reason why you changed them to what they are now. Exactly.
The pictures are black and white for a reason. Also, they're all, what would be a really, really terrible helmet? Let's go full yellow. Craig, I like where your head's at. What else can we do? Matte. Let's make it matte finish. Let's make it look like someone spread mustard on the helmet. Full on.
What's wrong with Aaron Rodgers' helmet?
He gets a weird one. Well, and he got a different one this year. I read a whole thing about it. We should not be writing articles about Aaron Rodgers' helmet, but he's got a massive looking helmet without the Guardian cap on. Does that make sense? It's massive looking, right? It's too big for his head. But I just love that NBC kept slowing down. I was like, we don't need to do the lip reading. My kids are like, what did he just say? And my older kids are like, yeah. I'm like, don't show that guy before you go to a break after he throws a pass that gets dropped. He is going to throw a guy under the bus with a lot of F words. So don't do it. Jackson Dart, that was kind of interesting that he had the day that he did. I think everybody was just assumed they were going to lose that game. And they did. Man, they don't look very good. And I don't know where the saving grace was. It was fun to watch Cam Scatterby and Jackson Dart
They
together.
had
if
a
you were a
thing
New York
going on
Giants
there,
fan,
nice little tag team. Yeah.
And everybody, it was definitely like a Superman and his sidekick type of a deal. And now it's like your season is going to. You guys might only win 2 games, and you're not going to have that head coach at the end of the year. And that's the guy who drafted you.
Yeah.
And now you're going to have to bring in a guy who's going to have to be like, this isn't my guy, but I guess we'll try to win with him. And the owners will go, we really like him, so try your best to make it work with that rookie. It's going to be terrible. Carson Wentz going to be out for the season with the shoulder with the shoulder injury that he saw. Did you see that in the game that he on Thursday night? He was definitely in a ton of pain on the sideline. You knew he was not going to be himself. What is the deal with J.J. McCarthy? I know he has the high ankle sprain, but everybody's watching him like jumping around on the sidelines, and you're going,
why is he not playing?
So who's the guy then? Who was it that came in for him on? I can't remember who came.
I'd have to Google him.
Oh, it was the guy from. It was Minnesota's quarterback last year. The reason you don't know his name is because I don't even know if they knew he was going to make the team.
Max Brosmer.
Brosmer came in relief at the very end of that game for Wentz, and their season is over. If Brosmer's going to be your guy,
Your starting quarterback's going to be an undrafted rookie
out of Minnesota, so he's got that name recognition. Got that. Everybody loved him as a Golden Gopher.
Did
Liam,
they?
Yeah, sure. Liam Cohen says they are not going to trade second-year wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr.
Why would they?
Out of the Jaguars. I know. Isn't it funny that teams have to comment on that now?
Dude's a star. He's hurt. Wait, no, is he not? He's not hurt. He's fine.
I don't know. I thought this was
maybe he's hurt.
I thought this was a fever dream of mine, but apparently I woke up and it was real. I must have read something. But Tyler Lockett's going to go join the Raiders. That's what they needed. Hey, Lloyd, I think you guys are fine now.
Why would Tyler Lockett sign with a team that has no hope?
Because that's the coach.
It's a veteran receiver that could help a playoff team.
That's the coach that they could join. He could join.
I know
that team.
There's a relationship there. I get the signing. I understand it, but
they want to have no hope together as a group.
Man, the Raiders could use some help at receiver. There's no doubt about that.
Is that the only place?
Just about everywhere else too.
All right. Hey, Adrian Peterson's second DWI arrest in the last 6 months. Book it. He's a jerk.
Sad.
There you go. All right, we're
Whoa,
huh?
Hey, we didn't talk about the Broncos.
I was trying to go early to break. Did you notice?
Who's first place in the AFC West? Who?
Bing bong, bing bong. Who's the team in first West? Bing bong, bing bong. It's your Broncos. The Orange Crush jerseys were phenomenal.
Who's won 5 in a row?
Is that how many it is?
Yeah, it is.
Hold on, let me just look at the. Let me see West. Okay, past champions. Oh, ChatGPT says you guys have no shot.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me see here. Chiefs. Hey, you guys did win.
AI isn't exactly batting 1,000 these days.
Hold on. What? You guys did win this thing back in 2015. You guys are due after a decade.
Has anyone else other than Chiefs won it since that time? No.
No.
An incredible run.
No.
So somebody's due to win that division that isn't the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are actually getting better. You noticed that, right?
Oh, very much so.
I think the stat that I saw that was the most shocking to me was, what's his name? Patrick Mahomes has 5 games in a row where he's thrown 3 touchdowns and no interceptions. It's the first time he's ever done that in his career. Do I need to mention that in other years of his career, he's been pretty good too? All I'm saying is the Raiders could win this division still. No, just joking. I'm joking. They're the only team that have no shot. Whatever happened to the Chargers? Weren't they supposed to be the guys this year?
They're 5-3, quietly plugging along. They crushed the Vikings on Thursday night.
What are you guys? What's your record? 6-2?
6-2. Yeah. 5-game win streak.
What are the Chiefs? 5-3?
4-3.
Oh, they play tonight. Well, let's see what goes on. I don't believe in Bo Nix at all, by the way. I mean, look, everybody has scored 35 points against the Cowboys, by the way.
That's fair. Oh.
Listen, screw you guys for making fun of me after my Nothing has materialized for John Mateer this year, and then you just gave me I don't believe.
He thinks he's the only guy on the show that can make dad jokes.
Listen, that was a bad pun. All right? Nobody says, hey, I believe, but they do say something materialized. Come on. I
definitely believe.
Do you wear the Orange Crush jersey and paint your face before you go to bed?
I'm like that. This is our Colts. This is our team guy. I'm writing songs in my basement right now. I'm so excited about the Broncos.
He throws the football through the lighting fixture.
These are our Broncos. This is our team. We love them.
It still works with the horse.
For sure.
I do love my 5-year-old daughter goes. My daughter goes over to me and she walks up to the TV. Anytime there's a game on, she goes, "Who we cheering for? We cheering for the horse team?"
Yeah, like, you are.
I go,
yeah,
sure.
That's right.
We cheering for the horse team or the star team? I go, sweetheart, nobody cheers for the star team outside of the state of Texas. Aren't you a Texan, Dad? Shh. We don't remember those times. All right.
When did you transition from a Cowboy to a Seahawk?
Transition. I was never a Cowboy fan. My dad didn't allow it.
How?
Because he grew up in the Seattle area.
Okay.
And my mom and dad were like, hey, this Cowboy team is pretty fun to watch on TV. They're fun. My dad was like, these guys are snorting coke off of Ladies of the Night. I don't think we should be
Thanks for
cheering for
cleaning
this
that
team.
up. Nice edit.
Look, I was just telling you what my dad told me.
They snort what off of what? Your dad told you that? Like, what's your dad teaching you when you were young?
How to be a sports fan and how to hate the Cowboys.
This is what athletes do.
Oh, my gosh.
Hookers and blow. Jeez.
Was it pink? That was a great, timely reference there, producer Alex. I love it. Thank you very much for bringing us back to 2025. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The usual slowdown spots are starting to pop up all along the Wasatch Front, like southbound I-15 from Murray to Sandy. There's also northbound and southbound delays on the I-215 westbound between the 201 highway and the airport, and northbound reduced speeds on the freeway going by Hill Air Force Base from Clearfield to Roy. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepoulos here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Go check it out for yourself. It's that time of the year for you to be able to try to figure out what you're going to do for Thanksgiving. Hey, do the easy thing. Do something else. Have somebody else make it for you. That's Beehive Meals. You can get the Thanksgiving box. Just go to their website right now. Check it out. It is a meal for 12. Hook it up. Let's get this thing going. You can absolutely save the day, not just during the week, during your regular meals, like Beehive Meals has done with us all year, but you can also do it for Thanksgiving, JJ.
Yeah, it's awesome. My wife's got one going right now. It's a buffalo chicken that everybody at home, I'm going to be at work, unfortunately, but the creamy buffalo chicken everyone's going to get to enjoy. And it makes your life a lot easier when you can pick out that meal in the morning, throw it in the crock pot, and you know it's going to be done and ready when you need it, so you can go do all those busy things that you have to do. Kids are at dance, they're at sports, and all kinds of activities that are going on. You have a busy life. It makes such a big difference to get some way to help with dinner time, because dinner time is such a stressful thing. You know what I'm talking about. It can be really frustrating. Take the guesswork out of it. Try Beehive Meals. You have them frozen, ready to go in your freezer. Just pull it out, put it in your crock pot. It can save you time and it can save you money. Give this a try. Go to beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com. When you make this order, use the promo code THEZONE for $20 off. Give it a shot. See if it saves you time and money. See if this works for your family. See if it takes the guesswork out of dinner time, takes the stress out of dinner time. I guarantee you it's going to help. It's helped our families. It'll help yours. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com.
Hey, Dan, that spaceship-wide lunch meeting at noon, please say it's not more astronaut ice cream and powdered orange drink.
Negatory. Ground Control hooked us up with EasyCater, so now we can order from a galaxy of restaurants with tools to stay on budget and meet our dietary needs.
Thank heavens. My dairy tolerance and anti-gravity is not great.
And with EasyCater, it's all on one simple platform, so we can focus on space stuff, like that asteroid. So how about tacos? Hold the cheese.
EasyCater, a stellar way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about what paved the way for the Utes to be so dominant in the ground game against the Buffs.
It starts up front. It definitely starts up front. We've been singing the praises of our offensive line all year long. And the running backs are doing their part. Daniel Bray has been a big factor for us now going on 3 weeks or so. And so a lot of things go into that. But if you want the starting point, the origin is the offensive line.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Give the gift of ribs and brisket this holiday season. Sucks to be you next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present...
Yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It sucks to be you.
You know what that beautiful music means on a Monday? Just going over a few people who it currently sucks to be in the world of sports. We'll keep it to the world of sports because that a lot of people currently sucks to be in the rest of the world. Let's just keep it to sports, all right? Sucks to be these particular people in the world of sports. Call now, by the way, and all you have to do is be caller number 12, and then tell us what the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealer Play of the Weekend was that was given out by DJ and PK today. Don't shy away from this. It's because you don't want to try to marry yourself to the very, very odd pick that DJ and PK had for the Play of the Weekend. That's what the hint's going to be this week, by the way. It's that there were so many other games. There were so many.
You definitely had to be listening this morning.
There were
to guess.
so many other things you could have picked, DJ and PK. You had one job. It was like, what? Oh, keep it local? Nah. Okay. Well, college football, though, right? No. Oh, well, certainly the World Series. No. So there are your hints. Not local. Not anything you ever thought it would be. But, hey, it was a sporting event, and it did happen, and they picked it for their Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealer Play of the Weekend. It was a great play. Just not sure where they picked it. And if you can tell us what it was, by the way, you get yourself an Amazon gift card. Get Christmas started right. Get it going early. Or just prepay for all the stuff you already have ordered in your shopping cart. There you go. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. Be caller number 12 right now. Tell us what the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealer Play of the Weekend was. Your Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers, America's fastest growing full-line brand. All right. Sucks to be LSU. Sucks to be Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly.
Does it, though?
$55 million.
I think it sucks to be LSU because they have to fork over that buyout, and they have to look for a head coach when there's not a really obvious candidate out there. Brian Kelly gets to party like he's never partied before.
Well, I mean, he's he's a Southern guy. He knows how to party down in the by the way, like LSU with the whole Kelly gotta go, and they spell it with the EUAX. I cannot.
That's just like the lady with Alabama and the program.
I know. Tell you what I do. I get rid of old Byrne, and I get rid of old Kalen DeBeer. But LSU is 5-3. Kirby Smart said something today in defense of people in his ilk, head coaches in college football, who are getting paid so much money. Now, Kirby Smart's making $13 million a year. 13 and a half, okay? He is rich beyond his wildest dreams. His buyout would be over $100 million. I think that was last year. Maybe it's like 96 now, okay? Still, it would have to be $100 million if you want to get him out of his job. He's won multiple national championships, but make no mistake, if things get weird over the next 18 months, everyone will be wondering, and people will start asking. The tough thing about this is, and this is why I don't like it, the whole crowd starts yelling, "Fire Kelly," right, by the end of the game. And you know what their athletic director did at the end of this? I'm going to put together a board of folks who can make this decision together. And then, then the governor of the state of Louisiana is the one who apparently handpicks this board of people that are at this highly qualified way to basically just cave to the peer pressure of your dumb fans. And that's what they are. That's what we are. We're not the ones making the decisions. By the way, and this is what Kirby Smart said that I appreciated. He goes, the problem is that it has to be you either are having an exceptional year that you're just amazing and people can't believe it, or you're terrible. Those are the two options. And if they feel like you've been terrible, and by the way, he goes, if you're just having a normal, regular football season, which is what most teams are having this year, okay, you have barely anybody who's having exceptional years. You have teams that are in the very middle who are 5-3, 4-4, 3-5, right? LSU has a lot of talent. Do they have national championship talent? No. Garrett Nussmeier is not a national championship winning quarterback. Brian Kelly couldn't have changed that. He wouldn't have been the guy who got, I suddenly talked to Garrett Nussmeier. I made him a champion. That would not have happened. But Kirby says it. He goes, look, man, you're having a normal year, but you have a bunch of people who suddenly go, well, wait a minute. Indiana can do it. We can do it. How is it that those Indiana guys are doing it? Look over at these. Hey, how's Vanderbilt better than us? They're asking those questions. They lost to Vanderbilt. You know why they lost to Vanderbilt? Because Vanderbilt is the best they've ever been by far. LSU didn't print national championships and never has. They won in 09. They won in 07. They won in 09 or whatever it was with they go Saban and then they go what's his name?
Les Miles won one.
Les Miles won one, and then Orgeron brought him one. Right? That's 3 in 25 years. But they looked at Brian Kelly. The real problem with Brian Kelly I think he was a humanoid. I don't think he was I don't think he was regular.
He's not a real person.
He does not have human interaction capabilities. And I don't think that helped. I don't think it helped that he couldn't have a normal conversation with a normal person. So that doesn't help. Is he the right guy for the job? No. But was he terrible, LSU? No. Your team is. And I know that he's the guy, the buck stops with him, but guess what? 5-3 is not the end of the world.
Not at all.
LSU has been 5-3 more often at this point of the year than they've been 8-0 times 1 million. I guarantee it. But the expectations get weird in an era of college football when teams have no ability, JJ. There's no way that they have the ability to be able to pay for NIL and coach and firing coaches at this rate to pay them out. Anyway, I went the whole sucks to be you on LSU because it really does suck to be him. Navy is 8-0 and they're not in the top 25. AP voters, you failed again this weekend.
Sucks to be the midshipman.
The Cincinnati Bengals are officially the worst team in the league because they lost to the worst team in the league.
Transitive.
Why not? Arizona State and Kennedy Dillingham, their champions, their idea of being a Big 12 champion again is squashed.
They blew it.
Sorry.
At home, right? That was a home game.
Oh, yeah.
Terrible.
Illinois. More than enough for you guys to lose 63 to...
How come they keep getting ranked?
I think because people were so willing.
Just lost. They've been blown out.
Yeah, people were so willing. They wanted them to be good.
Why?
I don't know. Utah State.
Ugh.
They go down and laid a massive egg down in Albuquerque. And then sucks to be Will Hammond, the backup quarterback at Texas Tech, who is now going to be out for the rest of the season with a torn ACL.
May not suck for BYU a week from Saturday.
I don't know how much I believe in that. This is because now
it's tough. We just don't know who's going to be the starter. Is it Baron Morton or is it their third string, Griffiths?
He's day-to-day, but he's going to be the guy. Like, don't mess around. They said on Saturday, what's his name? Joey McGuire said, if he needs to go, he'll go. That was on Saturday.
Texas Tech is not the same team now that they were when they beat Utah. They are banged up.
Agreed. So, look, Utah, why don't you do a big favor for BYU fans? Go ahead and beat Cincinnati this weekend. And then Baron Morton can still continue to...
BYU would be returning the favor by beating Texas Tech.
That's what I'm saying.
Because the Utes need Tech to have 3 losses in conference play.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the path.
Get the meme of Carl Weathers.
A BYU-Utah rematch in the Big 12 championship game is probably the only way Utah gets in.
Would not suck, by the way.
Unless there's a complete and total collapse by BYU, which is not going to happen.
You know what, though?
There's 4 games left.
Then we're all going to Arlington.
They need Texas Tech or BYU to get to 3 losses.
Hey, if we all go to Arlington, can we go to Hurtado's again?
100%.
1,000%.
We're there.
Okay. And then it won't
Texas
be 100
barbecue
degrees.
with a kick, by the way.
It's so good. It was so good. It was 100 degrees, and they had no way to cool that place down. Didn't matter.
We sat in 100-degree heat in, 150% humidity and ate ribs and brisket.
It was 150% humidity because they had swamp coolers that were not working.
It was glorious.
They were just pumping.
Pretty sure I had a stroke that day. I haven't been the same since, but it sure was good.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. When we return, let's talk Utah football next. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. I always love Veterans Day because it's when I see my buddies posting up pictures of us when we were younger and built for speed. Navy Federal Credit Union also celebrates veterans of all branches and their families every day of the year. As a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. So become a member today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Help elevate your company's pride with workplace tips from Cintas. The right workwear helps your team look and perform their best. Cintas has work apparel for almost any job imaginable. Your team gets garments that are breathable, comfortable, and hold up to any job. Cintas even handles laundry and delivery every week with no upfront investment. It's all part of Apparel Plus from Cintas. Learn more at Cintas.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-2013 or biglou.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Welcome back, everybody. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the program. We appreciate your listenership. Appreciate you listening to the program however you listen to it. You can download the podcast, stream it online. You can also go and check us out on the KSL Sports YouTube page where we stream this show and all the shows all day long right here from our studios. So there you go. JJ, let's get going on the program. Let's get kicked off here this hour. Let's talk some Utah football. Let's talk about get right game and get this thing back around. And man, did they turn the ship in huge fashion and very quickly. Let's get it going here with the cut, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Amassing almost 560 yards of offense, 420 plus of those on the ground. Utah absolutely obliterates Colorado, and it was actually this score was a little bit of them treating Colorado with some respect there at the end. Coach Prime gets a 53-7 loss. I told somebody this yesterday because they were asking about it, and they're like, I mean, that's ridiculous. Colorado's so bad and blah, blah, blah. And I said, they are not very good this year compared to what they used to be or what they were last year. But people forget. I don't think Utah fan really forgets. I think they may have tried to force themselves to forget it. I'll tell you who does not forget. Kyle Whittingham does not forget getting scored 49 points on his team last year at Boulder. Right?
That was the biggest beating they took in conference play
That's
last
a
year.
guy who never forgets that kind of a moment. It's not like he felt like he was disrespected in that moment. What he feels like is that there is a factor where he goes, I'm not going to let that ever happen again. Not only that, I'm going to get that thing back. I'm going to get that feeling. I'm going to give that feeling right back to Coach Prime, who had to say, after all was said and done, that he's never been beaten like that since, what did he say? His mama whooped him when he was a kid. By the way, is that the only person in America who can get away with saying that? Like if Coach Whittingham had said that with the straight of a face, probably since my mother beat me. Like that sounds very different, right?
It does, actually, very much so, yes.
But when Coach Prime says it, it's cute, right? It's kind of fun. Hey. But Bird Ficklin, with that 65-yard run at the very beginning, second play of the game, you went, oh, this guy's got something. They've got a game plan, and they're doing it. And by the way, Devin Dampier could not do that against Utah. Could not do that against BYU. Why? Because he's banged up. Now, they tried to get it going a little bit, but now when they had a week to game plan it against Colorado, they went, we are not going to mess around. We are running this ball down your throat. And they did. And then on either the next drive or the drive right after that, you had a 58-yard run by Wayshawn Parker. The running game was as good as it's ever been up there on the hill. And they get the win. And they needed to bounce back, JJ. Boy, did they need to bounce back. And they're back in the top 25. I think that if they win that game 28-21, they don't go into the top 25. Right?
Probably not.
Do they win? If they don't win in that fashion, are they back in the top 25? They're a 6-2 team, which 6-2 teams are in the top 25. However, the way they won that game, I think, convinced people, this is a different Utah team.
You beat Coach Prime 53-7, you're going to get attention across the country. I don't care what the current state of Colorado is. Just people follow Coach Prime, and to see that is shocking. Just as much as it's going to draw eyeballs when Colorado has things going, it's also going to draw eyeballs when they have a disaster like that. And it was a disaster because of the way Utah played the game of football. That's as good as I've seen Utah execute all season long. It was a great response after the rivalry loss in a game where I thought it was the worst they had executed all year long. A head scratcher. It's the rivalry game. How are you not up for this? They lacked in intensity. They lacked an edge in that game at with specific players and positions that cost them the game. They didn't execute in the big moments. I mean, this was just all-out execution. This was execution to perfection, just right out of the gate. That Bird-Ficklin touchdown run, you watch what the O-line did. You watch it set up. You watch the read made by Bird-Ficklin. That's incredible. It was great football, and it just continued, and it just continued. Defensively, this is what we think Utah defense needs to look like. Aggressive, all over the quarterback, denying the run, 7 sacks, 13 tackles for loss, an interception, 4 pass breakups. Colorado could do nothing against that defense. It was crazy watching that live. Like, Colorado, have they even had a first down? I couldn't believe how dominant the defense was, but in a sense I could, because you expect them to be this good. They really are. And you're looking at the stats, 3 of 16 on third down. Utah getting back to what they do, stopping teams on third and fourth down. 3 of 16, 0 for 2. Colorado somehow by the end of the game got up to 12 first downs. Offensively, do we have a quarterback controversy?
Oh, now that's the thing is I go, even if you don't think that you do, you got to relook at it. I mean, these coaches are going to look at everything and say, and I'm not saying that like, hey, he's a better quarterback than Devin Dampier. What I'm saying is if Devin is 88% on that ankle, don't
I'm playing Bird.
Don't have him go. There's no point.
We talked about it on Friday. I was like, there's no way you're playing Devin Dampier in this game, because if he's not 100%, he can't do what he does that makes him great.
Yeah,
which is running the football.
Now, I don't think that Bird throws the ball particularly well. I think that Devin throws the ball better than Bird-Ficklin does currently, and he had to just throw it. He didn't have to do much with it, right? So I don't know what that's going to look like. Maybe everyone's going, "Oh, you need to see him." Part of our game plan is for us to throw the football more. But here's what Witt said after the game about dominance that they had, and I think the reality is that you got to have this as a team. The O-line has to have that moment where they go, "We got this back again." I think that it was either them. No, I think they were the Big 12 gave out. The Big 12 always gives the best offensive and defensive lines out. I want to say that
Utah's offense was the offensive line of the week,
and then Houston's was the best defensive line of the week. So here's what they had to say here's what Witt had to say about the dominance that they had in this game.
Great team effort tonight from start to finish. Hard to find negatives in that game. It was offense, defense, special teams, all hitting on all cylinders. That jumped on them early. The first half was about as good as football as we've played here. Our players played so efficiently and so dominantly tonight. I couldn't be more pleased with how our guys reacted, how our coaches reacted after what we went through last week.
Here's what Witt said about Bird in particular, because I think that they've already known. This is why we don't hear any other names, right? And how they talk about him in practice so effusively, because he's young, but he is extremely talented. And here's what he said about him.
Very proud of Bird-Ficklin. Came in, true freshman, seemed very poised. He wasn't perfect, but he was very good. Ran the offense very well.
What about when it was decided? Because was it Annapolis? Was it us? Were we talking about this? Was he listed as probable the night before? Yeah. So we're talking about it on our Saturday show like he's listed as probable. That's your starter. So it ends up being a game-time decision, at least according to Coach. That's what he said about when they made the decision to keep Bird in at the starter spot over Devin.
Yeah, it was really a game-time decision. I mean, Devin hadn't had much practice all week, but he's a guy that knows this offense inside and out. And had he felt up to the task in pregame, then it would have been a tough decision to make. But he was not feeling it, and so Bird fortunately had taken the vast majority of the reps all week long, and that was the way it was trending. Is Bird was going to be the guy, but it wasn't for certain until after pregame warmups.
Oh, you liar! I don't know. Maybe he isn't. But really,
I have a pretty good idea that they had Bird prepared and ready to go.
Right?
Right.
I mean, here's why I don't think Devin practiced, like hardly at all.
Well, you can't play if you don't practice.
And I think
those reps are so important during the week. You just don't want to roll out there and go. There was no reason for Devin to play. His ankle's hurt. Don't roll him out there anymore unless he's 100%. You don't need to. Bird is capable, and he showed it against Colorado. I'd be interested to see more. I'm intrigued. I want to see more Bird Ficklin. I think I have a pretty good idea of who Devin Dampier is.
Right.
And it's good. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is it can we win a Big 12 championship with Devin Dampier as your quarterback? I don't know what the answer to that question is. So it's just natural to turn to a freshman and say, what's his ceiling? Has he got the potential to do that down the road? And in today's college football, can you afford to look at things in a long-term view anymore? Or do you just look at it one season at a time? Is Utah starting quarterback next season not on the roster right now? That's in 2025, that is entirely possible.
Yeah.
And you have to understand where college football is nowadays to understand that that's entirely possible.
Were you surprised that game day is going to come here? Now, by the way, this is a year where Utah has been featured in Big Noon Kickoff. They get all that love, of course, down in Provo at the Big Noon Kickoff down there for the rivalry game, and then they get another one this week with game day coming to town. This is the type of attention you need for your program, and I love it because I think that Cincinnati's the type of team that has no idea what they're getting into when they get into Salt Lake City for a night game, right? Now, I want to say something, though, because I'll pump the brakes here a little bit. I said the same thing about Texas Tech. This Texas Tech team's never played here in Salt Lake. They have no idea what they're getting into. I'm going to double down and say the same thing about this game. I don't think Cincinnati is Texas Tech. This is like the most obvious statement ever. I just don't think they're as good as Texas Tech. I think that Cincinnati has benefited a lot from some recent home games. I think that they have had a less difficult schedule along the way than Utah's had. Cincinnati comes to Salt Lake City. Game day is going to be there. This is not lost on Coach Whittingham. He knows how big of a deal it is to get a national show to come in here and to feature them and all the features that come with it, him riding his motorcycle to the office, all that stuff. They want all of it, and they want to soak it all up. And Pat McAfee's going to be there and heaping praise on Coach. They're going to be heaping praise on Cincinnati. But Cincinnati is the program that needs to do the convincing, not Utah. People know who Utah is. Cincinnati's the one that's new to the party. And so they're going to want to come in there and try to make this thing happen. But I think it's awesome to be able to get this free pub, man. It is absolutely great in a year that Utah has had, these big national shows come in. Right now they're 0-2. They host the two Big Noon kickoffs. They've lost both of those games, obviously. Can they get back on track with game day? I wonder what their record. Hey, Annapolis. Utah's record with game day in town.
Ooh.
2-9? Well, sorry. So big shows involved.
Big Noon
kickoff
or college game day.
2-9. Boo. I'm sorry I brought that stat up. I bet they're pretty good. What are they? 2-9. Ooh.
Well, you have to be good enough to get the shows to come here.
Yeah.
So I guess there's that.
I'm shocked at 11 spots, that 11 times they've had either one here. So there you go. But is it going to be Bird Ficklin versus Brendan Sorsby? Or is it going to be Devin Dampier versus Brendan Sorsby?
Utah fan.
What do they want? That's what I was going to ask you. What do they want, do you think? I think that if it's a healthy Devin, he throws the ball better, right? He's a more experienced guy.
Experience matters.
It does, but 53-7 also was pretty darn cool.
And that dude he's electric. There is an electricity in that guy's step that exceeds Devin Dampier. And that's why I'm looking at it as like if you have two quarterbacks that are primarily runners, dual threat,
right? Don't
you want the guy that has the higher speed and better propensity for bigger plays?
Yes.
That's where you're not, is Devin Dampier that much better of a passer over Bird Ficklin right now? Based on the efficiency numbers, yes, he is 100%. So that's what you have to weigh out. What's the difference when it comes to this. I think they would obviously go with Devin Dampier. He's the starter. He's a leader on that team. When healthy, his numbers are really good. When he's not healthy, they are not good.
I saw an argument, and we saw this a lot last year. I saw an argument for, well, they're paying Devin, though. Devin Dampier's that paid quarterback. They want him to succeed. That's the guy they're paying money to. They don't want to get him all depressed and I'm not starting anymore and I'm losing that starting job. Does that make an impact on it? Or does Coach Whittingham go, I don't care. We already paid him that, or somebody already paid him that. We need winners right now. We just need somebody, the guy who's going to give us the best option.
Win football games, and you figure it out later. Like I said, the starting quarterback for Utah in 2026 may not be on this roster right now. And if you're listening, you're like puzzled, like why not? It has nothing to do with the guys currently on the roster. It has to do with the new world in college football. Did you think? Look at BYU, for instance. A year ago, right now, did you think there's any way that this situation with BYU would exist?
No.
So you have to understand, like, things change in college football very quickly. But for right now, which quarterback would you rather go with? If he's 100% healthy, I understand Devin Dampier. If he's not, even if he's 90%, I'm throwing Bert Ficklin out there because he showed he's very capable and his athleticism is special. And he's a playmaker. And you can live with the drops or the inefficiency in the pass game if you're getting explosives like that. And he is explosive. He was really impressive in his first start.
Yeah, he's fun to watch, for sure.
So, I mean, imagine if Bert Ficklin, they just went with him the rest of the year, and we have two true freshman quarterbacks at Utah and BYU. That shows you just where college football is these days. It's just a new world.
All right, let's take another break here. We'll come back. When we return, we've got more to get to. We've got our Jazz Daily around the corner, getting you ready for the Jazz and Suns tonight at Delta Center. Going to be an awesome one to see how this goes. It's, I think now, why not? After a couple games in the books, I think Jazz fans are looking and going, they're excited to see what their team can do. We haven't had a breakout game from Ace Bailey yet, right? I think it's coming. I don't know when, but the guy.
How's he feeling this week? Is the flu gone?
Yes, he's certainly capable. So does it happen? So we'll come back. We'll talk about that. We'll get you an updated injury report for tonight's game versus Phoenix at Delta Center. So stay right here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A couple of freeway accidents are now really making a mess of the afternoon commute. Northbound on the I-215 westbound just past I-80, a left lane is blocked because of a crash. Another one is southbound on I-15 in Riverdale, only allowing one right lane to get through at the moment, with delays stretching back to 21st Street in Ogden. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Honestly, Utah could have scored there and had the ball coming out of half.
With the lead.
Yep. And it made a huge difference.
Yep.
And the interception wasn't great either.
No, that was a horrible ball. That was the first, other than the fumbled punt return, the muff punt, that was the other big failure in the game. That was just a horrible ball to throw. That is something Devin Dampier has done too much of. And I do think it was a reminder that, some of the issues Utah had against Texas Tech, they haven't remedied. They are just better than West Virginia. They were just better than Arizona State that night in the rain. But their issues remain their issues. Their flaws are going to prevent them from winning those types of games this year.
I don't think Ute fans should be panicking at all. I don't think they have a bad team. I think they lost a game against BYU, who is also a good team. I know on the macro, I don't think it means anything.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through Winter Wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in at Doug Smith in American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Ram like Doug.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Logan Latui talks about his big interception in the win over Iowa State.
I think it was a great momentum shift for us. It all goes back to our coaches and putting us in great positions, and that's what they did all game. We just had to execute, and I was just glad I was in a good place and was able to execute that call.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Use them for those, or just go have some barbecue at their restaurant at the District in South Jordan. Go check them out, Kenny J's Barbecue. Jazz Daily's next on a game night here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What time is it? Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bounce pass down low, Zubac. Working to the middle. Kessler comes over and eradicates it. Zubac's on his backside. Jazz are on the run. Leading by 24. Keontae through the purple paint. Rotates to the top. Sends them off for three. Pow! How? How? Utah by 27 in the first half, and it's a palindrome. 74-47.
You're locked into JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not just JJ and Alex, John Tesh, of course, is the newest rendition of Round Ball Rock. You sent me that text last night of John Tesh talking about the Saturday Night Live skit. I do love that people get offended for you.
I know.
It seems like John Tesh has a phenomenal sense of humor, by the way.
Yes.
Because people are texting him when Round Ball Rock, the Saturday Night Live version with Dave Tesh and John Tesh, where basketball is featured highly. But here's the thing. They were asked about it, like, what did you think about that version? And he was like, that's a great story. I'm living in LA, and I start getting these texts from my friends on the East Coast, like, are you okay with this? Are you seeing this? And I'm like, the amount of people that just get offended because they're idiots just amazes me. Actually, it doesn't amaze me in Hollywood. But are you seeing this? Are you okay with this? Did you sign off on this? And so and they're like, what are you talking about? And he goes, just go watch SNL or go back and watch this SNL clip. So he and his wife are watching it. And by the way, I love his wife now, too.
Yeah.
He and his wife are watching it. John Tesh, and he goes, and the Bubba basketball version comes on. And I'm like, this is a guy who's heard it multiple times, by the way. And probably loves it, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, my wife and I are watching it, and the Bubba basketball version comes on, and my wife goes, this is the best thing that's ever happened to you. The best thing that's ever happened to you. I like this lady. I like Sister Tesh. She's great.
It's not wrong.
And anyway, so the Round Ball Rock music, of course, always reminds me of that. But it's Jazz Daily. Every Wednesday, by the way, on the KSL Sports Zone's a Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday's no different. You can win tickets this week to Brian Regan live at Delta Center coming up on Valentine's Day of next year. That's going to be a hot ticket. So you can go get him at SeatGeek, or you can listen on the KSL Sports Zone all Wednesday long. Your chance to win the coveted Brian Regan tickets at Delta Center on Valentine's Day of 2026. You know what to do, fellas, because it's on Valentine's Day. Come on. You already get to win this early? You'll forget about it, actually.
What lady out there wouldn't enjoy a night
That's what I'm
out
saying.
with Brian Regan?
Clean comedy. That's
The
what you
cleanest.
tell. That's what you say. You go, look, I got you some clean comedy because I know you don't like the cuss words from the reels that I sent you all day. But, so anyway, Win Ticket Wednesday. The Jazz taking on the Phoenix Suns tonight. Who the heck is this Phoenix Suns team, by the way? Because it feels like they're shortly going to be one of the worst teams in the entire league. Is that wrong?
They're not in a good place. They're in cap hell. I know they were able to work some things out. Kevin Durant's not there anymore. Bradley Beal, they were able to make those moves. But they don't have draft capital. I mean, they gathered a little bit, but they're not going to be good for a while. They don't have the things that you need in a rebuild, the way that the Jazz, the Spurs, and others have. Like the Nets are stockpiling picks. There's some teams out there that are doing rebuilds the right way. The Suns went all in on an aging roster and have failed badly. And now what? Now how do you do this? How do you rebuild with a guy on your roster that's making, what, $70 or $80 million a year? What's Devin Booker's salary right now?
Yeah,
the contract he signed.
It's creeping up to 70, right?
It's insane. So 53 this year, but
it'll be like 70. It'll be like
up.
72 next year, and then like 77.
Yeah,
something dumb. Yeah.
Look, Devin Booker's a great player. I get it, but you just got a lot of money invested in him, but you don't have the draft capital to go out and change your roster dramatically, so you're kind of stuck. I don't know who the Suns are. I have no idea what to expect from them this year. I know they're not going to be good, but are they going to be bad? I don't. How can you be with Devin Booker on your team? So And I'm thinking right now, like, can I name another player on their roster?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying
probably not on the moment.
Look, here's the deal.
Who are they? I don't know.
Utah's
They're 1-2 this year.
Look, Utah's got a guy that is definitely the lead scorer on the team, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not all NBA. And Devin Booker is bona fide year in and year out all-star. But honestly, that's what I think people look at the Jazz and they go, what are they besides Lauri Markkanen? But then you can look now and go, actually, they kind of have some good young dudes. Don't people see Ace Bailey and go, all right, well, that's something.
Oh, of course. You look at all the youth on their roster.
And they look at Walker Kessler and they go, actually, he's nice.
The Lakers want him bad. They're making they're I don't know if it's their GM, Pelinka, or whoever is reaching out to these NBA guys and trying to start rumors that the Jazz and Lakers, the Lakers have interest in Walker Kessler, and when are the Jazz going to trade Walker Kessler? How often do we hear Walker Kessler rumors to the Lakers of all teams? Over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Because they want him.
Yep. I just don't know. I don't know what to think about this team. But the Jazz, that Sacramento Kings game, 104-103, they lose there. When you see a score like that, and you see that kind of a score against a team like Sacramento who can score, that's a great defensive night for this Jazz team. That was my very first thought was as they're playing this game, I go, they're kind of playing a nice defensive game here. It's not a great shooting night for this team, but you know what? They hung in there, and they aren't the sharpest team, but they lose those games last year 124-103, right?
Right.
They lose those games by 2, and maybe they'll start to get to that point, but it just felt a little bit different in the sense because they got – how many times did they lose games by double digits, like going away every other night, it felt like? And this one was they take a loss at Sacramento, but they looked okay doing it, and the defense showed up for this one, which I liked.
Yeah, and Sacramento is a fringe playoff team. You got Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Dennis Schroeder, and Zach LaVine in your starting lineup. Those are good veteran NBA players.
Score, yes,
and you've got Russell Westbrook and Malik Monk coming off the bench. I know. Their bench is a problem. Dario Saric, Drew Eubanks, you saw with the Jazz last year. Their bench isn't great, but they've got 4 guys that have won a lot of games in this league. So it was great to watch that Jazz team go toe-to-toe with these veteran guys, and it came down to the last shot, and it just didn't fall for the Jazz. It was a good showing by the Jazz. And we talked about it before the season started. What do you want to see out of the Jazz? I wanted to see this team have games like Friday consistently, where you are competing with teams that are roster-wise or experience-wise better than you, and you're right on the verge of beating them each and every night instead of getting blown out by 20, which, by the way, the Suns in their last 2 games have been blown out by 20 points. That's kind of where they're at right now. The Jazz have been far more competitive this year. They've been far more efficient this year. They've been far more entertaining this year. This team is fun. I watched that game on Friday. It was fun to watch that game. It was fun to watch them wax the Clippers. 2 games in, it's early, but I'm having fun with the Jazz for the first time in a while, and it's great.
Can't hate it if you're a fan of basketball and you watch these guys getting a little bit better every night. Like that's
a
process.
All you ask.
And if
it's not fun all the time, but it's getting more enjoyable.
Right. And if you're Austin Ainge and they say, hey, this is your charge, you have to do this to get your team better, and you got to keep your eyes open. Look, we've all read the stories. They come out, I don't know, every 7.5 days about how Lauri Markkanen is a commodity that a lot of teams across the league are going to want. You already know that. That Walker Kessler is going to be sought after by teams who have no center, the LA Lakers. I get it. He's sought after. He's a good player. He's going to be. We know that. So a game like tonight, though, the Suns back here at home. It's another one at home. They have be their second one here at Delta Center. The fans will be excited, man. I mean, that's going to be it's going to be a fun one. But the updated report is Isaiah Collier still out. George Niang, we still have yet to see the minivan. He's still out with the stress fracture of the foot or whatever it is, the 4th metatarsal stress fracture or whatever it is.
Yep.
So, yeah, there you go. Dylan Brooks is questionable.
He's officially out now.
Oh, it's a shame.
Darn it. Bummer. We don't get to see him flop in Salt Lake City.
I always
again.
love to see that guy hanging out on the floor there.
It's not the same without him.
Canada's own. Jalen Green also out. And then, so there you go. Those are the most notable.
That's for the Jazz. Before we get out of this segment, I do want to take the time, since we're doing some NBA talk here, to mention Sam Merrill, the Cleveland Cavaliers.
How's he doing?
Unbelievable he is on fire. His first 3 games, he's averaging 19 points per game, 52% from the field, and 52% from 3.
Not bad.
Kenny Atkinson says he's been their best all-around player so far 3 games through the season. That's a team with multiple all-stars on it. Sam Merrill has emerged as not just that fringe guy on a bench, but an important player on a team that could be in the NBA Finals this year. Just watch Sam Merrill. Go check him out. It's so cool to see him doing this. He's playing at such a high level.
Jazz and Suns tonight at Delta Center, right across the street here. Pregame firing up here at the top of the hour. Going to get you ready for that one. And then, of course, you're going to get the call right here on the radio home of the Utah Jazz, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans and Scotty, by the way, they're going to be at The Grill tomorrow down in Nephi. Yes, that's the restaurant attached to Bar W Beef. So, yes, it's going to be darn good. Go check it out. Noon to 3 tomorrow. Take a listen or go down right there on Main Street in Nephi, Bar W Beef and The Grill. Stay right here. More to go. Right around the corner. Best and worst next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's still a slow ride on southbound I-15 from Ogden into Riverdale thanks to a crash that's still blocking the far left lane of the freeway. Exiting I-15 in Utah County on Pioneer Crossing, it's super slow southbound heading from the freeway out to Saratoga Road. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services, champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Step into the warmth of the holidays at Western Nut Company. It's a season for connection, gratitude, and sharing. And we're here to make gift giving special and stress-free. Grandpa's favorite peanut brittle, a festive nut and treat basket for the neighbor who brings in your garbage cans. And your coworkers? We've got you covered with our pre-wrapped nut gift boxes. Homemade caramels, baking nuts, popcorn brittle, cashews galore, and more. Want a gift that keeps on giving? Our Nut of the Month subscription delivers a variety of nut boxes right to your door all year long. Western Nut's downtown location is a holiday wonderland filled with beautiful gifts for everyone on your list. Don't miss our holiday preview sale, November 6th, 7th, and 8th at 4th South and 3rd West, where you'll save on everything in store. Can't make it in? Visit westernut.com or call our friendly team. We'll pack and ship your gifts with care. For nearly 60 years, Western Nut has been a part of Utah's holiday traditions because here, it's more than nuts, it's memories.
Tonight on The Voice, it's a season of unforgettable performances. And now, get ready for the knockouts.
My heart's racing fast, my blood pressure's up.
The coaches may be friends.
I'll just hang outside and just scream, I
love you, Reba. Snoop, I miss you and I love you.
But they're not afraid of some fierce competition.
Oh, this is a good season.
Don't miss the battle rounds on The Voice tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10. Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
Wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Andrew Adams takes you inside if you dare.
Did you die here?
Spooky Saltaire, Thursday at 10 on KSL.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about the potential he saw from Bert Ficklin coming out of spring ball.
Well, I started seeing it in spring ball. He was a mid-year guy, and so he was with us in spring, and you could tell from day one that his demeanor was different than a typical freshman. The way he carried himself, the way he handled his business, just continued through fall camp. He's been really good in the limited reps that he has had in game. You can tell a lot about a quarterback just the way he carries himself and his demeanor. How he's going to react, and he reacted just right.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Best and Worst is next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us. Best and worst today. Of course, brought to you by the good folks of the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Subaru, Kia, and now Mitsubishi in the family of Doug Smith vehicles. And, of course, nobody knows cars like Doug. Best and worst. Might just have time for best. I was like, of course this happened. I sent you the story because I thought this feels like it would be a Saturday Night Live skit that they could write with these characters, because these are characters. After Cam Scadaboo, of course, his ankle gets turned sideways and broken severely. Dislocated, broken, all those things, okay? I always appreciate that one more than I do like the tib-fib, like full break of the bones, just like hanging out. At least the dislocation of the ankle, you think to yourself, okay, yeah, it did break the ankle and all that, but the bones aren't sticking out of the sock. You know what I mean?
No, but his foot was facing the wrong direction.
It's unnatural. Okay, thanks for the visual, Alex Napolis, our producer. He gave me it's got small hands. He gave me it was facing this way when it's supposed to be facing this way. All right? This is what I feel like the conversation probably went like with Dom, who's the Eagle security guard who showed up at the hospital bearing gifts, providing pizza and cheesesteaks. Hey, I saw your ankle was pointing like a weird way or whatever. It's supposed to go this way and not that way.
Get well soon. Here's some pizza and steaks, bro.
Don't you? I just imagine that guy swung by Geno's on the way over. Because they were at the link, right? No, Dom has Dom has somebody who's like, I don't do any of this Pat's Geno's BS.
No, I got a real guy. I was going to put this cheese whiz on there, and we're going to get you a real slice.
I had him put some gabagool on there just in case.
Gabagool.
So Dom,
how does Dom keep poking it?
This is how.
How does he keep getting in the news?
This is how. He's not. Does he coach? No.
Why do I know who this guy is?
Because he does stuff like
this.
I
hate that I know who this guy is.
I love how
he's a security guard.
Sirianni's like, hey, could you pick me up? Sorry, I'm on my way to the hospital. I got the cheesesteak and a pizza.
I got some Geno's left over if you want a piece.
And then, of course, the best also is that it was finalized. Bert Ficklin gets himself not just Freshman of the Week honors, but also co-offensive Player of the Week awards. See if you can do that, Bear. Wait, has Bear done that? Has he gotten the co-offensive yet?
Ooh, that's a good question.
See,
has he done both? Has he swept both the Player of the Week and freshman? There you go.
See, yeah.
No, the
That's
rivalry.
a good tweet.
Well, at least BYU and Utah fans can argue about that instead of like fan attendance or something stupid like that.
Oh my gosh!
Now they have something real to argue and debate.
Our producer Alex Napolis throwing out the 2 and 9 figure. That really got that stoked the fires. That's the kind of thing that was shared over Twitter, I bet, this weekend. People are like, "Oh man, I gotta."
BYU fans all over that stuff.
2 and 9 with all of the.
About to be 2 and 10.
I know. Jeez, the amount of stupidity. But I'm telling you right now.
I'm here for it though.
Utah fans, you're not gonna like this. You're gonna do BYU lots of favors if you beat Cincinnati this weekend. BYU, you're gonna do lots of favors if you can beat Texas Tech in a couple weeks. All right. For JJ, I'm Alex. We'll see you next week or tomorrow, everybody. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game